say that that is the way it is done. Who has gone through FGM to have a sexual satisfaction? That is, you can't make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that, and maybe I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions or radios to make I can't do it. No matter how people feel it's okay. For me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from how it sounds, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. The fact that there is no lecture based on this kind of incidents doesn't mean that the government is doing very well. He needs to tutor people based on dangers or harm of female genders. Through advertisements, first of all, to having lectures like organizing classes for this kind of incidents. 3, public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like open an Instagram account and go live to talk about kind of cases and stuff.
Circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong, because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or in form of just awareness simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been oriented or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it, for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs, of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them. Like, it infects their urinary tract and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good, because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. And I don't think people are well informed about it, actually, because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. Government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, like females, are being circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation. So I just wish to tell you guys that it needs to be stopped in our society. In some situations, some females, when they become adults, some of them are being like, some are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children. And just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot nowadays. Like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. So, like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific organization, association of people who would and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered, from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act. Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14. With an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35% and Southwest with 30% and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma, which could last a lifetime, impacting not only on the individual, but also their families and communities.
There are some immediate and long-term complications of FGM. By cutting the clitoris is what gives arousal, okay? The labia minora, you cut, and majora may consist of some little secretions, organs that secrete and wet that area, okay? So you cut them, there's problem. Some, even the infibulation, it just opposes the opening for the vagina, so it makes it look tiny and narrower. So it can cause what you call vaginal pain during sex or sexual pain.
There could be some urinary problems, difficulty in urination. Then it could affect childbirth and delivery, where you can have a narrow opening for delivery.
There will be complications. The short-term complications would involve shock, infections, excessive bleeding, hemorrhages. Why? Because most times you notice that, 90% of the time, you notice that the people that carry out these practices, one, are not medically trained. These are traditional experts that have little to no substantial knowledge of the human anatomy. Secondly, they do these things in septic conditions.
Sensitizing the community and the society at large on the effects of female genital mutilation because it causes a lot of harm than good to the public.
A broadcast journalist, Hyginus Odo, emphasized that FGM is a cultural belief that should be eradicated and discouraged.
When a way of life becomes inimical to human, to life itself, when a way of life becomes inimical to life itself, what do? You have to review that way of life. And that's why it's not to eradicate the culture of the people in totality, but those aspects of the culture of the people that are inimical to the existence of human being in the society should be looked into.
Women's rights advocates shared their views on the legal implication of FGM during a recent Zoom session with Signature TV. A legal practitioner, Chioma Ode, revealed that the case of FGM in Ebonyi State often go unreported because victims are reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge in addressing the harmful practice.
Actually categorized under GBV, which is gender-based violence. And just like I earlier said, we have VAP law, which is violence against persons, is actually under that VAP law. You can also see it under the Child Rights Act, because when I say that FGM is a crime, and FGM is a gender-based violence crime. And this gender-based violence crime is actually brought under the VAP law. And this VAP law, just like other states, is being domesticated in Ebonyi State. And this Child Rights Act is also being domesticated in Ebonyi State. But just like what I earlier said, because we have not seen a case study that was followed into a logical conclusion, because most times these perpetrators, the people that go on to carry this out, are family members.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful awareness via your platform. It's a laudable venture, and I commend you for that. Okay, but I think, being a media person as well, I think that there should be much conversation around female genital mutilations. Being someone from Africa, and especially Nigeria, and most especially from the Southeast, where female genital mutilation is very, very prevalent, I think we need more creation of awareness.
The year's theme, Step Up the Pace, emphasizes the imperative of strengthening alliance, building movements, and mobilizing collective actions to end FGM. It is a clarion call for governments, civil societies, organizations, community leaders, healthcare workers, and individuals to unite and wage all-out war against FGM. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Many thanks for still being here with us. I'm sure that we have fulfilled our own end of the bargain by keeping you informed and inspired. Well, that's the much we have today, this morning on New Day. And from all of us here at Signature TV, ENUGU Studio, my name is still Chigichi Agoram. It is goodbye, and do have a wonderful weekend ahead.
Well, thank you, Charles, and welcome to the Abuja Center. As always, my name is Mwabos Njoko. The name never changes. And this morning, I'm going to call out a name that is a mouthful. Just follow me. Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. The name of one organization. Now, what does it do? I don't know. I'll get to be educated presently. And my guest this morning is Dr. Oji Ogbonne. Dr. Oji is the Executive Secretary of this mouthful, Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. Dr. Oji, you are welcome to this morning to our program.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My pleasure. Good morning, Nigerians, and I'm honored to be on Signature TV. Thank you very much.
Now, Dr. Oji, I think I had to breathe in to be able to take this mouthful. NATI for short, Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. What does this organization do?
Well, thank you very much, and once again for having me. And I'm also once again thanking you for your time. The Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative is a member of a global organization called Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. So all we added was Nigeria, EITI. In Ghana is Ghana Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. In Britain is British Extractive Industry. You add the name of the country. This organization was formed in 2003, and Nigeria joined the same year, but we began to implement its principles in 2004 and became a federal agency. That's in 2004. It was part of the overall reform program of the then Obasanjo administration under the National Economic Empowerment Strategy economic program being driven by that administration. So NITI was set up, and the law backing up the establishment was enacted in 2007, and we became the first country to also support that implementation with the law. Now, what do? The whole idea of EITI, Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, came about as a result of a study conducted by the World Bank that saw that countries that are blessed with natural resources always find the majority of their citizens in poverty, misery, despondency, hopelessness, hunger, and disease. And then most of those countries are also prone to wars and conflicts and insecurity. Most of the symptoms at that time that were very prevalent in Nigeria. And then most of these countries are also countries that emerged from one form of colonialism or the other and are unable to harness properly and manage transparently the resources that God has endowed them. So most of their citizens wallow in poverty, while the very few elites enjoy the benefits of those natural resources. So, and this organization's job was to provide openness and transparency in the way and manner oil, gas, and mining revenues are managed. Nigeria is a member, and there are 57 member countries. So that is what we do. And how do we do our job? It's very simple: to provide information and data on what companies pay to government during a given period, how much of that money did government receive, what did we use the money to do. The whole essence is that when you and I know, if the citizens are aware, they will ask informed questions. And those informed questions will lead to citizens' action. And citizens' action will lead to reforms. And reforms will lead to impact. And the impact will come in form of using that money transparently and accountably to build roads, provide water, provide electricity, provide security, build industries, healthcare, access to education, a socially harmonious society, as is obtained in other climes. So most sub-Saharan African countries bedeviled with what we call resource curse, a situation where the resource abundance in those countries become a curse instead of a blessing. Our members, Nigeria is a member, DRC Congo is a member, Sudan is a member, Ghana is, most countries in West African sub-region, either Anglophone or Francophone or even Portuguese speaking. There are 57 members of countries of the world. And the countries that have used those resources properly are also members, so that there is a peer learning. You learn from those who are behaving well, from those who are behaving badly. And we are in that process together. I'm honored to be the current Chief Executive, Executive Secretary, and National Coordinator of this initiative in Nigeria.
Now, Dr. Oji, I saw you in the media really, because I wasn't in the Senate. Some 2 or 3 days ago, you were in the Senate. Interfacing with the senators.
That's correct.
Why were you there?
Yes, I was there. That's correct.
Why were you there?
Well, I was there because when we produce these reports, the law provides that we take these reports to the Senate, to the National Assembly. It is the job of the National Assembly to interrogate the contents of that report, and on the basis of their legitimate legislative action of monitoring and oversight, they should use the contents of that report, ask informed questions, and elicit explanation, and then use it now to cause change to happen, to implement the recommendations of that report. After hearing from us, we expect that they will invite all those mentioned in the report for public hearing, and then cause them to ensure that our recommendations are implemented. That's why I was there. They wanted to understand the content and the highlights of the last report we published in 2023. December 2024, we published that report. We are working on 2024 report. It's always a year behind. So they wanted to know, we presented the report, they read it, but they wanted more highlights. They called me to come and defend, explain, enlighten them on what are the contents of that report. That's why I went to the Senate.
Let me take what is your normal responsibility in this transparency initiative when you are working on this, on the oil sector. You look at monies earned, monies not earned. You look at taxes paid, taxes not paid. Do you look at production volumes and whether they are real or not, and what were the highlights of this last report?
Our interventions are in 4 phases. The first is financial audit, which talks about revenue earned, revenue paid not received, or revenue received not paid, or revenues not underpaid or extraordinary. All those issues of revenue, and I looked at with the benchmark of what the financial regime of the sector says. That's one. Then 2, we look at volumes, physical audit, that looked at production, what's the quantity produced, what the quantity exported, quantity reserved for local consumption, are there quantities exported, what is the production arrangement, because there are so many production arrangement within the sector. You have the joint venture cash call, you have the production sharing contract, you have the sole risk, and the marginal fields. So you have to know what are the very funding arrangements. Because when you understand the funding arrangement, then you now understand how the products of that production will be shared. So that's production. Then we also look at the process. What are the processes that you follow? during this whole process, because a process can lead to revenue gain or revenue loss. If the process is flawed, you lose everything. We look at the process. Then we also conduct another report that tracks the revenues that have been shared and received. What did government share of that money? What did government use it to do? Because we represent the people on behalf of the government. We are more like a civil society in government. We look at it, and then that partnership, the multi-stakeholders involved are the government, the civil society, the companies. The companies and government, civil society sit at a table to reconcile who paid what and who reconciled what. And then we publish the report. That's why I went to the Senate to share the findings.
Now, Dr. G, how do you get your data? You don't answer me quickly, because I have a worry here. You are not an oil company. You are not a financial institution. You don't track, you don't have the mechanism for drilling oil or following on what companies are drilling and producing. In other words, you work with the figures they give to you. Am I right?
Not correct.
Please
Not very correct.
Educate me.
Now, when we start the whole process begins with procurement to engage independent administrator we call auditors. You advertise and then get the best from around the world. It's international competitive bid. When you get them, you develop what we call suite of templates, which are like questionnaires. Then you organize a workshop between you, the companies that are going to respond, and government agencies. The companies declare their own suite of templates are different, where they have to say, respond to every question related to payments. What did they pay? How did they pay? Who did they pay to? Then the government's angle responds to who received, what I received, what I did not receive. Then the role of the independent administrator sitting with 90 and all this at the validation meeting is to validate this figure. And most times,
And reconcile.
Most times they don't match. Sometimes government receives what is not paid, and sometimes government receives more than what companies say they have paid. Most times they match. Sometimes companies pay more than they should pay, or pay less. Most times they pay less. So all these are issues that come up in that, and then the figures and data are made public to us. We reconcile to the various last couple. How do we reconcile? If you paid more than you received, the two, we need to see the evidence to see where the error is. And at the end of the day, where variances are unreconcilable, we report it as it is. But the good thing is that all the companies who participated, for instance, in the last industry report, 69 companies, 74, but we reconcile 69 companies participated. And these companies, each and every one of them must sign off on the report that they publish. What we have is the final submission, and all the government agencies that participate, NMPC, NUPRC, NMDPRA, FRS, Office of Accountant General, Ministry of Finance, every Customs Service, the MASA, every agency that either receive or take custody of extractive industry funds will be covered by that report with relevance to their specific role. For customs, you know what the role of customs. They're free on board. When we are exporting, you have to check. So we have all this information and we document them. And when the reports are ready, the multi-stakeholders group that are constituted in our board, we have 15-member board chaired by the secretary to the government or the federation. And then we have industry representatives, those who represent all the major oil companies sit on the board. NMPC is on the board. FRS is on the board. I sit on the board as the secretary. And when all these, including representatives of civil society elected by the civil society, so it's a very 6 geopolitical zones, has a 1 member each. We all sit together and we meet once the report is ready, review every process followed, and then we sign off the report. Everyone signs the report. That's why nobody contests 90 report, because is empirical, is agencies and companies driven and civil society owned. So that's the process. So by the time we have that report, we release it publicly. Then after the release of the report, the kind of meeting that you saw me at the Senate will now follow.
Now, specifically, do the oil industries, the oil companies drilling, producing oil, do they sign off this? The oil companies?
Do
they sign off this?
Yeah,
your
they do.
report?
Yes, they have what we call, we deal with them on the platform of OPTS, Oil Producing Trade Section of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce. All the major oil companies are members. So it's this OPTS that says they are represented. When we get the report, we take it to OPTS. OPTS is now their meeting where they will sit and look at what the report
says. Now,
says.
let me tell you why I asked this question.
Yeah.
In other words, if I come to NATE, I can get figures on Nigeria's oil production.
Brilliant. Yeah, of course, yes, you can.
Now, why is it within our own industry in the media that you cannot put your fingers on the volume of oil Nigeria produces?
Well, neither here nor there, in the sense of when you ask me what was produced, you understand, on the basis of facts that are supplied by companies and verified by government agencies and validated by NATE, I'll give you. But if you're now talking of production, you're talking of production from the wellheads that contains oil, gas, impurities, and everything. So measurement of what was produced from the well station to the flow station to the terminal is still a different ballgame, complete ballgame. And don't forget, I've told you of the various funding arrangement that what we are referring will be probably the total production.
Final figure.
Yeah, we're also part of that debate that we needed to be very empirically sure of total production. I do agree that it's neither here nor there. We cannot say to be fully empirical in terms of when you are looking at total. But when you are looking at valid information provided for us, we are correct. But we still have a chance. We are still part of those saying that Nigeria needs to have a mechanism to measure accurately. To measure, don't forget that companies are here for business. They are not here for they are businessmen. They are professionals.
They're not on charity.
Yes, they're not on charity. So if you are now depending on them to declare, yes, we trust that they will declare accurately. But is there any independent technology by Nigeria to measure what it produces? That's where NATE has recommended that there should be a metering technology introduced, more than what the companies are using. The companies are using that, but is there any way our own system can interrogate what they are using? We don't have, and we need to have. So that's the point. That's where I partially agree with you that there is still some level of doubt in the minds of Nigerians that we may not be sure exactly what to produce. But on the total declared production, which is basis of our report, we are correct. But are we sure that what is being declared as produced is exactly what was produced? I'm not quite sure we can vouch for that because we still lack that technology to measure accurately what we produce. NUPLC is working on it because we recommended. NNPC is working on it. We recommended. But we need to get to a level where what we saw in Saudi Arabia. I went there and I went to Saudi Aramco. At their control room, you can track to last pint what oil is produced and where it is heading to the point of discharge. Then they have that figure. We don't have that technology yet. And so it is in other countries. And then look at, like you're also saying, look at the challenges of oil theft.
I was coming there.
So the leakages are not also properly accounted. So when you ask me if that represents the total production, honestly, it's difficult to say yes.
Now, in this report, really, I was coming to that issue. Does that report take account of oil theft?
Oh, yes.
And what recommendations is NATE making to tackle that challenge?
We have our recommendations, and I'll be able to offer you a copy of this report. It's also available on our website. One of the recommendations we made for tackling oil theft, the one you can know, is the first of all is to address the concerns of the host communities. The host communities don't believe they are stealing. They think we are the ones actually stealing from them. They say the oil is in their ancestral land, and they are taking what belongs to them. So who is stealing from who? That's their mentality. And they say, okay, if you don't want us to be seen to be stealing, provide us roads, give us water, give us access to health, access to education, make our host communities look like Abuja. Then you won't see any of it. Give our children a job. Transform this environment, because when you go to those host communities, they're in very pitiable condition. So you don't even have the moral justification to be asking them what is wrong with what they are doing, because the whole environment is messed up. They said most of them live in post-fallow, and the host communities are in their need of help. So to address this issue, let the host communities feel part of the impact of the resources that are within their vicinity. So that they can, when they are part owner, when they are feeling the impact positively, access to road, water, electricity, employment, they won't tamper with the oil. And then, like I went to a city in Stavanger, called Stavanger in Norway. That's the oil city in Norway, 2.5 hours from Oslo by air. If you get to that city, which should be like our own oil city like Port Harcourt, there's nobody in that city that will be looking to steal anything, because the city is transformed. Everything is automated, well developed, more than any other part of Norway. So, and you go to Qatar, you go to Bahrain, you go to Malta, or you go to the Kingdom of Kuwait or UAE. You see where the people feel the resources of their impact. And that's why crime is low in those areas, because oil theft is a crime. It's criminal activity. But when there is a lot of poverty, inadequacy, misery and suffering, people are bound to begin to do things that challenge normal sense of morality. So one area is to address the concerns of host communities. The other area is also to, which I recommended, I spoke to the Senate, because I served in the Presidential Committee on oil theft set up by the last administration. And we did a very, very constructive report which we presented to the government. The current National Security Advisor is doing a lot. We have seen it in our report. I'm not praising him because it's reflecting in our report, because the report we did showed that oil theft has dropped by 73%. It's in that report. So, and we're imagining that this didn't just happen without some. I think there's more collaboration now between the security agencies, and there's a policy, a kind of political will to really deal with the problem. So you need to have that political will to deal with the problem, address the concerns of host communities. Then the oil workers, anyhow, casualized, should stop. Because some of these boys that are well trained in connecting pipelines,
go back.
Stealing from the pipeline
for them.
Yes, it's some people, the same boys that are used to lay the pipelines, which is very highly automated, to go and bust the pipeline and drill oil. It requires skill and technology. So those boys that are used for drilling and that are laid off, they are already well skilled. When you lay them off, they don't have anything to do. Oil bunkers hire them to bust pipelines. So giving those kind of trained manpower jobs is very important. Then there need to be more collaboration between security agencies, because too much security is no security. You have army, you have navy, you have air force, you have police, you have national NSDC, civil defense. And they are all there, fine, but there should be collaboration and teamwork in terms of exchange of information, not any of them working at purposes. But more importantly, is to address the concerns of both host communities. I can't repeat that enough. Because if the host communities are take ownership of what is on there, they will help to protect those environments.
And Dr. Oji, I want to believe that these recommendations are contained in your report.
Yeah, they are in
I also want
report.
to believe that the Senate now has copies of these recommendations and you have interfaced with them. Permit me to ask you, what is the attitude of the legislators to this kind of recommendation? Because they will push it if we are going to solve these problems.
I must commend the chairman, House Senate Committee on Public Accounts for first of all initiating the interaction I had with them in the Senate a few years past. Because they invited us, they studied the report, and they asked very informed, and all members of that committee. But the next is on implementation. And now that they have heard from me and from Naiti, they have read the report, they are now considering a public hearing. And that public hearing will require bringing together the government, the stakeholders in the industry, including the civil society, including the companies and themselves, to bring out those issues we have recommended. It's my belief that after that very introduction, some action will be taken, because implementation of our report will go a long way.
Let me just, you and I, let's look at it together.
Yeah.
Who should take responsibility for addressing the concerns and needs of these host communities? Is it not the government? Must it be the companies that are doing business?
It's multi-stakeholders driven. Everybody has a role, including the host communities themselves. Because if you listen to government, and government tells you the efforts they have made, then you begin to wonder, were those opportunities created by government were utilized? In the Niger Delta, there's NDDC, Niger Delta Development Commission, there's Ministry of Niger Delta. There is also amnesty program. The PIA has provided for host community fund there. Now, if these efforts are channeled and properly managed transparently, most of those concerns would have been well addressed. But your guess is as good as mine. Whether those, so that's the rule. Government will tell you this is what we have done. Now, the host communities themselves, their leaders that interface with these agencies, are they accountable to their own people? Because host communities are led by people. Do they get what the opportunities that come, do they maximize them? That's another area. Then on the part of government, when you set up an institution, you also have a responsibility to also make sure those institutions deliver on their mandate. And the monitoring mechanism in place to make sure that then the companies will tell you, oh, we are remitting the amount required of us to NDDC. We are not responsible for providing, but they can't completely claim to wash their hands off. There are corporate that they have to do. If you do them, you will do them with passion. Because we went to one of the extractive companies, and I saw the relationship between them and their host community. Because the day we were coming, the community came out in large numbers. We were even afraid when we were going to welcome us. But they were very happy we were coming, because I now saw that same company has done a lot for the community. They constructed the access road, they built a school, and they told us that they don't normally have any
problems with the community.
No, they don't have any problem of insecurity and everything. And we saw it. So the companies need to do more in taking some kind of deepening their engagement with the communities. Then, above all, there must be communication between government, state, local government, and the communities. Because sometimes communities will need, so projects are started in communities that are not necessarily what they need at that time. So there's a lot that needs to happen. And that's why we, in Haiti, highlight all these things in our report, and we seek for audience with relevant government.
Well, I'm conversing with the Executive Secretary of Nigeria's Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, and listen to the core name, extractive industries. This conversation has been mostly about oil and gas and host communities, but extractive industries also include other minerals under the soil. We'll come to that aspect shortly. Just take a break and return. Please stay with us. Well, you're welcome back. I'm still in the studio with Dr. Oji Omoneoji, the Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. Now, before we went on that break, I re-emphasized the name of this organization, Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, which means it's not just oil and gas. It also includes solid minerals. They're supposed to track the transparency of the operations in the solid minerals sector. Before I ask Dr. Omoneoji the next question, I'm going to roll a very short tape from the National Assembly. If you watch it briefly, I continue with them.
Those involved in this illegal mining, they use choppers. They procure arms exactly the same way as our military were doing in the South. They give them arms. They use choppers to come and cut away the gold. And they take them out of this country and make billions of US dollars. And the federal government is not doing what it should be doing. I took this letter to the former president when I was national chairman of APC. And I said, call the general to give you more brief. In fact, what is happening, or what subsequently happened in that part of the country, was exactly what the general told me was going to happen. Because these guys have been weaponized by the illegal big men who deploy them, secure territories, and the weapon is meant to protect the Chinese and other foreigners who they actually employ to carry out the mining. And on occasion, they use the same weapon to carry out banditry, kidnapping, and all of the terrible things that are going on.
Thank you. Dr. Oji, in this clip, you may have heard, and I repeat, let me tell you, Mr. Adams Oshomole, former governor of Edo State, saying that illegal mining is being driven by retired generals. He said that on the floor of the Senate. The retired generals have taken him on since then, and he has refused to recant. The point I'm taking from there is that there seems to be a bazaar of illegality, illegal mining in Nigeria's solid mineral sector. Before this, all of us recall the mass death in Zamfara State over water poisoning from illegal gold mining. Former President Muhammadu Buhari did admit that illegal mining was stoking insecurity, to the point that illegal miners were flying solid minerals out of Nigeria. He in fact banned flights over Zamfara. Now, we are tracking developments in that sector. How healthy, what is the health of Nigeria's solid mineral sector?
Well, thank you very much. With due respect to
Adam Oshomole,
that is his view, and he's entitled to it. I'm not.
You're not a politician.
I'm not a politician, and I don't join issues with the political class. They are organs. So, I am focused on my job, and will speak on the basis of data from Haiti and on the limits of our mandate. From our report, what we find is that is there illegal mining going on in the sector? Yes. Is it very dominant in the sector? Yes. Is it leading to leakages in revenue? Yes. Is it contributing to insecurity in the sector? Maybe. I am not a security expert to establish that. But we know from our reports that our report doesn't cover security. So I can't comment on that. But I know that illegal mining is constantly reported in our report, and from our disclosures, we lose a lot of revenue through illegal mining. The potentials of that sector are huge. The revenue we get from that sector clearly
don't match its potentials.
Represent the potential of that sector. In 2021, Nigeria received only 193.59 billion naira in the sector. In 2022, we received 345.41 billion naira in that sector. This is a sector that should be reeling out revenue in dollars. In 2023, we received total payments, total government revenue received from that sector was $401.87 billion. In all of this, you find out that major revenue streams there are just taxes and then fees from licensing fees, not much. And if you look at the figure in terms of revenue we have collected from that sector, from 2007 to today, that sector has only yielded 1.56 trillion naira in between 2007 and 2023, a period of over 10 years. So a sector like that cannot be said to be doing well. This money is a far cry for what could be realized from that sector. Now, in 2021, the whole sector contribution to our GDP was less than 1%, 0.63%. And in 2022, the whole contribution of that sector to our GDP in 2022 was 0.83%, still less than 1%. The last report we did, the solid mineral sector contributed 0.75% in 2023. And then when I read out this data in facts and figures, let them bear the Senate, the senators were very disappointed and angry. And they said whether NAITI was actually reporting facts and whether we were collaborating with stakeholders in the sector. I said, yes, we were. They said, no, the activities they see in the sector do not match these figures. I said, I agree. But those activities, is there any way to see that the activities represent money that goes into government coffers? There can be activity, but those activities, are they accounted for? That's where I agree with you. There's illegal mining. But who is perpetuating it and who is responsible? That's not, NITI has not in a position to identify. Those are security matters that we can't delve into. And political leaders can make their own informed decisions and pronouncements. We are not joining those issues with them. But our facts agree that the potential of that sector are far undermined and not yielding dividends. So we explained that in our work, we collaborate with the ministry, we collaborate with all the stakeholders in the sector, including miners. But there are fundamental reform problems that need to happen in the oil, in the solid mineral sector. If you want the solid minerals sector to really perform optimally, one is legislation. The 2007 Minerals Act is old, archaic, and should be reviewed and updated to match with the current digital age. Investors need an environment where they can come in and go out. They can bring in capital, invest, leave their profits, and go without obstruction. They also need a free entry and a free exit where, for instance, the mining licenses are issued in Abuja. You will arrive in the state where the mining activities take place. You go to the ministry, the land in the state is vested in the hand of the state governor, who we ask you where you have a mining license. Okay, you are welcome. Go and mine now. Where is your land? You say the land is under me. I'm not aware of what the license you have. So there is that dichotomy. Then you get to the host community. There is another land with the local government is another convoluted structure. How do we harmonize this law in such a way that states, local government, and federal all have a stake in the whole process, so that once you are issued a mining license, some of these obstacles are already laid there. You go straight into, maybe if you are engaging with the communities under community development agreement. No one wants to go through all these challenges because time is money. An investment in the solid mineral sector requires a lot of time for you to begin to reap the benefits. So legal reforms are required. I don't know how that can be done. These experts can look at it. We in NIT have expressed a recommendation that we stop there. We allowed the industry experts to look at it. But what we know is that the way the legal structure is contained is a major hindrance. The other one is specifically on fiscal regime. The current royalty rates in the sector is decimally too low. And it was reviewed recently, but it still needs to be upwardly reviewed. In the oil and gas industry, the PIA is very specific. It has a very optimal competitive legal fiscal regime that determines who gets what and how on the basis of revenue. Then the third one is that if you check the solid mineral sector, we've highlighted this. There is no standing company that is driving investment in the sector, whether it's publicly owned or privately owned. Like you go to the oil and gas industry, you have the NNPC. When you want to invest in Nigeria, in the oil and gas, you can't do so without talking to NNPC in one way or the other. You go to the gas industry, you have NLNG. They are there. In the oil and in the solid mineral, none. The Nigerian Mining Corporation was collapsed, and no, there's no replacement. You need such a company. It's like now the sector is like a captain, a football team without a captain. The ministry should be restricted to policy guidance and direction. The ministry cannot be the regulator. They can also not serve as the driver of investment. But they can guide the investment decisions with policy. So these are the issues we are looking at. When reform is initiated in the solid mineral sector, we will know, and Nigerians will be able, experts in waiting for that opportunity will come and make contribution. So we recommended an executive bill right from the president, initiated by the ministry, simply similar to the petroleum industry. But the challenge we have with the PIA, which I highlighted yesterday, was that when PIA was passed, it recommended that there should be a national strategic plan to guide implementation. There is none. I was in the presidential committee to draft the strategic plan. We started meeting before the new administration, but we didn't conclude our assignment and we didn't produce any report. So if we have a new legislation in the solid mineral sector, it should be backed up with a plan, because that plan will now specify regulations that need to be drafted from the law, because a law alone is not enough. When you pass a law, you now draft regulations.
That will guide implementation.
Yes, guide implementation. There should be a regulation on fiscal regime, regulation on licensing, regulation on even policy. There are a lot of regulations that will guide each particular aspect. So a strategic plan to guide any new law, as important as that has to do with investment, needs to be in place. You can't implement the PIA without. That's our view. Those who disagree will say, oh, you can't, implementation will not be able, you won't be able to track and measure and track progress. So we have made comprehensive recommendations on how the solid mineral sector can be liberalized. For us now, it's regimented. The states, if the state government wants to invest, it's not very easy. Local government wants to invest, it's not, individuals want to invest, it's not very easy. And yet, the amount of potential in terms of revenue available in the solid mineral sector is enormous. Every nook and cranny of our Nigerian communities and local governments and states across the country have one form of solid minerals or not, or the other. And there is abundance, that's abundance everywhere. But now, these revenues I'm talking to you is just revenues that we are getting from Dangote.
That trickle in.
Dangote from limestone, quarrying, limestone, and gravel. That's all. We're not talking of copper, we're not talking of diamond, we're not talking of gold, and so on. So a lot needs to happen. The minister has the zeal, has the passion. We have had meetings with him. He needs support. The ministry needs funding, and at least to be able to push for this reform to commence. But stakeholders in the industry should not just lay back and be complaining. We have
stakeholders, in the course of this conversation, you made an analogy that if you enter the oil sector, there is a process already established. If you get a license to go into the solid mineral sector, you get to the states, they say, okay, you have your license now, go and mine. The land belongs to us. You go to local government, you say, go and mine now. You need the collaboration of the states and local governments. I became worried at that point. And I said, if I get my license from the federal government to mine oil, because oil is mining.
Yeah, that's true.
To mine oil, I'm allocated my, what do they call it? My block. I move in and I mine. I don't get bogged down by state government. I don't get bogged down by local government, because understanding between me, a contract between me and the federal government. Why will I be bogged down when it comes to license to mine gold?
Well, the structure of the two extractives are different. In the oil, you have upstream.
Let me interrupt you.
Yeah.
Both are owned by the federal government, because they are minerals under the ground.
Yeah. But the participation of various arms of government on each of them are different. Like I'm just trying to have oil in the upstream, you have downstream, you have midstream. Every activity about mining of solid mineral is on the surface. So, which conflicts with the opportunities for dairy farming by the
host communities.
And then
Dr. Oji, I must phrase this your argument, your presentation here, because for more than 30 years, those in the oil industry, communities in the oil industry, have also raised the same concerns as may be raised by those hosting solid minerals.
Let me say the consciousness about oil and gas is not as it is in the solid minerals. Remember, the solid minerals was the first mining that was started in Nigeria before the discovery of oil. So the question you should be asking, how was it done that time?
Or how did this solid minerals go down?
Yes, and then
the point has become contentious, reviving it.
Your concern is as good as mine. These are issues that will define and shape the reform that we're talking about. It's not something here you can stay here and fashion out. There are experts in this area. What we need to know, and we believe, and we are sure, is that something is wrong with the solid mineral sector. We're also sure that there are a lot of potentials that are completely overlooked and abandoned. We're equally sure that that sector needs help. How that help can come, how it can work, these are issues of policymakers and industry experts, and they are available in Nigeria, and they are ready to help. We need this discussion to start. And the Solid Minerals Ministry are singing a low voice. We need people to amplify their voice. If you go to that ministry, you will also know that they are passionate about what I'm saying. They have their own issues, but dealing with them over the years as we have done, I mean, they need support.
Okay, Dr. Ojileto giving them support this morning. At the opening of this conversation, you said the activities of NAITI will help transparency, will help make sure that monies that are earned go to where they ought to go, and people benefit from the resources of their nations. You gave me a lot of examples of poverty, insecurity, poor health, even amidst the financial plenty that ought to be coming from all these minerals. The Nigerian experience. How well have the activities of NAITI been helping to drive the lower Nigerian persons benefiting from the quantum of resources, financial resources accruing from our mineral sector?
Thank you very much. Our impacts are both qualitative and quantitative, and some are also imaginary. You see it, but you can hardly. It takes time to feel it. Let me start with when we started. By the time we started, 19 started in 2000, hardly will you be discussing issue of oil and gas line because the whole industry was opaque. People didn't know who was doing what in the industry, no information. The few people that had that information put it to themselves to their chest, and oil was an elephant. That oil and gas, even believing that working there is an opportunity. A lot of people, including at our age, may not have seen crude oil that unrefined. What you see is PMS, a raw crude oil. Many Nigerians have not seen them. So it is to the extent that information in that sector was hidden. But today, through the work of NAITI, information on oil and gas industry is everywhere and data. You visit our website. So if you just write NAITI on your phone, you will see our website. It will pop up immediately. And then you now see the amount of information we have provided. It is because of that information that people have now used that information to be promoting public debate ahead, including the media, like what we are discussing now. Now we know how much we earned from oil in 2021, $23.04 million. Nigeria earned before such information is hidden. We know that every Nigerian can know that we earned $35.78 billion in oil and gas last year in 2022, 2021, 23.04 billion, and 2023, 30.86 billion, and so on and so forth. We can also give you figure on what transpired in the sector between 2014 and 2023, who earned what, and who is. We can also tell you how much quantity of crude that were produced. In fact, we have figure of how much we have earned from oil from 1999 to date. As at today, between 1999, when we embraced democracy and Nigeria joined EITI, $831.14 billion represent the total amount of money
And from oil
sector, oil and gas sector. That is, with this data, you can ask question. What did you use the money for? You can ask a informed question, and through that discussion, change and reforms can happen. That's why I tell you that some of our impacts are in the area of making data and information available, which is very, very important for citizens' engagement, education, and civic engagement. The second thing we can know is that we talked about petroleum industry bill. It was NAITI's report that raised the alarm that the only law in the sector was the Petroleum Act of 1959, enacted 1 year before Nigerian independence. NAITI raised the alarm in our report that we need a new law. that is current and dynamic. Although the PIA lasted 80 years in the National Assembly, they will now have a law. The credit of raising that issue is that of NAITI. NAITI, you saw us in the National Assembly. There are so many MOUs and agreements that oil companies entered into with our governments and various agencies that sometimes we forget to renew them. We forget to update them. All of those, we track them, and all of them are up to date. There are also revenues we have recovered through our reports. Last report we published, we announced that $6.01 billion were outstanding to be paid by companies in terms of taxes, various taxes, and these revenues we have written to FIRS to go and collect them. NUPRC, the regulator, are also the ones to collect rents, collect royalty. We have also identified their portion of that money. In addition, another 66 billion naira. These are impacts, revenue generation, domestic resource mobilization. We have also told you of how NAITI's reports informs investment decisions. When people abroad, all over the world, when you sleep in a hotel, if you want to make a good hotel, you go online and see their rating. Most of these things don't matter much in Nigeria. That's why people try to improve efficiency. You go and see how the hotel, the comments of those. When people want to come to make investment, they're unknown to our people. They go to NAITI website. They go to NRG, National Resource Governance Index. First of all, they find out if your country is a member of global EITI. If it is, what is the report of the local EITI saying about the sector? To make investment report. In our last validation, which is the global assessment, we scored 72 over 100, recording highest on credibility of data. Those are credits that. So the NAITI report, as the chief executive of Signature TV remarked when we were discussing with him during the courtesy call to my organization, he was asking how we were able to manage our relationship with government, the civil society, and then the industry, and then we still have our. It's because of the credibility of data. When we present facts to government, they don't argue with us. They work with it. They are happy. You don't go to government without your facts. We present facts in forms of advice. Government listens. So government makes use of our report for informed decision and national. And finally,
Dr. I would like to conclude, please, because there's something you raised I want you to also tie together.
Yeah.
These unpaid taxes, unpaid revenues you've identified in your reports, how do you make sure that indeed those agencies recover those monies?
No, we work with them. It's in their interest to recover them. We work with them because when they collect the money, they collect percentage of collection. We collect nothing. You understand? They are entitled to 4% allowed by them by law to collect. We're entitled to nothing. So we're working with them. The FIRS is a member of our board. NNPC is a member of our board. So they will work with them. We are closely working together. We disagree and agree. When our facts are laid bare, we ask them dispute the facts. If they are not, then put us right. Most times we agree. If we are, before our reports are published, we do a lot of exchange of information to make sure that the facts are correct. So we need their cooperation. We work together. We work together. They are working on it, and they may not be as fast as we expect, but they are our partners.
And seeing the oil companies sign off to this, they're also willing to pay.
Yes. When I'm owing you and you are not asking me to pay, what should I be so? What's my interest in trying to pay you? You should come to ask for your money. If you don't, I invest the money somewhere. When you are ready, I could even pay you for the profit I've made. So if you sleep on your right, there's nothing I can do. If the debtor has the responsibility to hold the money, as long as the creditor is not interested to collect his money. But if you are owing me and I give you sleepless night, you pay me and you have your peace. So, and then there should also be the sanction component of it, because in other jurisdictions, you don't, if you owe tax, it's a big offense. So, tied to the impact, we also exchange regular information with anti-corruption agencies and relevant security agencies to track money laundering through illegal mining, to track terrorism financing, to track, there are so many information and data that we share, you know, and so the impact of our organization is huge, very huge.
Huge, very huge, and this conversation has been huge, very huge. I hope that you followed us all through our conversation this morning. I've been speaking with Dr. Oji Ogbonna, the Executive Secretary of Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. I think it's in our collective interest to follow their activities, really, because there's so much I've learned this morning, and I hope you have also benefited. On your behalf, let me thank Dr. Oji for coming to the program.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I thank the management and the team of Signature TV for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and my name is Mwabo Njoku. Good morning.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Obiora Ilo. Today I have an African. I like to refer to a different kind of African. A man who fought in the trenches in South Africa, though he was not black, but he stood with the blacks and fought for the freedom of South Africa. He fought for a South Africa where neither the white nor the black was going to be dominated. In the process of doing that, he partnered and worked with other great names in South Africa. He went to prison at a young age and suffered for what he believed in. It is my pleasure to welcome Dennis Theodore Goldberg.
Good day to you. Good to be here.
Yeah, Mr. Goldberg, you're welcome.
Thank you.
In 1960, you went to prison.
Yes.
And in 1963 and 1964, you stood alongside the great Nelson Mandela,
yes,
facing what many described even then as the trial of the century. Can you look back and tell me about those days?
Well, we had taken up arms to conduct an armed struggle against the apartheid racism by law, backed up by armed force, massive armed forces and police force. Any civilian peaceful protests were met with force. People were shot dead, there were massacres, there were imprisonments. Even the women protesting at a huge march to the seat of government in Pretoria, the police turned their dogs on them, ripped their beautiful dresses to pieces. And you mustn't mess with the women. They inspired the men to fight back even harder. That was 1956, I think. And so there was a need to put an end to this violence. But there was the need to put an end to the indignity of apartheid. Black people were treated as though they were not people. In South Africa, the hierarchy was whites, then people called colored, and then people called Indian, Asian, and then Africans, who were 2/3 of the population, who had no political rights, could not vote, could not sit in parliament, could not go on strike, that was illegal, had to get permission if they wanted to go from the countryside to the city to work, and if they got permission had to leave their wives and children behind. What sort of a country is that? How growing up, as I did in World War II, where even white South Africa joined Britain and the other allies against Nazi Germany, against racism, against domination and control. And yet in South Africa, we practiced all the very things that we were fighting against. So even as a little boy, I mean, I was 12 at the end of World War II, I knew this was wrong. My parents were political activists. They'd come from England. They rejected racism. We had people of all races in our house. I knew people. I respected them. We'd sit at supper. There's one little potato left, and I would want it, and my mother would offer it to a visitor. Doesn't matter if he's black or white. Family hold back. You serve your guests. You respect people. And so this is what I learned. And as I grew up, I wanted to be an engineer. I wanted to build houses and railways and roads and bridges for people. That was my dream. And I was able to get to university because I'm a white kid. And my father had a tough time keeping me there, but he made it. Education's important, of course. And then I discovered I could build for white South Africans, not black South Africans, not for people. So first you change the country, then you can be an engineer. And it took too long, so I never became an engineer again. Why get involved? Because it was wrong. And not just that the police operated in brutal ways and racism by law, and hundreds of thousands of people went to prison every year under the past laws that controlled the lives of black South Africans. Children died of starvation in a rich country. In the Eastern Cape province, where Nelson Mandela comes from, half of all children were dead by age 5 years from hunger, lack of medical care. For whites, there was one doctor for 400 people, and then specialists and hospitals on top. For black South Africans, one doctor for 80,000 people. Better in Soweto, in the black townships, one doctor for 3,000 people. I mean, the total injustice of it. And who created the wealth? Black mine workers, black laborers, black workers. And so apartheid wasn't just about racism. Racism was the instrument of creating cheap labor. I like to say cheap labor makes fat profits. In the gold mines, in industries, in factories, in commerce, in transport, in the quarries. That's where the wealth of our country comes from. And people weren't sharing in it. And half of our people were never employed in the formal economy, over half. They were kept in the reserves. 2/3 of the population were given 13% of the land. Whites took the best land for themselves. Why? You can't make a living off the land, you've got to go to work. And you've got to go to work for whatever wage you can get, because you've got to pay taxes in money. A hut tax, a wife tax, a dog tax. I'm putting them together deliberately that way. And a cow tax and so on. And if the man got the job, then he had to send money home to keep the family, but he couldn't take the family with him. So the family was broken. The children grew up without their dads. It's not good for children. And I grew up knowing all of this. And I knew black workers went on strike, and I knew the women protested. And I felt I had to help, otherwise I'm part of the brutality. Okay. I didn't want to be part of the brutality.
Okay, you know, a lot of Africans who are not South Africans keep wondering whether that was South Africa the way it had always been. But I remember that apartheid was backed by law in 1948.
Yeah.
What was life in South Africa before 1948 when the National Party came and constitutionalized apartheid?
You know, it was a change in the sense of intensifying the racial segregation. It was called racial segregation under British colonial rule, and then English-based industry and commerce and dominant English. And then the Afrikaners always wanted their place in the sun as whites. But they had to play catch-up. They weren't in the big business field. They'd been kept out of it. How were they going to catch up? They were going to use government and laws to create the conditions where they could get rich quick. And in 20 years, there was a stratum of very rich white Afrikaans-speaking South Africans who were made partners with English-speaking South Africans to exploit black workers much more intensively. But for over 300 years, we've had racial segregation, nearly 400 years now, ever more intense. It was a way when diamonds, it was always there when farmers settled and they took the land and stole the cattle. And when the indigenous people took the cattle back again, they called them thieves and had wars. And the British Empire took control in 1806 during the Napoleonic Wars. It took a whole century to conquer South Africa. And they had troops from all over the British Commonwealth, India and Australia and New Zealand and Canada and so on, to fight the African people. And they conquered them one tribe after another. And the Zulu people were the last to be conquered. In 1906, King Bambata of the Zulu people, he trained his people to use firearms. And they put up a tremendous resistance, but they couldn't fight against the whole army. And the British, when they'd conquered the Zulu people, they cut off Chief Bambata's head and put it on a pike staff and carried it around to say, you see what happens to you when you fight against the British. They called themselves civilized.
And that gave rise to, of course, the African National Congress, yeah. Civil disobedience.
Yes, what do you call it? Gandhiist ideas of yes. Peaceful, passive resistance. But, you know, it wasn't like India, where in a country of 400 million people at the time, 10,000 British soldiers and administrators controlled everything. They could go home. In South Africa, there were millions of whites. Nobody wanted them. And so, in effect, they became part of South Africa, and they couldn't be driven out unless you killed them. And in South Africa, fortunately, I think, for white people and African people themselves, there is this philosophy of African humanism. We call it Ubuntu. We are who we are only through other people. In other words, we must be respectful and equal. And apartheid could not be equal. Not just because of the violence, but because it was inherently unequal. And so our people said enough's enough.
The Sharpeville massacre was one event that jolted the world.
Indeed.
It opened the eyes of the world to what was going on in South Africa. Tell me what happened and how, I mean, watching from a very close point, how you could describe the events of that year.
You know, the gradual development of anti-pass law campaigns, for men especially, but they wanted to impose them on women as well. And there was great rivalry between the African National Congress and the Pan-Africanist Congress, which broke away from the ANC over the Freedom Charter, which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it. And the Pan-Africanist Congress said, no, it belongs only to black South Africans. And so we were all our political movements were working to put an end to the pass laws. And the PAC called for a huge protest rally at Sharpeville near Johannesburg. And some thousands of people gathered to hand in their passbooks as a way of peaceful protest. The police opened fire and shot 69 people dead in just a few minutes. They said they were shot at. It was never true. They wounded, I think, 189 people. In Cape Town, 3 were murdered. I live in Cape Town. And some, I don't remember how many, were wounded. But Parliament sits in Cape Town. It was in session. And the next morning, some 30,000 people marched out of the black townships to Parliament to protest. Of course, the police stopped them. A young student, Philip Khasana, led the march in little short pants. And he was induced to speak to the chief of police, who then arrested him. And the Parliament declared a state of emergency. Some 20,000 people were arrested. And the world really did sit up and take notice. And I think that was really the birth of the worldwide anti-apartheid movement. So that our struggle internally had backing from people all over the world. Western governments, their people tried to force them to act because they supported apartheid, they supported the investment of big business, mines, industry. The countries of Eastern Europe, the Soviet bloc, supported our struggle directly with formal committees guided from above to provide solidarity from masses of people. And all of this made it a worldwide issue. Eventually, the British Commonwealth met the heads of state and said they were going to expel South Africa over its policies, racial policies, the new countries independent in Africa, Ghana and Nigeria and so on. And the South African government under Dr. Verwoerd withdrew before they could be expelled. And then said they were going to create a republic. And we called a protest because the whites only voted for a republic. And we didn't mind if we were a republic or we had a queen. That wasn't important. What was important was that the constitution of the new republic, white republic, said there shall never be equality in church and state between black and white. But the whole movement of our people through our Freedom Charter, for example, where 10,000 of meetings were held, where people could say what they wanted, our move from between African, coloured and Indian people and the African National Congress and the Congress Alliance was for a non-racial South Africa. We called it multiracial in those days. And here we were entrenching racism. So a general strike was called. And the apartheid government called out all its soldiers, 200,000 armed people, to crush this strike. We called it a stay at home because striking was illegal for black workers, but staying at home was a little legal nicety. And they simply crushed it with armed force and forced people back to work at gunpoint. And so our people started talking of taking up arms. There was a treason trial. The apartheid government said the Freedom Charter was high treason. How could you change the government unless you used force? The very basis of it. So that's high treason. Trial went on for 4 years. 156 people arrested. And the great leaders were together every day. Even during the state of emergency, black leaders all together. It was like being in permanent political plenary session. In the end, after 4 years, they were found not guilty. But there was a new strength of purpose in the Congress Alliance. And there were individuals who wanted to go out and commit acts of terrorism, random acts against any white. And since the ANC, led by the Youth League in the 1940s, had said, no, people are people and all must have equal rights.
I want to take you back to 1961.
Yeah.
The apartheid struggle was, kind of copied what Mahatma Gandhi had done in India, violent resistance. But in 1961, the struggle changed
Yes.
with the founding of Nkonto Wesizwe.
You say it very well.
What brought about that transition?
I think two major events, the Sharpeville massacre and then the crushing of the general strike in 1961, and the determination of the apartheid government to crush all peaceful protest. There was nothing more we could do peacefully. And our people were saying, we can't go on like this. In 1961, I was asked to go out to one of the townships about 120 kilometers from my home, a small town in the north of Cape Town, to take pamphlets to say we're going on strike. Chief Lutuli has burnt his pass and he's calling a general strike against the Republic. And I got there. I went to visit comrades who put me in the back of a van, covered me with sacks so I couldn't be seen, to drive me into a black township because it was illegal for me to go in. And I met with the local committee of the ANC with these leaflets. And they said, comrade, we can't do it. Our people suffered so badly, lost their jobs after the 1960 Sharpeville massacre and the protest. They're still trying to recover. If we call on them to go on strike, they won't. And so we have to find a new way. You have to be able to protect our people. We have to collectively protect our people from the might of the apartheid state. And so there were individuals who were going out and committing acts of terror. That was the mood of our people. You can't go on an armed struggle unless people are ready to go. So Nelson Mandela and Joe Slovo of the Communist Party and others were arguing for this. But it meant that you had to persuade the various executive provincial committees and executives of the African National Congress and the other Congress organizations that this was the right move. You take up arms, you know the state is going to crack down. You're putting your lives on the line. Maybe they'll put everybody in prison. Maybe they'll kill thousands of people. That's been happening in other countries. And so Nelson Mandela, who had left South Africa illegally, to travel through Africa to meet political leaders and find out what support there was for this idea. He got some military training in Algeria as well, came back, eluded the police for 11 months or more, and then was betrayed and arrested and sent to prison for 5 years. But they didn't know he was the actual commander of this Umkhonto Wesizwe. That they only found when they raided the Rivonia Lilliesleaf Farm headquarters in 1963 and found his diaries. And our lawyers said, why do you have such a sense of history? You keep notes of every illegal thing you've done. But what the diaries showed, I'm leaping ahead a bit, what it showed was that we're not terrorists. We were setting out to overthrow a tyrannical regime, and our policy was that we would try to avoid taking life. We would act against symbols of apartheid, the offices where the passes were issued, post offices, police stations, power lines. But the police didn't have the same attitude. Death was no problem for the police, none at all. And so, why did it change in 1961? Because the time was right. There was no way forward through peaceful protest. They were determined to hold on to power, and our people said no.
looking back to those days, the ferocity, the impunity of the white government, they were ready to kill, they were ready to destroy, they were ready to throw people into prison, life sentence and all that. And here you were, about 29 years, and you didn't bother about what could have happened to you. You could have died. I mean, when you were being smuggled into the black townships, anything could have happened to you.
True.
What was driving you? What was at the back of your mind? What was it that made you sacrifice your privileges as a white person?
And my family and their privileges and my kids. Why did I do it? Because it was necessary. I could not be part of the injustice and making the injustice. My conscience would not allow it. I told you before, I grew up during World War II. I was filled with the heroism of people who fought behind the Nazi lines at the risk of their lives, even young people, to be free. And if they could do it, why couldn't we do it? And if the people of Vietnam could fight the French and then the Japanese, then the French, and the people of Algeria could fight the French and fight the French and fight the French, and the people of Cuba could be struggling for freedom, why couldn't our people? It was the right thing to do.
But you were white. They were not your people.
Yes, they were my people. All people are my people. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's about justice. It's about equality. It's about respect for human dignity and life. It's about not using race to exploit people, not using race to kill people. It's about wanting to be able to choose my friends because I like them and they like me, not because of the color of their skin.
You didn't fear for your life?
Yes, of course I did. You take up arms against the state, they're going to kill you.
Or was it youthful exuberance?
Maybe we were a bit romantic, but I didn't expect to survive it. I would if it was great luck, you know, good fortune. But you take up arms, you run the risk of death. But people are dying every day from apartheid, not just murder and violence, from the system.
Let me take you back to the trials.
Yeah.
Because for the world, that was Nelson Mandela's coming of age. Yeah. That was when the world saw the inside of him.
That's right.
And saw the strength of his character. Yeah. Tell me about it. Here was a man who faced the risk of a life sentence, even faced the risk of being killed. And he stood up to the whites and made that very, very wonderful speech that has become one of the greatest speeches the world had ever seen.
And he was standing there, next to him was Walter Sisulu, then me, and Govan Mbeki and Ahmed Kathrada and Rusty Bernstein, Elias Matsoledi and Andrew Mlangeni. And Nelson Mandela makes his speech impassioned. No shouting. No, it was a very reasoned speech. It was to show why we took up arms, why he had led this. He said openly, I called for it. He called for it himself. And when he ended with this in effect, he's saying to the judge, hang me if you dare to. Oh, by the way, hang Walter, hang Dennis, hang us all. And what I remember is just sheer pride in sharing this moment. The man had such elegance. There was strain in his voice, but he wasn't shouting. And when he finished, there was an absolute silence, a long drawn-out silence in the court. What a moment to share of his greatness, and to think of ours, because he was challenging the judge to hang us. And the death threat was real, and the prosecution wanted it. And I know that because I was white and a technical expert, and the judge making a remark with, ask that clever engineer number 3 accused and he'll tell you something. Showed his own hatred, because I'm white and I'm betraying white South Africa. Nelson Mandela, and we all thought he could be hanged. I thought maybe they would hang me because if Nelson was hanged, then there would be an uprising. If they hanged me, white South Africa would be very pleased. My comrades would protest, but they wouldn't rise up for me. I wasn't senior enough. It wasn't that important. Important enough, but not that important. In the end, Nelson made his speech. We all gave our evidence. Elias Matsoledi made a wonderful speech from the dock. Didn't give evidence, saying why he had been a political activist, what acts were done against him and his people, the theft of the land, the starvation, the disease. Andrew Mlangeni, the same.
Were you asked to make a speech?
No, I insisted that I be able to give evidence. The lawyers were worried that I would make it worse for myself, because my defense against the threat of death was to make jokes. And maybe the judge would get angry with me. But I wanted to give evidence. I wanted to be able to say why I did what I did, like I'm trying to explain now. It wasn't because I wanted to kill, it's because I wanted to put an end to the killing. Really, that was our motive for all of us.
You know, we look at it now and it's history. You're telling me a story. But in 63, 64, you were staring death in the face, standing in that court.
I was very thin and I just turned sideways round the gallows. What can I say to you? I hoped we wouldn't die. I didn't want to die. But I too was prepared to die for our people to be free.
What did your parents think of you then?
Oh, my parents were very proud of me. The day I was sentenced to life imprisonment, or the next day, my mother said that her life was fulfilled through me. I wasn't just her little boy anymore, I was her comrade. And I was proud.
That was what she said?
Yeah, yeah. But our people, the day we were sentenced to life imprisonment, my mother couldn't hear what the judge said. He spoke so quietly. She said, "What is it?" And I said, "It's life, and life's wonderful." We all smiled a little bit, then we laughed because we'd escaped the death sentence. Nelson as well. And then when I look back at the way our history has evolved and the role Nelson Mandela has since played, how lucky we are as a country and as a world that people like Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu and Govan Mbeki, the father of our second president, and my other comrades and me, that our lives were spared and we could take part in rebuilding our country and making sure it didn't go down in flames.
You know, you were a young man. You had this brilliant life in front of you, but you chose to stay and fight and ended up in prison at a very early age.
Yeah.
But even before all this time, you wanted to be an engineer.
I was a graduate civil engineer.
And but you still went to school while you were in prison?
We were allowed to study by correspondence through a distance learning University of South Africa. Mm-hmm. And I took a degree in public administration because I thought I have to be ready for when we take power. I finished that degree very quick, 5 years. But it took 22 years, 30 years before I could have been an administrator. I was sure they could not last that long. Then I did a bachelor degree in history and geography. And part of studying was for the lights to stay on at night, otherwise you had to go to sleep as soon as about 8 o'clock. How can you sleep for 10 hours every night with nothing to do? Then I did a degree in library science, because that's all there was left for me to study. And that took a long time. And then eventually they said we could study second level degrees, so I started a law degree. And I got halfway through it, so I'm half a lawyer.
When you were released?
And then I got released. Enough lawyers around, I never finished the degree.
Tell me a typical day in prison.
It changed over the years, but around about 5 o'clock you would hear the shovels going as they were putting coal into the boilers to cook the breakfast, make the pap. And then around about 6 o'clock they'd come and open your grill, and an officer would come around to inspect you. He'd walk past, you know, he's inspected you. Then they'd let us out for about half an hour to go and empty out toilet buckets and wash and clean the bucket. And then come back, then they'd bring our food in a chipped enamel bowl. Sometimes they put the bread in the pup. It was nice bread at first. Otherwise they put the bread on the floor. There was no respect for prisoners. It doesn't matter white or black. And then we had a couple of hours where we had to work sewing mail bags, repairing old post sacks. We're just keeping us busy. Filthy work, insisting we don't talk to each other. In winter in Pretoria, I was in prison in Pretoria, not Robben Island. Temperature goes down to very cold, sometimes frosty, you know, 0, but 2-3 degrees, and then it warms up a bit. But in the prison courtyard where we sat was 3 stories high, no sunlight. And you sit for 3 hours and you can hardly move afterwards, you're so stiff. Then they'd lock us up for lunch for a couple of hours while the warders went off. Then we'd have another afternoon session of work. And the day ends, 3:30, locked up. And then you're alone for 18 hours till they opened up the next morning.
You were in a white prison in Pretoria.
Yeah.
And this was the situation in a white prison.
Yeah.
How could it have been in a black prison?
Well, they say everything is culturally arranged. So we got meat most days of the week, but on one day of the week we got fish. And there were vegetables and there was rice. And they said it was a balanced diet. But if you scratched yourself, it didn't heal. There was a lack of vitamins, lack of sunlight. And it's not really about the food you eat, unless it's impossible. I mean, I ate soup every night, made from powder, in prison, every night for 22 years.
Is that milk?
Soup.
Soup?
Soup. Bean soup, pea soup, ground up green peas. Not very nice. I still love soup, but real soup. And what was it like on Robben Island? Separate diet scale for black Africans. Separate clothing. Short pants, no socks, open sandals. For colored prisoners, long trousers. Better food. For Indians, also like colored people. They said this was culturally arranged. It took a very long time to get equality of clothing and food served by the prison services. It was a battle fought in prison for rights. Never stopped.
So outside prison, you fought for rights. Inside prison, you fought for rights too.
And in prison, it cost you stomach ulcers and illness. It took 15 years for us to win their respect and to be treated as decent people. Sometimes they still tried nasty things.
Yeah, I said there was something you said that attracted my attention so much, that even while you were in prison on a life sentence.
Yeah.
You were dreaming of working in a free South Africa.
Yes.
And you were trying to get degrees.
Yes.
What gave, what gave strength to this dream?
Well, I was surprised it took so long. I thought apartheid would be dead, not from a romantic view. It had so many inherent weaknesses that I thought it would collapse much earlier. It's a lesson in history. It takes a long time. Everywhere but you have to make the start. You can't say, well, if it takes 5 years, okay, otherwise I give up. What does the strength come from? Maybe we just believed that we could win. And you know, our movement made us symbols of freedom. When I said Oliver Tambo made Nelson Mandela famous, Free Mandela became the worldwide campaign. But he stood for all political prisoners. And there were buttons and badges and posters and things with my face as well. All of us, in the Rivonia trial. They made us famous, you know.
So in 1985,
yeah,
you were released from prison.
Yes.
But it was a life sentence. Why did they change their mind?
Governments reserve the right to change their minds. Actually, my visitor friend, a woman who really was my visitor for 14 years, her husband was a lawyer, one of our defense lawyers. She went to see the Minister of Justice to say, it's time that Dennis is released. And he said he'd give her half an hour, and he gave her over an hour. And he took notice of what she said, because he said, he told one of the diplomats, and I heard about it afterwards, he's not only the top lawyer, he's a leading politician. What happens if elderly people like Mandela die in prison? There'll be trouble. So we better start thinking about what to do. I was the guinea pig. They offered me release on conditions, and I accepted, because I believed it was necessary to move things forward, to negotiate. 5 years later, the others having been released in between, Nelson Mandela was released to negotiate. Everything I asked for in a letter I wrote to the apartheid president before my release, not pleading for myself, pleading for a change of policy for our country, came to pass in 5 years. So I accepted the release, came out, and was politically active like I've never been before. Really and truly, I traveled the world talking about our struggle, winning solidarity, winning financial support, winning political support, not just from people, from governments. That was my task. Why did they release me? Because they had to. The big Western powers wanted an end to this situation. The Cold War was coming to an end. If they could get Cuba out of Africa, they would be happy. All of it came together.
So you traveled the world,
yes,
making the case for the ANC and the future of South Africa.
Yes.
And I was wondering, at what point did family come into this story?
I arrived back in England, and my wife, after a little while, said she felt cheated.
Were you married before you went to prison?
Oh yes, and we had 2 children, and my children, who had been 8 years and 6 years, were now 30 and 28 years old. And my wife, who was a beautiful young woman in her 30s, was now close on 60. She said my little country cottage had become a big mansion. And I was bald and old with gold-rimmed spectacles. But I had to be active. My comrades were still in prison. And she felt cheated because I wasn't home with her.
Even when you were out of prison?
Even when I came out of prison.
And she had waited for over 20 years.
Yeah. And she supported me in what I was doing. She gave me a home, she gave me love. I could not live on the allowance the ANC gave me. It was less than half of a street sweeper's pay. We had a struggle. It wasn't about living well. And so I travelled the world and I spoke at the United Nations Special Committee on a couple of occasions. Made some pretty good speeches as well, I have to say. Raised huge amounts of support for our people and our struggle. Persuaded governments to give financial support for the welfare of our prisoners and their families. And slowly, slowly, the West began to say, we better get rid of apartheid or we lose all our investments, and put pressure. And so Mandela's released, and the day we were sentenced, the head of prison security, a colonel, was very angry with me because I said, you look so happy about the sentences, the life sentence. He said, they should have hanged you. You'll never walk out of here on your own feet. We'll carry you out feet first in a coffin. He's really angry and bitter. We all walked out. But Nelson walked out to the world's television cameras. He arrives at the gate of the prison in this convoy of cars, and he gets out of the car, takes his wife's hand, and walks into freedom. It was a long walk to freedom.
Very long walk to freedom.
You see. And what a moment that was, of rejoicing, of delight, that in the end the apartheid government had to release him or go down in flames. It was very important. I was in England, sitting in a television studio commenting and telling the story about Mandela walking out, not in a coffin. And you know, what people forget is that in the 4 years from his release to him becoming president, during peaceful negotiations, the apartheid state killed at least 10,000 people through its security forces and death squads. But they still called it a bloodless revolution because very few whites died, and only their blood counts in the eyes of the media. This is one of the biggest tragedies, I think, of our struggle, is that the thousands of people who gave their lives are being ignored. Yes, Nelson Mandela is a great leader. He played such an important role, called for the armed struggle. Then it was taken over, led by Oliver Tambo, to the point where apartheid had to negotiate, and Mandela had the strength of purpose to say, now we can call off the armed struggle because our people are dying every day. Hundreds were being killed. We didn't go to war for our people to die. And so we had to make concessions. And now they're rejoicing Nelson Mandela is the peacemaker. He was a strong man. He was a tough guy. He called for the armed struggle.
And he called for peace.
And then he called for peace because the purpose was to achieve peace.
Was he a very realistic man?
I find the brilliance of his leadership was that at each critical point, he was able to, with Oliver Tambo and others, and especially Walter Sisulu, to find a way forward, an answer to the new problems. Your struggle creates new problems.
It's not dynamic.
Yeah, very. So you need new answers, and he could find them and convince us that it was right.
When Nelson became president, when he walked out of prison 4 years after he became president, did you feel you had won the battle?
Oh no, I
Did you feel that now you are fulfilled and the battle was over?
Like he says in his autobiography, now the real struggle begins, and it's going to be harder than putting an end to apartheid.
Did the 4 years of Nelson Mandela change much in South Africa?
Yeah. His presidency?
Yes.
Absolutely. It laid the basis of a real democracy. We had our first elections. People stood in queues for 6 hours to vote. And when they were asked, aren't you impatient? They said, I waited 300 years. What's 6 hours? Seriously. And there was a rejoicing, and Nelson Mandela also says He realized in his time in prison that not only did we have to free the oppressed, we had to free the oppressor, to be human beings, to lance the boil of their brutality. It was an important change.
Were you surprised when 4 years after his presidency, he said he wasn't going to...
5 years.
5 years after his presidency, and he said, I was going home. Were you surprised, or was it typical of the man he was?
It is typical of the man. It's not about him, it's about freedom. It's about the prize of democracy, non-racialism, non-sexism. And he was tired. But you see, having brought us with Tambo and others to freedom, and having had to pacify the risk of a counter-revolution by the white security forces, people were beginning to say, but what about us? We made a revolution to change the lives of black South Africans. Why are we so kind to the whites? Why aren't we doing more for black South Africans? And so he made a farewell speech at an ANC conference in Mafeking in near the northwest of our country. And the conciliation was gone. He made a tough speech. A speech I believe was clearly written by the new president, going to be Thabo Mbeki. The time had come for a change of policy, and at that time. And so he said, there are new tasks. I've brought us to this point. It needs younger people with more energy. And so he stepped down, making a point about democracy. And there were times during his presidency where he issued decrees and was challenged in our constitutional court and found to have exceeded his powers. And he said, okay, I withdraw the decree. Not going to fight it, because democracy is a very tender little flower. And if you don't listen to the court, you destroy the democracy right at the beginning. Yes, what a courageous man.
Let me ask you a personal question. I mean, you did so much for the struggle.
Yeah.
You spent so many years behind bars. You couldn't pay as much attention to the kids as you would have wanted to. And then the new South Africa comes into being.
Yeah.
And then many people thought you would have been like a minister or one of those big positions. But the little you had, you didn't complain.
Well, I didn't do it to get rich. I didn't do it for me. I did it for principle, like my comrades of my generation. It wasn't about the self, it was about principles. That's what we lived for and lived by.
Do you have any regrets?
Yes, I got caught. I shouldn't have got caught. I should have done more. Should have done better.
When you came back, years after you came back, you lost your daughter at 42.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
How did you feel?
Devastated. She was my great supporter all the years of imprisonment. And when I came out, she couldn't understand that I wasn't just going to be home with my daughter and my son and my wife. She felt so hurt. Took her 4 years to learn to accept me again. But she had a little boy before she died. He was 9 years old. He's nearly 21 now. And I wish I'd understood my daughter better. I wish I'd understood her better, because she was essentially a good person who was badly hurt by my absence. All our kids, Nelson Mandela's kids, other leaders' kids, other families' kids. Not everybody's daddy or mommy goes to prison. And they feel deserted and feel, why did I have to suffer?
The symbol of that struggle, Nelson Mandela, is dead.
Yes.
If you were asked to make a very short speech on Sunday when he'll be buried, can you share that speech with us?
Yes. We have lost a man with vision, and the courage to follow it. A vision, a selfless vision for humanity, for respect, for dignity, with courage. It's not that we weren't afraid. Courage is overcoming your fear to do something that's necessary. And I believe the greatness of people, of any person, what gives meaning to life is your ability to serve people collectively with others for the benefit of all. Nelson Mandela lived his life in that way. And I say, Hambagashle, comrade. Go well, comrade. We shall miss you.
And what do you think is the future of South Africa?
We will go on building our democracy. We will go on overcoming the problems as they arise. I hope the ANC will find a new life, able to overcome some of the weaknesses that have crept in, greed, things like that. And I think we will do it. I'm confident. We've done so much in 20 years, and 20 years in the life of a nation is like the blink of an eyelash, really and truly. But there's a lot to do. We've done a lot, and we've got to do a lot more. And we will do it. One way or another, we're going to do it. And we fight against the lack of democracy sometimes. But there's a vibrant democracy. There's opposition. People get in the streets. People make speeches. I think that's very important.
I must thank you for your time and for taking us back to the years.
Thank you for inviting me.
Our program with Dennis Theodore Goldberg, anti-apartheid activist and one of the statesmen of South Africa. I'm Obi Orailo. Thanks for watching.
news on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, CISLAC urges Tinubu to follow due process in budget expansion. Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa decries death of Nigerian in South African police custody. Members of Congress refuse entry to Department of Education building. And former Greek prince Nikolaos marries in Athens. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, has urged President Bola Tinubu to adhere to constitutional procedures in his proposed increase of a 2025 budget from 49.7 trillion to 54.2 trillion. In a statement signed by its executive director, Awal Ibrahim Musa, CISLAC expressed concerns over the legality of the proposed budget adjustment, warning that it could set a dangerous precedent if not handled according to due process. Citing Section 81(4) of the 1999 Constitution as amended, CISLAC stressed that any additional expenditure beyond the amount approved in the Appropriation Act must be formally presented to the National Assembly as a supplementary estimate. CISLAC warned that failure to adhere to due process could weaken physical governance and erode public trust in government's financial management. An economist, Dr. Amobi Fediora, has questioned the rationale behind the increase in the 2025 national budget from 49.7 trillion naira to 54.2 trillion naira. Dr. Fediora, who featured on Signature Morning flagship program on Signature TV, expressed doubt if the additional funds will be used effectively to improve the lives of ordinary Nigerians. He noted that previous budgets have not led to any significant improvement in the living condition of Nigerians or provision of feasible infrastructure. He said that even when policies are created with good intentions, they fail because those in charge prioritize personal gain over actual impact.
If you look at today compared to 3-4 months ago, there's at least a bit more stability in the economy now from some of the things that have been experimented. Inflation has actually slowed down. It's still high at about 34-35%. But the rate at which prices were going up last year has been curtailed a little bit more. There's more economic activity going on. And so that's why we can even see some of these additional revenues coming in that the government wants to now apply to, certain core areas that they have identified. Yeah, and so if and when all these documents, like you said, are harmonized, that will actually be fantastic.
The Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, said that none of the 30 proposals for new states met the requirements of Section 8 of the Constitution. Kalu, in a statement issued by his media office, clarified that the Parliament has not taken a position on the issue. He explained that to create a new state, the Constitution requires 2/3 majority vote in the Senate, the House of Representatives, state houses of assembly, and local governments. Kalu said the National Assembly was committed to following the procedure and is inviting the applicants to resubmit their proposals once they've complied with the constitutional guidelines. The federal government has reaffirmed its continued commitment to ensuring that the migration of Nigerians to other countries was done legally. Mohammed Dingyadi, Minister of Labour and Employment, said this when he received a delegation from the IHK, Gensen Fredberg Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Germany, in his office on Friday in Abuja. Dingyadi said the federal government would always encourage legal migration not only for the economic benefits, but to ensure the well-being and safety of the migrants for the benefit of the two countries involved. The minister assured the delegation of the willingness of the federal government to partner with them to achieve common goals, promote mutual interests of Nigeria and Germany. He said with the support of organizations such as the IHK, Gensen Fredberg Chamber, the government would easily achieve its goals. Dingyadi also added that it would ensure that the teeming jobless youths become self-employed through vocational training. Earlier, Lai Mohammed, a former Minister of Information and Culture, and also the managing partner of Brut Kustad, a public relations firm, was also part of a delegation, said the visit was apt. Mohammed said that the institution had consistently demonstrated its commitment to strengthening economic cooperation between Germany and Nigeria. Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa, NICASA, has condemned the death of a 40-year-old Nigerian citizen, Benjamin Okoli, while in police custody. Okoli's death comes less than a month after NICASA condemned the alleged killing of another Nigerian, 50-year-old Jeremiah Okoye, who died in police custody on January 13. CASA President General Dr. Frank Onyekwelu described the curious deaths of Nigerians in South Africa as unbearable. Okoli from Agbo, in Oruma, South Anambra, survived by his wife and child. He noted that investigations into Okoye's death were still ongoing when Okoli died in similar circumstances, allegedly at the hands of the same police unit. According to him, the CASA leaders in Limpopo are struggling to come to terms with the disturbing trend, which is increasingly targeting Nigerians in the province. The CASA has formed the Nigerian missions in Pretoria and Johannesburg. While these disturbing incidents, the organization hopes the killings will stop. The Anambra State Police Command says its operatives, alongside the state vigilante operators, on Thursday arrested 9 suspects actively involved in the murder of a member of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Justice Azuka. The arrest of the suspect was confirmed by the Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Naye Ntam, during a press briefing on Friday. Azuka, a member representing Onitsha North Constituency 1 in the state legislature, was abducted on 24th December 2024 in Onitsha. His decomposing body was discovered on the second Niger Bridge on Thursday by a combined security team including the police and vigilante. Police Commissioner disclosed that 2 pump-action guns were recovered from the suspects following the arrest, adding that one of the suspects sustained a gunshot injury in his leg, then a gun duel with the police operatives. The arrested suspects, according to the CP, include Gochukwu Onora, aged 30 years, Ikemefuna Osai, aged 20, Ikena Orugu, aged 27, Chibuike Obiefuna, aged 19, Chinanso Lisa, aged 19, Chinedu Okoli, aged 21, David Ojini, aged 25, and the most notorious of them, one Peter Sunday, aged 20, with a big tattoo inscription of "No Peace for the Government" on his chest. It showed that the confidence reposed on the police and other security agencies for the protection of life and property of residents not be taken for granted. Up ahead, women advocates attributes major illnesses in women and children to inadequate water supply. Exporters decry $10 million losses over NXP integration at TTP. Stay with us. The Ogun State government has warned hip-hop artist Habibu Kikiola, popularly known as Portable, against what is described as his habit of assaulting government officials without provocation. Portable has never shied away from controversies since his breakout song, Zazuze, from picking fights with any of his baby mamas or a show promoter to his arrest by the police. A statement issued and signed by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Information and Strategy, Kayode Akimade, on Friday condemned Wednesday's assault on officials of the State Planning and Development Permit Authority by mixed friends allegedly under the musician's hire. The incident was said to have occurred in ENUGU area of the state. Kimade said the latest attack, orchestrated by Portable and his courts against government officials who were on their lawful assignment to the area, was unacceptable and barbaric, saying such an indecent act would be addressed in line with the extant law of the land. He reiterated the stance of Governor Dakpo Abiodun-led administration to sanitize the state against every unlawful act and entrench decency in all strata, saying the government's serious about the distinct values of Omoluabi ethics at all times. A women and girls advocate, Neka Dikocha, has identified the lack of adequate water supply as a major contributor to some illnesses in women and children. Dikocha, who spoke on Signature Morning on Signature TV, noted that about 2 million Nigerians do not have access to water supply as of 2024. She emphasized the need for people to practice hand washing and waste management to maintain good hygiene. She also advised women to ensure that utensils used to feed newborns are properly washed and kept to avoid illnesses that can harm their health. The Kocha called on governments to prioritize the provision of constant water supply, especially in the rural areas.
In 7 out of 10 households, women and girls bears the brunt of the responsibility of fetching water. So the barrier is the barrier of age, poverty, stress, economic status, some of the challenges that we experience. Talking about vulnerable groups, even people who are disadvantaged, some of our brothers and sisters who cannot make good use of their legs or their arms, you find that where they live, there is no water. So how do we expect them to actually trek to wherever the water is to go and fetch water? So that's a very big barrier to having access to water supply. You see people trek long distances going to look for water, and it's a big challenge. In the process of girl child going to look for water, she can be raped. Women saddled with responsibility of taking care of the home, washing plates, washing clothes, cooking, and they don't have access to water. It's a big challenge.
She encouraged private businesses to invest in water supply and advised philanthropists from different local governments to collaborate with their local government chairmen to provide some of the needs in the communities. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, said it destroyed fake, expired, substandard drugs worth 4.7 billion naira in rivers. The Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Christiana Adeyeye, made a remark during the destruction exercise at the River State dump site in Port Harcourt. Adeyeye, represented by Chukuma Olibo, the NAFDAC Director, South-South Zone, explained that the products were all seized from the 6 states of the South-South region, the rivers Bayelsa, Edo, Delta, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River. He stated that investigation, enforcement, and destruction exercise was an unwavering resolve and commitment of the agency to protect the lives of the people. She acknowledged that the Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, in Edo State, handed over 2 40-feet containers of various pharmacological classes of unregistered and substandard drugs, which was part of the items destroyed. The DG commended the sister agencies who assisted NAFDAC and the FIT for their unflinching support in the fight against substandard and falsified medicines and harmful products. A member of the Night Mile Chamber of Commerce, Vincent Ogakwo, is advocating the use of bricks in the building of houses to reduce the cost and ensure more affordable accommodation for citizens. Ogakwo, who spoke in an interview with Signature TV, observed that apart from reduced cost, bricks had other benefits which makes it a better choice. He said that while the initial cost of using bricks and associated materials might seem higher at the initial stage, it is ultimately more cost-effective due to the durability and low cost of maintenance.
Unfortunately, we haven't adopted it wholeheartedly in Nigeria, which is not a good thing to say. I can tell you something. If you watch most houses in Nigeria, they don't get repainted. In fact, not up to 10% of the houses get repainted in its lifetime. In Nigeria, that's a bad thing. If you go to the streets, you see a whole lot of dust and earth resting on the building, making it old and weak. But imagine you have your red bricks on the wall or stones on the wall. It will rhyme with those dots. So what happens is that at the end of the day, you don't even have to maintain it again, and we have nicer city as you have in Europe. So we haven't embraced it well, because if we have embraced it well, almost every building like you see in Europe will be bricks or stone. We will clad with bricks or stone, and we derive the advantages.
He said that while the initial costs, Ogakwo further emphasized the need for enlightenment campaigns, workshops, and collaborations with construction professionals to educate people on the advantages of technology and involvement of the government. According to him, the materials offer superior insulation, helping to regulate indoor temperatures and reduce energy costs, in addition to providing greater structural integrity and reducing the risk of collapse in extreme weather conditions.
Rental properties are high. It's a reflection of the society and the inflation we have found ourselves in. However, government can do a whole lot. If government provide infrastructure, basic infrastructures, so that the cost of land comes down, it will drive the cost down. That's just the basic thing. That's just the fundamental thing. But in addition, Nigerian engineers have to be a little bit innovative so that they can get more out of our local materials and local produce for the construction industry. These two things will go a long way to bring the price down.
There's been a rising concern about a structural increase in the cost of cement and other building materials, which has brought about an increase in the construction cost of houses and house rent. Development appears to be a justification for a shift to a cheaper, more durable and environmentally friendly approach to construction. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has clarified that there was no explosion at the Warri Refinery and Petrochemical Company, WRPC Delta. Olufemi Shoneye, Chief Corporate Communications Officer of NNPC Limited, in a statement on Friday, said that any reports suggesting otherwise were completely false. Shoneye said that on January 25, 2025, operations at WRPC Area 1 were intentionally curtailed to carry out necessary intervention works on select equipment, including field instruments that were impacting sustainable and steady operations, so that the NNPC Limited remained committed to ensuring uninterrupted product supply and appreciates the patience and cooperation of all stakeholders towards completing essential maintenance activities. Association of West African Exporters and Maritime Professionals, AWAEMPA, says its members recorded over $10 million in losses due to Nigeria Export Proceeds NXP integration into the Truck Transit Park portal. President of the association, Lubimi Olumekun, said this in a statement made available to newsmen in Lagos on Friday. Olumekun stated that the introduction of NXP had caused severe disruptions in the export sector within 5 days of its implementation. While expressing displeasure with the development, she called on the federal government to look into the matter. Olumekun stressed the need for streamlining export processes to balance the nation's foreign trade. According to her, the NXP implementation at TTP has introduced new operational bottlenecks, delaying shipments and increasing compliance burdens. Exporters also warned that the turnaround time for exporting goods will drastically prolong, affecting the revenue of the government. Still to come, protesters rally in Washington against Trump's administration layoffs. Authorities confirm no survivors in Alaska Airlines plane incident. Stay with us.
We are local.
I think it's good when I read.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Representative Maxwell Alejandro Frost posted videos to his social media on Friday showing a group of House Democrats argued with a man blocking the entrance to the Department of Education building. The man said it was a federal employee. On Monday, a group of House and Senate Democrats were denied entry into the U.S. Agency for International Development. Same thing happened on Tuesday at the Treasury Department. A team led by Elon Musk, who has been tasked by Trump to lead a government overhaul, has upended Washington last week, gained access to payment systems at Treasury, and as Reuters reported, locked some federal career employees out of their agency's own computers.
Hey everybody, I'm here with multiple members of Congress. We're here to go to the Department of Education to fight for education, and they have locked the doors. They're not letting us in. It says all access entrance. There's this random guy out here who's refusing to let us in.
His name is
and right
Jim
here,
Harefield.
what's his name?
His name is Jim Harefield.
And right here, they have armed officers as well, acting like we're dangerous. A year ago, I'd be able to walk into this building and not be locked out. This is what they're doing. Elon is allowed in, but not you, not your elected representatives, not parents, not students. Elon can go in, his goons can go in, but not the representatives of the people.
Dozens of protesters gathered in Washington, D.C. in front of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management building on Friday to demonstrate against mass layoffs under President Donald Trump's administration. Holding sides criticizing both Trump and Tesla CEO Elon Musk. The protest primarily target the administration's decision to lay off employees across multiple federal agencies, a move spearheaded by Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency.
It takes an organized force to show that we're not going to put up with any of this, and I think the movement's demanded it for a while. We'll be here now, we'll be here tomorrow, we'll be here for the next few months, however long it takes to show that we deserve our rights and we will fight for our rights.
I do think that it's important that we use whatever legal tools are in place, that we pull on every lever we have to protect workers' rights. These are here for a reason. And when it comes to issues like mass layoffs, that shouldn't just be dictated from above, that if there are going to be layoffs, that has to be a very intricate process. And there are labor rights that have been won by the working class and need to be implemented.
It takes an organized force to show that we're not going to put up with any of this, and I think the movement's demanded.
President George Tomoko Alkin condemned the U.S. executive order imposing sanctions on International Criminal Court officials. Akin's statement said such measures threaten the court's independence, impartiality, and its crucial role in delivering justice to victims of global atrocities. U.S. President Donald Trump authorized economic and travel sanctions targeting people who worked on International Criminal Court investigations of U.S. citizens or U.S. allies, such as Israel, repeating action it took during its first term. The move was a protest against the court's arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and came as the Israeli leader was visiting Washington. Akin's statement condemned the sanctions and said the ICC stands firmly by its personnel and pledges to continue providing justice and hope to millions of innocent victims of atrocities across the world in all situations before it. ICC was established in 2002 to prosecute war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and a crime of aggression when member states are unwilling or unable to do so themselves. It can prosecute crimes committed by nationals of a member state or on the territory of member states by other actors. The United States is not a member state. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth met with Australian Defense Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles at the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia on Friday. Focus of the conversation was shared defense and security priorities, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. During the meeting, Hegseth emphasized the enduring bond between the U.S. and Australia, attributing its strength to President Donald Trump's leadership. Marles echoed Hegseth's sentiments and highlighted Australia's substantial contribution to the U.S. industrial base. Australia made its first $500 million payment to the United States under the AUKUS nuclear submarine deal ahead of a meeting.
That strong bond across many generations between America and Australia that unites us together whether we like it or not, but we like it. And just look forward to today's discussion. We've got a lot to talk about on shared defense, our security priorities, the Indo-Pacific, the significant challenges and opportunities that you face there and we face. But Australia is the forefront of our alliance there and throughout the world. There's just no doubt about it. And it's strong and growing ever more, especially under President Trump's leadership in the first administration. And now again, he has charged me with making sure this is as robust an alliance as we have in the entire world.
We very much welcome what we've heard from the administration and from you about the strength of American leadership, and specifically the strength of American leadership in the Indo-Pacific. That's obviously critically important for us, but it's not a surprise because the whole idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific really has its origins during the first Trump administration. So,
in the early meetings with Trump administration, Australia has emphasized plans to double its annual defense budget over the next decade to 100 billion Australian dollars, and notes that the United States has its second largest trade surplus of $32 billion with Australia. Addressing a query about the progress of U.S. submarine construction, Marles expressed satisfaction with the current rate of production and sustainment, signifying the robust alliance between the two nations. Under AUKUS, Australia would pay the United States $3 billion to boost the capacity of the U.S. submarine industry, and Washington will sell several Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines to Australia, while Britain and Australia will later build a new AUKUS-class submarine. Renewed U.S. interest has given a boost to Greenland's independence movement and strengthened its position in future secession talks with Denmark, according to the country's leading pro-independence party. Arctic Ireland is due to vote on March 11 in an election where independence has become the main topic, following recent statements by U.S. President Donald Trump that Denmark should cede control to the United States due to its strategic importance for American security. Junior Bertrandsen, a candidate in the March 11 election for the National Party, told Reuters Trump's comments had given the independence movement more momentum. Nalarek, the most prominent political voice for Greenland's independence, is campaigning to invoke an article in a 2009 law that granted Greenland increased autonomy, including the right to negotiate full independence. Once invoked, Greenland will begin negotiations with Denmark, which provides annual grants vital to Greenland's economy. Any agreement will require approval by the Danish Parliament and a referendum in Greenland.
Naleraq wins in the election, and when we get to have a seat in a coalition, and we get to have a say in terms of how the future is going to look for Greenland. The first thing we'll do is to activate Article 21 in the Self-Government Act, which is basically the independence process that kind of ignites. And then a negotiation process will begin with the Danish Parliament. Trump's comments and the new line from the new administration in the U.S. has definitely spurred on or made the independence movement have more momentum now than earlier. You could say that. I think definitely the interest that we're seeing is a good thing for Greenland in terms of negotiating with the Danish state. Because we've already seen now, just during the last few weeks with the recent developments, we've seen how quickly the Danish state has been to suddenly make changes that we've been seeking for a long, long time.
The U.S. Coast Guard in Alaska found the wreckage of a small plane atop frozen ice on Friday after the aircraft suddenly lost altitude on Thursday and it crashed, killed all 10 people on board, officials said. 2 U.S. Coast Guard rescue swimmers who reached the wreckage could see 3 bodies inside, and the other 7 were presumed to be inside the wreckage. Coast Guard spokesperson Mike Salino told a press conference.
On behalf of my fellow Nomites, I extend our collective condolences and support to the families and loved ones of the passengers and pilot, and others in our Big Alaska family are also impacted by this tragic occurrence. Our hearts are with you, and it is sad, and we're sad with you in this difficult time.
Those rescue swimmers are out on the ice. They were able to see inside the aircraft, and they saw 3 individuals who were unresponsive, without any signs of life. The remaining 7 people are believed to be on board, but due to the extent of the damage, the rest of the aircraft was inaccessible. But all 7 people are believed to be inside that wreckage, and unfortunately, of course, it does not appear to be a survivable crash.
Then turned our focus to the recovery efforts, along with the Alaska Air National Guard. AST has been in communication with all family members that were on board. We would like to thank the many citizens, organizations, and our first responder crews from Nome and White Mountain and their families for their support through our efforts.
But unfortunately now, since the wreckage has been found and 10 fatalities, it's time for us to roll up our sleeves and go to work, unfortunately.
U.S. President Donald Trump welcomed Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba at the White House, said the 2 countries will work to cut Washington's trade deficit with Tokyo amid escalating trade tensions threatening to rupture the global economy. Trump said he would also discuss North Korea with Ishiba, and Nippon Steel's blocked $14.9 billion attempt to take over U.S. Steel, which he has opposed. Trump, whose first 3 weeks in office have shredded norms and shaken foreign capitals from Ottawa to Bogota, has taken a more conventional approach to Washington's long-standing Asia-Pacific allies, including Japan, South Korea, Australia, and the Philippines. Japan is especially trade-dependent. It is a major exporter and counts on imports for much of its food and natural resources, and many of its firms are deeply invested in and reliant on China.
We will be discussing North Korea and many other things We'll be spending pretty much the day. Reciprocal trade, so that we're treated evenly with other countries. We don't want any more or any less. When you look at USAID, that's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put to good use. Every single line that I look at in terms of events and transactions is either corrupt or ridiculous. I will probably be meeting with President Zelensky next week, and I will probably be talking to President Putin. I'd like to see that war end.
Gang violence in Haiti's overwhelming communities, especially children's rights to safety, health, and education. United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, warned on Friday after a visit in the capital Port-au-Prince by its spokesperson, describing the increase between 2023-2024 as staggering. Elder told reporters at the Place des Nations in Geneva that armed groups have inflicted unimaginable horrors on children in the Caribbean country. Powerful gangs armed with weapons, largely trafficked from the United States, have united in Haiti's capital Port-au-Prince under a common alliance, control 85% of the city, according to the UN. Some 45% of the healthcare facilities are not functional in the metropolitan of Port-au-Prince area due to the problem of access, lack of staff, or medicines. UNICEF reported as Elder visited the UNICEF du La Parks Hospital, where the pediatric unit reopened in January 2025 with UNICEF's support.
These kids here, they're the lucky ones, but it cannot be about luck going to school, because this education, as we've heard, education is going to be the sustenance of Haiti. So support and stability gets all the kids here in Port-au-Prince, all the kids in Haiti, back into a classroom.
More than 1 million people, over half of them children, are displaced within Haiti due to ongoing violence, according to UN data. Extreme poverty has also pushed children into gangs, with up to half of all armed groups made up of minors. Palestinian militant group Hamas is set to hand over 3 Israeli hostages on Saturday in exchange for Palestinian detainees and prisoners, the latest stage of a ceasefire deal aimed at opening the way to ending a 15-month war in Gaza. Ohad Ben Ami and Eli Sharabi, both taken hostage from Kibbutz Be'eri during a cross-border Hamas-led attack on October 7, 2023, and Old Levy, abducted that day from Nova Music Festival, were handed over on Saturday, Hamas said. In exchange, Israel will release 183 Palestinian prisoners and detainees, including 18 serving life sentences, 54 serving long sentences, and 111 detained in Gaza during the war, a mass media office said. The exchange is the latest in a series of swaps that have so far returned 13 Israeli hostages, as well as 5 Thai workers abducted during a mass attack, and 583 Palestinian prisoners and detainees. Latvia was among the 3 Baltic states that disconnected their electricity systems from Russia's power grid on Saturday, part of a plan designed to integrate the countries more closely with the European Union and boost security. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania disconnected from the IPS-UPS joint network, subject to last-minute tests, though synchronized with the EU's grid at 12 hours GMT on Sunday, after operating on their own in the meantime. The grid was the final remaining link to Russia for the 3 countries, which re-emerged as independent nations in the early 1990s at the fall of the Soviet Union and joined the European Union and NATO in 2004. 3 staunch supporters of Kyiv stopped purchase of power from Russia following Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, but have relied on the Russian grids to control frequencies and stabilize networks to avoid outages. An army truck was seen near tech station, and officers with guns were patrolling the vicinity and in a nearby town, indicative of Baltic worries of attempted sabotage to disrupt the switch.
At this point, we are switching off by the plan, and this is basically our plan. So we are switching off, and the system is readiness for this. And we get a lot of work, investments to the system to be stable, and this process happening smooth, and even nobody even understands something changed. There isn't any risk of blackouts from the system view. We are rechecking, we have enough power, we have power reserves. Of course, there's still a lot of disinformation that something happens, there will be blackouts we even see now. So just basically already switching off Kaliningrad, Belarus, and we are switching from Russia, and we still have electricity. System is stable, and that's most important at this point. Of course, there is some cost of independence. For our side, we calculate this looks for maybe looking at the whole price of electricity and all the grid systems. But we are looking at this moment that the electricity price is going down. For the last year, is going down more than 7%. And this year we predict, looking forward, it could go lower, even lower electricity price.
The Mexican President Claudio Sheinbaum responded to the U.S. Justice Department memo prioritizing the combat against drug cartels over sanctions to Russian oligarchs, saying the U.S. must also play its part in fighting drug trafficking on their streets. A memo from Attorney General Pam Bondi, issued during the wave of orders on the first day in office, were not previously reported, so the effort known as Task Force Club to Capture would end as part of a plan to countering cartels. The emphasis on drug cartels comes after Trump designated several drug trafficking groups as terrorist organizations, part of a crackdown on illegal immigration and fentanyl trafficking. Prosecutors assigned to the task force will return to the previous post. The changes will be in effect for at least 90 days and could be renewed or made permanent, according to the directive. Altadena residents displaced by the Ayrton fire that destroyed thousands of structures last month are one step closer to recovery this week. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers officially began Phase 2 of wildfire debris removal in the city, beginning their efforts at 2 Pasadena School District schools ravaged by the fire. Army Corps of Engineers is leading the cleanup effort in tandem with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, which is responsible for removing all household hazardous materials from destroyed sites. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass said at a news conference that the hazardous cleanup by the EPA should be finalized in February, paving the way for residential debris cleanup. Tens of thousands of Slovaks returned to a central square in the capital to protest what they see as a policy shift by Prime Minister Robert Fico aimed at moving closer to Russia. Protesters gathered in dozens in other cities and towns across the Central European nation, and a large group also gathered in the Czech capital, Prague. Tensions have built in recent weeks after Fico's leftist nationalist government attacked progressive opponents, accusing them of attempting to cause chaos and overthrow the government. The government is weighing new preventive measures due to what Fico has said were plans to escalate protests into attempts at illegally overthrowing the government, including by occupying state buildings. Fico has rejected opposition calls to step down. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif inaugurated a newly revamped Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore ahead of the ICC Champions Trophy cricket tournament. Punjab Chief Minister Maryam Nawaz, Pakistan Cricket Board (PCB) Chairman Mohsin Naqvi, and other officials were also in attendance. Shehbaz sent out his congratulations before the Pakistan cricket team unveiled a kit for the Champions Trophy amid grand celebration. The redevelopment work, which included upgrading sitting facilities and hospitality boxes along with installation of LED lighting, was completed in 117 days. The inauguration comes a day before the start of a mini tri-series tournament involving Pakistan, New Zealand, and South Africa. The 8-team 50 overs tournament will be the first global competition to be held in Pakistan in 28 years. India, however, will play all their matches in Dubai after refusing to travel to Pakistan over ongoing political tensions. Tournament begins with Pakistan hosting New Zealand in Karachi on February 19, with a final on March 9 in either Lahore or Dubai, dependent on India's involvement. Greece's former prince Nikolaos Douglas married Chrissy Vadionogiani, the daughter of a Greek shipping magnate, in a private ceremony in Athens. The wedding took place at the Greek Orthodox St. Nicholas Ragavas Church, Athens, attended by members of Europe's royal families, including former Queen Sofia of Spain. People gathered outside the church ahead of the ceremony, including supporters of the royal family. This is the second marriage for the former prince, who is now known as Nikolaos Douglas, after the former royal family was granted Greek citizenship in December 2024 and took the surname, which translates into of Greece in French. Chinese President Xi Jinping was on hand to open the 9th Asian Winter Games in Harbin February 7 during a spectacular ceremony. A crowd of 8,000 and dignitaries, including International Olympic Committee IOC President Thomas Bach, watched the ceremony which opened the Games. A record 34 countries, 1,200 athletes, and over 12,000 athletes will take part in events that will run from February 7 to 14th. Al Nassr climbed to third. Al Nassr climbed to third in the Saudi Pro League SPL standings as new signing John Duran and Cristiano Ronaldo powered them to a 3-0 home win over Al Fayyad in Riyadh. Duran making his league debut, having joined in a big money move from Aston Villa, opened the score in the 22nd minute before adding a second 72 minutes in. Moments later, and Ronaldo netted their third as the host moved to 41 points, level with Al Qasiyah, but ahead on goal difference. Al Ittihad topped the log on 49 points, 3 ahead of defending champion Al Hilal, who have a game in hand and face Denmark away from home on Sunday. Switzerland's Belinda Bencic fought back from a set down to stomp defending champion and top seed Elena Rabanikina in their Abu Dhabi Open semi-final. Bencic reached her first WTA Tour final since returning from maternity leave, as she claimed a 2-6, 6-3, 6-4 win over the Kazakh world number 5. Next up is unseeded American Arceline Kruger, who advanced to her first WTA 500 level final with a 7-6-2, 6-4 victory against Czech Linda Noskova. That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumoado. Thank you very much for watching.
The country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That's what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That you are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing.
Good afternoon, welcome to Eva's the Entertainment Show on Signature TV. I am not here alone. I'm your baby girl, Queen Konta. And I am not here alone. I want to sing one song for this fine girl. There's this fine girl that is sitting close to me. Should I introduce her first or should I sing? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the studio. A very demure, very pretty, very elegant, our action woman leader. You know who I'm talking about.
Please,
Ta-da!
please guys. It's like me, Adeyemi. I don't know what's going on with her today, but she's hyper. We like it. We love it. I'm sure you guys love it.
Chill.
You are ensured of pop and arts and culture here. The very best of entertainment is entertainment. you know, it's time for us to jiggy. Stay jiggy.
I told you she's woman leader. You thought I was joking. She's woman leader. I wanted to sing one song, but I know she will embarrass me, so let me just relax. All right, so we have stories today. We have memes of the week. That particular segment you don't want to miss, especially the meme lovers.
Yeah.
So we've got it all covered for you today. But first, let's delve into the stories of the day. Veteran Nollywood actor Nkemowo, popularly known as Osofia, marked his 70th birthday on Friday, taking to social media to express gratitude for the milestone. Owo posted on his Instagram page and wrote, "Che Fogo, and it is my 70th birthday. What else can I say? To God be all the glory. Special thanks to you all for being part of this journey. I love you all." Several Hollywood stars and entertainment figures flooded the comment section with well wishes. He was born on February 7th, 1955. Nkemowo has had a distinguished career as an actor, comedian, and singer. That singer part. He won the African Movie Academy Award, AMAA, for Best Actor in a Leading Role in 2008 for his performance in Stronger Than Pain. In 2017, he was honored with the AMAA Lifetime Achievement Award, further cementing his legacy in the Nollywood industry. His unique comic style and memorable roles, especially in the classic movie Osofia in London, have made him a household name in Africa cinema. I'm supposed to play one of those his songs, honestly. There's one that I was reviewing last week. What was that song again? Forgotten, but I'll remember. Though you know those is very funny.
Yes,
music.
I know he always has like a funny sound. You know,
Yes.
comedy is like his thing. So
Yes.
even when he's acting and when he's singing, we are seeing the whole comedy and we are laughing.
Hey, kissing me small, my sweetheart and my darling.
Wow,
I love you. Well, that song is going to join this Valentine's.
Oh yes.
And this is another song that he has to I'll still remember. It's come to my brain. But honestly, he is a veteran actor.
He's a veteran.
And we love him so much. Happy birthday in arrears to him. 70th birthday.
Wow.
According to him,
like, I didn't
Fogo.
even know he's this young. I don't, maybe growing up, seeing him on our screens with Aki and Popo and all the rest, I used to think he was very old then. Not knowing that, wow, he's just clocking 70. Wow.
And he's aging well.
Yes,
he's aging well. I saw this particular clip of him and Mama G on TikTok, and you need to see what's going on that comment section. Like, they are growing old and they're really aging well. You won't see that spark as of when they were young, but like you will still see the whole. You will notice that acting is in depth.
Yes, they still have the passion for it. Yes.
They are good. Yeah. And Nkemowo has always given us this legacy and milestone that
everybody can look up to and say, "Oh, I want to emulate this." Yeah, very true. There
are so many, so many. The fact that we lost one yesterday, another is celebrating a birthday. So
that's life for you guys.
To God be the glory.
We celebrate life. We celebrate death. And what's important is that the life was well lived, whether the person dies today or not. Like, there's something worth celebrating. There's something worth celebrating. So guys, let's move on to our next news. The Nigerian music star Fuse has achieved a career milestone as his 2022 hit single Finesse featuring BNXN received a gold certification in the United States from the Recording Industry Association of America, RIAA. This marks Fuse's first gold certification in America, where Finesse enjoyed commercial success marked by entries on the Billboard Global 200 and US Afrobeats song charts. Released on March 3rd, 2022, Finesse became an instant sensation, fueled by its infectious melodies, catchy lyrics, and TikTok snippets that bettered the #Folake challenge. The track, produced by Mikel, became Fuse's biggest crossover hit, with over 180 million streams on Spotify alone. He also performed it at the red carpet of the 2022 BET Awards. Since he kicked off his career as an artist after producing his hits for Olamide, Fireboy, DML, and Davido, Fuse have become one of Afrobeat's most consistent hit makers. 2024 was another eventful year for Fuse, who released the second installment of his Fuse Good EP. He also wrote, produced, and featured on Usher's Ruin, which earned him a nomination for Best Afrobeat at the 2024 MTV VMAs.
What's that song again? Happiness. If I broke, now my business.
To think that you wouldn't hear the name Fuse like so much,
but whenever he drops a single, it is always a banger.
Yeah.
To think that it's the music that he released in 2022
is still earning gold certification at this time. Oh my goodness. Congrats, Fuse. It just shows that you're doing good work and you shouldn't stop doing good work. I think we may even need more songs from you so that we have like quality music, because it seems like we're lacking a bit of that lately.
Ouch. Ouch. But I'm so proud. Like I never thought of it. You know, whenever we have a guest that comes here, we're always like, what could get you to that milestone? Because sometimes on TikTok, you will notice that most music that has trended before comes back and they end up being like, it's great. It's not like they gave a different promotion for it or anything. That for Folake Challenge trended. Honestly,
yes,
a whole lot. I think for a whole year, people used it for so many things, for drama, for, you know, comic and all. So for that particular music to get him to this milestone right now, I think he needs an accolade and applaud for it.
Yes,
most people will be like, why this particular music? Why him? But you wouldn't understand.
But we can't deny the fact that it was good music. It was catchy. It was something we could resonate with, even play around with if we'd want. Yeah.
People even change the lyrics. So many people change the lyrics. But let's not even go into that. All right, so still talking about that, R&B superstar Tems has added new RIAA certification to her Plague collection as she continues to enjoy commercial acclaims in the United States. Her hit single, Free Mind, is now 2 times platinum after selling 2 million units. The song charted on the Billboard's Hot 100 in number 46 peak and an impressive 26 weeks on a run on the charts. Tems Higher also reached 1 million units in sales, which makes it 2 platinum please of her debut EP for Broken Ears. Found her hit collaboration with Brent Fires and her BET winning single Me and You of her debut album Born in the Wild. Both earned RIAA Gold certification. 2025 has gotten off to an eventful start with them from Tems, who was nominated in 3 categories at the recently held 67th Grammy. The singer won her 2nd Grammy Award for Best African Music Performance category, thus making her the first Nigerian artist to win the prize. Among other feats recorded by Tems at the recent Grammys includes being the first Nigerian female artist to be nominated in the Best Global Album category, as well as the first Nigerian artist to earn a nod in the R&B category, where she was shortlisted for the Best R&B Song prize. After a hugely successful 2024, where she released her debut LP, Tems went on a world tour that included sold-out shows in Europe and North America. 2025 is set to be another eventful year for the 2-time Grammy winner, who has become one of Africa's biggest music exports. People will say Tems
big ups to Tems. Big ups to Tems.
Tems is giving it to us back to back.
Yes, she's like you guys must know I'm the real deal. I really love it for her. I really love it for her. I really love it for her.
She's ready for this. That's what she's right. I'm here for business. To think that she's an R&B artist.
Like, no, and her voice is amazing.
Do you get?
Her voice, I feel like she deserves it. She deserves the award. She deserves the certification.
To tell you that you can do R&B, you can do Afrobeat. At the end of the day, like they said, it's grace. Do you understand? At the end of the day, it's grace. It's not even your lyrics. It's not even your... Yes, lyrics is part of it.
We need to know. We need to still give
accolades
accolades to hard work.
Yes,
because
honestly,
there's some people that they will just say, "Oh, the grace will help me cover it," and their songs are rubbish.
Grace,
the sound is rubbish. We're not hearing anything.
Not to call names, actually.
I didn't call any
names. I know. I wanted to mention the name, but that's why I had to correct myself in my brain. That not to call names. So big congratulations to Thames.
Yeah,
I'm so proud of her. Super proud of her.
I think generally
super
for a lot of artists in Afrobeats, like in the Nigerian music and all, and are really putting in their best. It's kind of like a very good year for them. We heard of Burna Boy Zone as well. This feels now we're hearing Thames as well. Like it just shows that okay, your hard work is not going in vain. Like Nigerian musicians, like artists, we're seeing a lot.
I don't know how to express my joy, but I'm happy.
Yeah,
extremely.
So we'll be moving on to our next story for today. The American rapper Kanye West has responded to those criticizing his wife. Bianca Cesori's outfit at the 67th Annual Grammy Awards on Sunday. Recall that Bianca Cesori's semi-nude Grammy outfit sparked controversy, with many criticizing West for allegedly humiliating his wife by subjecting her to dressing scantily. Reacting in a statement shared via his X handle, Kanye West stated that he approved of Bianca's controversial outfits, but ultimately she chose to wear the dress herself. He clarified that he has dominion over his wife and would not be humiliated by feminist rhetoric.
Quite interesting.
I'm trying to understand. Like you said, she has her own opinion on the dress, but at the same time, you have dominion over her. Make it make sense. I'm really trying to understand this, guys.
Because at the end of the day, right? If you have dominion over your wife and you're seeing that your wife is looking,
he approves of it.
Oh, you approved of it. But he said she had a bigger she decided to wear it.
No, he said he had approved on the dress. Like he said this is what you want, and she's like, okay.
Yes. I'm not saying she shouldn't wear it. Do you understand my
Me, I'm saying
but
she shouldn't wear
at that point in that red carpet.
Me, I'm saying she shouldn't wear it.
Wait now. At that point in that red carpet, you knew your wife was going to remove that jacket. You cannot tell me.
I heard rumors. Oh,
you didn't see?
I heard rumors that he was the one that encouraged her to remove the jacket.
Honestly speaking,
I heard those rumors.
because I kept watching the video. I wanted to see the whole. I wanted to see where he said, but I didn't. Maybe it was all language.
Maybe a non-verbal communication. That's
something like, or maybe they had the agreements before
outside
that
or something.
you're going to remove your jacket. But at the end of the day, of course, she had in mind that she would remove.
Are you
jacket.
seeing the dress?
That's the dress. That's what the dress looks like. My darling.
Please, can we return sanity back to the world?
Okay.
I think we've already gotten enough of, okay, people are showing cleavages, people are showing their lower backs and everything. And we've said, okay, we will not fight. Why are you wearing nets?
Apart from that Grammys award, whenever you see Bianca Cesori and Kanye West,
she has to be nude.
Honestly,
she has to be naked.
Sorry,
like,
I'm so sorry.
What's she promoting?
I don't know. Showbiz, I guess. Someone said it's showbiz or
it's showbiz. Being naked, showbiz. Sorry. Now I have a question. Is showbiz directly proportional to being naked?
Maybe.
So we should all go naked. Why do showbiz now?
Maybe for them it's a thing of choice, because look at this particular picture. Is this, and to think that the husband is all covered up.
Yes, why is he also not wearing nets?
Maybe she doesn't have dominion over him.
She doesn't. Oh, she needs to have dominion for him to be wearing nude.
Over him too.
Please, can we move on?
Yes,
let's
move on
from this.
All right, so Greece former Prince Nicholas the Greece married Chrissy Vandino Gianni, the daughter of a Greek shipping magnate, in a private ceremony in Athens on Friday. The wedding took place at the Greek Orthodox Saint Nicholas Ragavas Church in Athens, attended by members of Europe's royal families, including former Queen Sofia of Spain. People gathered outside the church ahead of the ceremony, including supporters of the former royal family. This is the second marriage for the former prince, who is now known as Nicholas the Greece, after the former royal family was granted Greek citizenship in December 2024 and took the surname, which translates into of Greece in French. The Greece split with Tatiana Blacknit, a Venezuelan entrepreneur, last year after 14 years of marriage. This is also the second marriage for Vardinogianni, who was previously married to Greek singer Nino for 5 years, with whom
The country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That's what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That you are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
It is a reflection of a failed government, because in a civilized climate, it is unheard of, despite what we are producing in the country, that today we are experiencing total blackout in the northern part of the country. But I believe with time it may extend to other parts of the country. So the government is not actually doing well. That is my own personal opinion. Because what effort are they doing? What led to it? It is not even made known to the public. Because sometimes they will just allow certain things to go bad, believing that the citizens cannot do anything. They are capitalizing on the complacency and what? Without the self-satisfied nature of the citizens. That's my own personal take on it. As far as I'm concerned, the government is to be blamed. Because when they have made up their mind to render essential services to the people, what aspect of the country is working effectively with respect to the services being rendered by the government? I suggest they should even allow the private sector to handle this thing.
See, I'm from Adamawa State, Temsa local government to be precise. And since I was born, we've not...
We will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. We're talking about the Vandagino and Prince Nicholas wedding. So like as we were saying, Athens later stripped of him and his citizenship, and his family had lived in London for years before returning permanently to Greece in 2013. So let's take a look at the view of the wedding.
Congratulations. Yes, please. Here for us. One more, please. One more, Έλα λίγο σε παρακαλούμε. Φωτογράφος.
Ακούτε τα πάντα όσα γίνονται εδώ στο...
Εντουάφορας.
Φωτογράφη.
Λίγο φωτογράφη.
Επειδή από εδώ ήταν πάρα πολύ.
Ένα λεπτό σε εμάς.
Alright. Happy married life.
Wow, he's a second marriage. I didn't know that.
And his second marriage.
Okay,
his second marriage, yes.
Wow, I didn't get that.
They're both getting married for the second time. You see, there's always a second time. But wait, too.
What's that?
It's just that. So the first person you're marrying is not your soulmate. Is that what they're trying to say now?
See that matter.
Okay.
But happy married life to
happy married life to Prince Nicholas, and happy married life to I don't even know how to pronounce her name.
Her name
happy
is
married
so
life
powerful. So guys, see, the Nigerian artist Sheriff Abdul Rafiu has distinguished himself in the art scene with his unique technique of creating beautiful portraits by cracking glass. With just a drill bit, the 30-year-old Abdul Rafiu meticulously strikes a glass to control the impact and create precise cracks using his bare hands. These repeated actions form the features of his subject, a method that he refers to as knacking. You have to get the accurate place you are knacking. Abdul Rafiu told Reuters in his workshop in Abuja, if you don't get the accurate place, the art can maybe look different from what you even want to do. Abdulrafi's journey into cracked glass art began in 2023 when he stumbled upon a similar technique in an online video. The self-taught artist has produced over 80 masterpieces for his clients both within Nigeria and internationally. His favorite pieces, portraits that captures a person's face, particularly the smiles. The ones he said he enjoys to do the most are portraits, pictures, that's just the face with a smile, that the teeth of the person will be showing, and that brings out the beauty of art, he said while working on the portraits of Nigerian's Afrobeat producer Don Jazzy. Depending on the complexity of the subject, a piece can take him from 6 hours to a few days to complete. In order to avoid damage during delivery, Abdulrafi says he uses an 8mm glass for his work. He says, I use 8mm glass through, though when I started with 5mm glass, but I used to have a problem when I weigh bill to the owner. Sometimes it breaks before it even gets to the owner. So I decided using an 8mm, and since then I started using 8mm for everything. It's okay, it doesn't break anymore, he says. Abdulrafi's work has gained wide admiration on social media platforms where he regularly posts his latest creations. One of his clients, businessman Oluwafemi Ogundipe, said, actually, I came across his page on TikTok and I fell in love with the artwork and craft, so I decided to order one for my office. But I'm still planning to get more because I love this artwork. It's impressive. Like Sheriff Abdulrafi, many Nigerian artists are finding unique ways to distinguish their work in global art world. Abdulrafi's cracked glass artwork not only challenges traditional methods but also adds a unique flavor to the local art scene. Let's have a look at Abdulrafi's work, please.
This one, it is knacking, not drawing, you understand? You know, something you draw is even different with knacking. You know, knacking is, you have to get the accurate place you are knacking, you understand? If you don't get the accurate place, the art can maybe look different with what you even want to do. The ones I enjoy most doing is the one that is portrait picture, that is just the face and with a smile that the teeth of the person will be showing. That brings the beauty of the art. So this artwork is being ordered by one of my clients. Yeah, he asked me to crack a tiger that is squat and a beautiful hand. So I tried to make this one for him. So this will guide it to prevent the breaking. I use a 8mm glass. Though when I started with 5mm glass, but I used to have a problem whenever I weigh bill it to the owner. Sometimes it's break before you get to the owner. So I decided using 8mm, and since when I started using 8mm, everything is okay. It doesn't break anymore.
Actually, I come across the page on TikTok and I fell in love with the artwork and the craft. So I decided to order one for my office. But I'm still planning to get more because I so much fell in love with the artwork. It's impressive. I be fearless, so that's why I prefer Tiger, because Tiger is fearless. You dey fear. So I need to fear anything.
I was kind of, how would someone who draw his own images on a glass? This is not drawing. So, you know, I have to drive down here just to look at it with my 2 eyes, not the one I'm seeing on a video. So I was so impressed with what I was seeing. It's different with the normal drawing. You know, when you see your face on a glass, you know, I was so impressed.
This one, it is knacking, not drawing, you understand? You know.
The funniest part is, who wouldn't be impressed?
Like, how would
Who
you see
wouldn't
such a
be?
thing and you say you're not impressed?
It's
What?
magnificent. Like I was saying while we were watching the video, I was like, maybe he drew the face.
Like sketched it out first.
Yes, before, but I didn't get to see that. You understand? I didn't get to, so probably, but how would you get the accurate?
That's what he
head,
said.
the
Experience,
ear.
obviously, having to do something over and over. He was saying in an interview that he's always like having to be like very careful and make sure that wherever he's hitting it, you know, because it's glass, you can't repair it, you can't clean it.
It's gone. It's gone.
Yes, wherever he's hitting, he has to be very.
That means there's always a sketch or something. There is no sketch on that thing, no. When they carried it,
yes, now
there's no sketch on it. So that means if there is no sketch,
he's looking at some the painting or the picture and he's hitting it.
This guy is
we have
good.
To give him.
He's too good. If there is no sketch on that glass, then he's too good. It's.
Oh my goodness.
No. If there's no sketch on this glass,
and
he's too good. That's just it.
It's amazing. It's amazing. So guys, let's not talk dwell too much on this. Even though I'm sure we are wild, we are all wild.
Very wild.
Beautiful. So now we'll be moving on to memes of the week. Meme lovers, gada. We're about to
let's distribute rice and Capri Sun for you.
It's the rice and Capri Sun. I don't know what she's talking about, but yes, it's time for us to get into our memes.
Yes.
So
let's have our first meme.
We're so excited.
Let's have our first meme, though. Okay. So, ever been around someone and realized, bring our first meme now, let's see. Please, we are begging you in the name of God. Ever been around someone and realized if you mirrored their energy back to them, they wouldn't like you very much? Laugh out loud. Yes, I've dated. Bro,
wow.
What's that?
That's a shade.
What's that?
It's not allowed here.
What's that?
It's not allowed here.
I was even thinking you would just say yes. I've experienced that.
Say no, I've dated
energy.
Women, so
women are.
I stand and say not all women are like that. Yes, not
you're actually
all
being dramatic now, so.
No, not all women are like that now.
Okay.
Actually, it's not everybody that the energy.
But energy is energy, whether it's quiet energy or raz energy, crazy energy.
Yes.
Energy is energy. But that's let's have our next meme.
Job role, team lead, salary 40,000. When you lead the team to, someone replied, Emeka replied astray. It has to be astray.
Where will you lead the team
with
to?
40K? You yourself will not go. You not go even see chance, see road. Not to talk of lead person on the road.
I don't even know. I don't know what's coming.
In this econ coming. In this econ coming. Not in economy. In this econ coming.
Excuse me. Lie of econ coming.
Econ coming.
You are not a serious person at all. Please, let's have the next meme. That person that's nonchalant with you is chalanting with someone else. I say let me just remind you, and it's not a lie.
But it's the choice of word for me.
The chalanting for you. So there's a word like chalant Nigerians. And at the end of the day, you will see this word in dictionary. You will see this word in dictionary. But it's fine. So we came here to tell you that person that is nonchalant with you,
it's probably chalanting.
It's chalanting with somebody else that you have no idea about. So
wise up.
I use your brain.
Can we have our next meme? Love don't cost a dime, but Valentine package na 250K.
Oh!
This love is very costly. This love is costly.
How do they say it in the Bible?
That what?
For God so loved the world.
That he gave it.
They gave.
You see,
he gave.
Love has always been costly.
There must. It's always costly.
He used this. He gave his only son.
Begotten son.
Preach,
to die, yo. To die. So what are you saying?
Love is costly.
Love is expensive.
Say love don't cost a dime.
It costs a lot. It costs a fortune. A life.
Thank you. Can we have our next one?
Okay, I need all of my friends to marry so that I can wear slippers and be walking up and down at the reception hall looking for what is not missing whilst holding the tail of my dress. The whole seriousness.
It's giving Ashwebi lady.
Yes, now the whole seriousness. No, don't take it there. Please, have you given them the souvenir? No. Please go and give the chairman his rights.
He said that you really know how to do this
Me,
work.
I cannot. You see that I ready to do all this. I'm so ready, holding my dress like this and walking. I'm so sorry, sir. Don't worry.
And those slippers, there's a way it looks like 2 strands.
Yes.
Like
it was within cram on the floor.
Thank you. You understand it.
Let's have our next memes, please.
Sign in with Google is such a lifesaver, man. I see sign in with Google and be like, hell yeah. Thank you, God bless, every single time. Only Android users can really relate to this.
But they do it on Safari now. I get that notification.
Yes, sign in
with Google or remain signed out. I see those 2 notifications on Safari.
But it really helps you not to have to remember passwords.
Yes.
Like, I think that's like the most easiest thing.
The easiest thing, honestly.
Just sign in. You're done. You're in. It's LinkedIn. And anytime you want to sign in, you can always use your Google account.
Yes.
I think the person that came up with that. Brilliant.
God bless you.
Brilliant.
God bless you, like this person that made that comment. Okay, let's have our next meme. We have so many memes today. Called my father 3 times. He didn't pick. Man sent me a text in a meeting. Bank app not working. And I wanted to greet him. This is talking to me direct.
You two they build man.
Jesus, liar. We don't have time, Sha.
Change your ways. Repent. Don't always only reach out to your parents when you need money.
But it's not true now. It's not true.
How many times do you actually call your parents and it's not money related?
I call. Okay. But the truth is, in my dad's subconscious,
you know that
at the end of the day, maybe tomorrow, your call is money. Maybe you call today.
I think I do that strategic billing. I'll first chat it up and be like,
how you doing? That kind of thing. Then tomorrow, I'll now come up and be like, Daddy Alpha, your daughter is broke.
I mean, we need money.
My dad will be like, how much do you want? How much? Which textbook are you buying? Especially when I was in school. Right now, I don't care.
It's one of those
adulthood.
Can we have our next meme? I know say I be red flag, but this material na quality one.
I swear.
Wow.
I swear.
There are different materials to this red flag. No. Check this one, na quality material.
This one is not. What's those materials? Quizly will know.
Why are we like this?
This one is not Abamedo. This is not about all these net materials.
I thought red flag was supposed to be a bad thing. Now there are materials to it.
Yes, now because you cannot shade the shade.
The shaded, the
shaded or the shadeless. I don't know how they speak. Okay, you cannot shame the shameless. That's what they say. Yes. But sure, you cannot shade the shadeless.
Wow.
I brought my own. Let's have our next meme. The first time I cooked soup for my late grandma, she tasted it and said, even during the Biafran War, our food was not this tasteless. I fainted.
Only African grandmas can really do this. There's not, if you check that thing very well, it's an African grandma. Oh, I'm seeing Ghana already. You have said it all. Their shades can be so shadeful.
Even during the Biafran War.
It just make you like
our
rethink.
Food was not this tasteless.
You make you rethink and be like, what?
You would have just told me, this your food is not sweet.
It's not sweet.
Like you have to
drag
speak so many English. It's like, let's have our next meme, I beg.
I
think it's the last one.
Yes.
It was. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well,
I'm sure they
enjoyed it. Yes. So let us know what you think about all the memes we gave you today. The comments, share your comments and laugh. If you made you laugh, let us know as well. Then when it comes to our news, you heard a lot of things. We've given you a lot of news. Let us know what you think about it. Don't be silent. Don't watch this show and be silent. Give us feedback. We want to hear from you. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms. It's down there. Make sure you follow. Know that we are live on YouTube 24/7. Entertainment or news, or we there here for you. Why not subscribe and turn on that notification button? And know that we are live. E-Vibes 1 p.m. Monday to Saturdays. Do well to tune in and enjoy the very best of entertainment. I've been your wonderful host, Layomi Adeyemi, and with me was the beautiful pink head.
Wow.
Pink head.
Wow. I'm your baby girl, Queen Etokota. Today is Saturday, tomorrow is Sunday. Make sure you are going to church. Go to church. No problem. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
the country is actually gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That is what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we are all dafts and they are the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to your favorite weekend show, New Day on Signature TV. It's a beautiful day to be alive. It's the 8th day of February 2025. And fun fact today, in history, precisely in 1910, the largest youth group was incorporated in the United States by William Boyce, talking about the Boy Scout. So this should be enough motivation for you to go out and begin to chase your dreams. Begin to chase your dreams, incorporate that company, establish that business, enroll for that course. Whatever you do, keep moving. The sky is just a stepping stone. As usual, I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom, and we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we will start off with our newspaper review and headlines. Please stay with us. Well, many thanks for still staying with us. Don't forget, this is still New Day on Signature Television, and we would love to hear from you. So go on over to our social media platforms on YouTube, on Facebook, at Signature Television Official. Again, at Signature TV Official. Go like, go comment, go share, and of course, subscribe. Welcome to our newspaper headlines. First up, Saturday Punch. And just above the mast, or beside the mast, my brother has never demanded a kobo for funding my election, coming from Adeleke. Tinubu orders database cleanup as federal government uncovers 6,000 Nigerians with NIN. Warri refinery undergoes maintenance 1 month after resuming operation. Government and businessmen back anti-IPOB vigilantes as Southeast violence escalates, with Rider States VIPs raise funds to equip vigilantes against rampaging gunmen. Lagos community where Christians, Muslims, and traditionalists worship side by side. Why I can't blame God for death of 11 family members, coming from ENUGU tanker fire victims' relative. On Ganusi, how funeral snide remark turned instant social media rave. And finally, on the Saturday Punch, Thames crowned Afrobeat new queen, and how police bullet shattered caterer's womb in Ogun. Next up, The Nation, and just above the mast, PDP crisis, fury over Board of Trustees backing for Ude Okoye, with rider that says, Southeast Legal Advisor slams resolution on authentic National Secretary. Our contractual relationship with First Bank of Nigeria by General Hydrocarbons, with rider describes deal as project finance relationships. Both can be found on pages 4 and 6 respectively of the Saturday Nation. And boldly written in front of The Nation, state creation hurdles agitators must scale by Deputy Speaker, says they have till March 5 to fill application gaps. Ex-Minister Turaki arraigned for adultery and others. ICPC arrests former naval chief, NSCDC commandant over alleged 3 billion naira fraud. How kidnappers killed lawmaker after collecting 100 million naira from his account. With rider 9 arrested, 2 pump-action guns recovered from them. And finally, on The Nation, benefits of contactless passport application by Minister. Over to the weekend blueprints. Above the mast, INEC to Nigerians support electoral reforms on page 10, with riders says alterations should include trial of electoral wrongdoers and reiterates call for electoral offences tribunal. Heightened terror attacks in northeast, northwest. Nigerians express fresh concerns, suggest solution. With riders, government must increase military numerical strength to boost war efforts, coming from CSO. Nigeria can't win against terrorists without adequate technology, coming from experts. Their sources of funding must be tracked, I beg your pardon, to dismantle them, coming from Ishaku. Influx of foreign fighters responsible for renewed attacks, coming from headquarters, on pages 8 and 9 of the weekend blueprint. Nigerians in Europe can now renew passports online, coming from Tunji Ojo. Dark web. Bizarre how Nigerian babies are sold online. The historical evolution of Zazao Emirates. And finally, on the blueprints, federal government didn't scrap JSS SSS classes, minister clarifies. And equity market sustains growth profile and gains 371 billion naira. Over to the weekend trusts. Farming is the stupidest thing to do for a retiree, coming from Alhaji Garba Gumel. Your budget lacks transparency, Obi tells Tinubu. A day at Lagos exotic meat market. All three news items can be found on page 8, 25, 29, respectively, of the Weekend Trust. Why VP is yet to occupy new house. And finally, on the Weekend Trust, our position on Lagos, Calabar, Sokoto, Badagry roads, Umahi on page 11, and bandits abduct 12 worshippers from Sokoto Mosque on page 25. The Guardian. Shoinka's Death and the King's Horseman lights up Sheffield theatres. And on politics, people are concerned with stomach infrastructure and act with emotions, coming from Fahimi. And below the Guardian mast, El Rufai Amechi party chieftains with axe to grind against the APC. Nigeria unveils contactless passport renewal system across Europe. And finally, why Uni Abuja needs more than firing VC. All right, that's the much we can take on our newspaper headlines. And over to our review this morning. And as usual, Chris Madoka is in the studio to do justice to that. Good morning, Chris Madoka. Welcome to the show. As usual, nice to have you here.
Good morning, Chigi. Good morning, everybody.
All right. So let's head on over to the main issue that caught your fancy.
Well, there are so many issues that caught my fancy, but you'll be surprised that I penciled down here APC axe grinding chieftains.
Yeah.
So it's a turn of APC to grind axes. Their chieftains are there to grind axes. And it brings to my mind what I used to say, that whatever a man sow it, he reap it.
Absolutely.
And then the Nigerian political parties will have to know that the sooner the later. Because breaking of agreements and, conspiracy, what you call the, corporate conspiracy against individuals. Probably at the point you say we are party members, we have constitution, we are moving on, attacking other oppositions, trying to convert new members for our party, and we are talking about party. But when it comes to sitting down to share the dividends, probably to share positions, some conspiracy will put some people at the back. It's funny that Amechi and the Rufai, of all people, one of the chieftains of APC that were grinding axe. I remember history, we always remember the ATM. The automatic, what they call it, the machine. Teller machine of the party. Now has axe to grind. It used to be, and that's also a point of reflection for every of these politicians. I keep saying it in Igbo. If you do not know that no matter what you do for your girlfriend's son, he will never call you Papa. If you never know that in Nigeria by now, then you have a lot of thinking to do. A lot of set of people have deceived, marginalized, and they use them as tools against their own people. I remember during the days of, nobody will ever believe that you hear Amechi having axe to grind with APC or El-Rufai. These are tough people that have done so many things and even attracted bad names to themselves for this single party. Why are they grinding axe now? So whatever a man sow it, that's all I put it. Don't have any issue with them. I don't have any issue with APC. Neither do I have with the PDP nor Labour. I'm here to review the fact that chieftains of APC have axe to grind. And I wish them well. Let them grind it very well.
APC is not exempted from the internal
intra-party squabbles
that have... they're not exempted, obviously.
We have discussed over time. It was the PDP turn and it's still there. Now APC has entered Like, but
race.
then that's what you have. When you are talking about Nigerian politicians, talk about with pinch of salt. Because you might think they are grinding axe. The next morning they are there sharing whiskey and Hennessy and, you know, sharing drinks or grinding some other things that does not sound that deadly. So they are good luck.
All right. Could you speak to this, because it actually it got to me, where Tinubu on Saturday point, Tinubu orders database cleanup as federal government uncovers 6,000 Nigerians with NIN.
The same thing, or what I'm saying, that a group of people call themselves a country, gather themselves, and there's a complex country God has created in diversity. They put a lot of people together to become I don't know where they, you know, they can couch beautiful words. You used to grow up, they tell you is strength in diversity, or whatever. But along the line, unity in diversity, the strength that makes us what we are is that diversity, you know, human resources, natural human resources that God has blessed this country with. And we saw them then. I don't think I'm still seeing them now. When I was growing up, I saw it. There was so much zeal. And when we sing and stand to sing national anthem for this country, it was like, oh God. Some of us went to NYC camps, and when the beagle sounds very early in the morning, you sing national anthem at the anthem of NYC. Youths obey the clarion call. You stand with that, you know, the hairs on your body will rise, and you are looking forward to a nation you are going to. You hit the street of Nigeria nation. You are disappointed. So many things of Nigeria will happen on you. You start thinking something is wrong. Why are we telling ourselves lies? Who gave the Nigerians how many thousands? And these are the ants. You clearly go. Fetch firewood infested with ants. Bring them home. When you see lizard, you start looking at your neighbor's house to whether he sent the lizard to you. Then that person something must be wrong with that person. He's either not thinking well, or he's wicked, even unto himself. The porousness of Nigerian borders, and I want me to talk about it. When we have the NIS, the DSS, all the security apparatus that are working at the borders, allow these people in. Someday they told us, even the terror, the banditry in Nigeria, were part of calculated attempts for some people to hit below the belt, to win a boxing fight. That's, you know, it recalls, you know, I can bring with nostalgia what Azikiwe said. He said, I can never hit below the belt to gain any advantage over my opponent. I will follow the rules, what it means. You know, in a boxing fight, when you hit below the belt, it's deadly, you are disqualified. And imagine men mostly are doing the boxing. When you hit a man below the belt, you know what that means? You actually, you are a murderer. Many of our Nigerian politicians have been hitting below the belt. They forget today, yesterday, and today is here. What do we have? With that kind of people, I tell you, this banditry and terror that happen in Nigeria, you know, Chigimi and you may have issues, but there's a extent to what I can do to you. When I remember we are Nigerians, we have a lot of ties that brought us together. That's a lot. But when people who do not have any attachment to you are involved to deal with you, you know, relate that to the terror, where people are cutting people's head off. Nigerians, shooting and killing innocent children, women. They will enter a complete village and burn it, and they say it's banditry and that. And people are giving them money to do this. How much will you pay a Nigerian to do this? When a Nigerian is involved in it, he will have some reservations. But when strangers come in, and they open our borders, and these are people that come in, who are they? This is just the tip of the iceberg. It's Nigerians. What about Malians? What about other African countries that have surrounded us, that have looked here as a mining ground? There used to be a story of what some Nigerians will do in South Africa. And the South Africans raised alarm. Because they go there, they feel that they are just going there to make money and come back. So at all means, they can even kill and maim. That's something that's happening here. When you open the borders without data, in 2025, Nigeria is still battling with data. We don't even know the number of Nigerians we have here holding our passport, our NIM. NIM, all of the all-powerful NIM. Nigerians that are over 5,000, how much do you say?
6,000.
Are holding that. This, and when government just work it out in your mind that there are over 20 million.
True.
Over 20 million people in Nigeria that are not supposed to be here that are holding this thing. So if Trump is asking people who are illegal to go, I think deportation is loading. It's loading in so many African countries, and it's loading in so many countries because Udara, the Abalomo tree says, I am not the only tree that bears a child that they always press his mouth. If you piwa people on in the US and you come here, you have illegal immigrants. It's high time they also go. You used to have when you say a beautiful Ghanaian brothers or Ghana must go. Sometime now, when you have Nigerians that are over 6,000 that are not supposed to be here, maybe what is loading is Nigeria must go. I don't know. I'm not speaking the mind of the NIS. They know. But if they don't want, let them open the borders more. Well, you know, why are we deceiving ourselves? Open it wide. Why do you keep people there when we have 6,000 people that you cannot determine how they come in here? Open it more. Let Nigerians know. No matter however you prepare your mat, a goat lying on the ground is lying on its skin. Good luck, Nigeria.
All right.
Terror, technology, international community, conspiracy. That's the note I made for myself.
Okay.
You say we need technology to fight terror.
Yeah.
You find that when you have close talk with our Nigerian young men and women who are sacrificing their life every day protecting this nation, like the Nigerian Army and other security agencies, they will tell you that when they are in the forefront, the front line, they see this terror, the terrorists, and the sophistication of equipment they have. You now will ask yourself, these international communities are suspect. Who is supplying these people blood money all over in the name of capitalism? I think we should look back, probably go back to socialism, all those clearing and days when we were growing up. Russia was feeding Nigeria with, you know, socialism and all those kind of things. When it's good for one, it's good for all. They are talking about, but this capitalism that has leading us to blood money when people want to make money. Some international communities, why can't they allow Africa to breathe? They are wicked. They give you with one hand and take with the left hand, give you with the right, take with the left. Who is sponsoring terror in Nigeria? Who is giving the sophisticated equipment that Nigerian government cannot even buy? And they sit down in one place, they call the United Nations. United, my foot. It's a union of unequal, wicked people gathered together looking for hawks and vultures, looking for the rats to swallow. And we come back here, we're talking about, look at the terror, the extent of terror and banditry in Nigeria. Some viral videos that are unconfirmed going around, you can't pretend you didn't see them. Helicopters are coming into the bushes, dropping equipment and dollar for people to collect, to fight Nigeria. And they say they don't know about it. They're all fake. If they are fake, there was video of one time during Buhari era that was, they say, there were millions of people crossing as if they are, you know, Israelites when they are leaving Egypt. That was that video, viral video. Nobody talk about it. Open the borders and bring these people.
Of drugs, to the point of drug abuse.
Well, these predisposing factors that are all around us is like sin.
Recording in
Left,
progress.
sin. You look to the right is sin.
Recording
When you look backward, sin
stopped.
is surrounding us. But even as at that, the Bible have advised us not to dwell in sin. There are so many reasons why people, especially here in Nigeria, get involved in drugs. Peer group. Like they say, if you don't talk. She died of drug overuse. The daughter, Bobby, died in her bathtub. Emmy Weinstein, is it Wine? She died of drug overuse. These are celebrities that are supposed to be role models. Here, we have been witnessing a couple of suicides, depression, drugs, and when it becomes too much, you see the person taking the unusual bow.
And finally, on Friday, Mr. Ifediora Amobi, an economist, spoke to federal government increases 2025 budget allocations. Do take a listen.
It wasn't really a shock per se because these things happen. Government generates funds and generates revenue on a continuous basis, even after the budget has been signed in. And so it's not particularly a surprise. The only difference this time around is that it has been officially announced. What we have heard in the past is that even after the president assents the budget and the implementation starts, as revenue is generated from customs and VAT and the rest of them, it's usually warehoused somewhere and either implemented either as a supplementary budget. But in this case, what the president wants to do is to add it to the already existing budget, which is something new, and that's why it's a bit there's a bit of confusion around how it is going to be applied. But they have been specific in terms of two key areas where they want the funds to be, channeled to, which is solid mineral development and infrastructure. It's actually clearer. However, there are still some ways that it could have been, or at least some other suggested ways that it could have been applied, better. When the budget was just passed in December.
The budget is still being looked at.
Yeah,
they submitted to the Assembly, so they're still deliberating it.
Yes, and so it's still in the process of being finally assented, which hasn't happened yet. So it is not particularly out of place for this adjustment to be done, so that when it's approved, once. However, when one looks at it critically, you can say, why, if these are windfalls that are coming in after the budget has been planned and after the budget process has gone on, why not channel it into areas that will impact the average Nigerian directly? Create jobs, areas where things can become a bit more affordable, where more monies can be put in people's pockets, as opposed to channeling them to, to certain sectors. I don't have a problem with infrastructure because that is critical. We need every penny we can muster to go into infrastructure. We need to get our roads, our power, our bridges, water supply, everything, housing. These are all, critical infrastructure that is required. For solid minerals, for me particularly, I'm a little bit skeptical about that. The reason I say that is because solid minerals is an area that is quite attractive, not only to local investors, but also foreign investors. And so if the solid minerals sector is packaged properly, investors will troop in and Nigeria can make a lot of money out of it. So you don't really have to put money into it unless, and although we haven't seen the details yet, unless part of this fund is going to go into the development of the solid mineral, in other words, packaging it for investment. Because, that is actually one area that one could have looked at. On the other hand, we have a huge deficit. Our foreign deficit today is probably about 35 or 30, 34.8 billion US dollars. If between December and now, we have generated about 4.5 trillion naira, which is about $3 billion. If we can generate $3 billion in 2 months, and we have a deficit of about $30 billion, then another school of thought could say, why don't we use part of this windfall to pay off, to at least finance that deficit in the budget, or even take care of our debt. That way, there's less pressure on the economy for future revenues that will be generated. So it goes both ways. It has its good side, which is to know that, at least, revenues are still being generated, and we can get up to, 3-4 trillion naira within a short period of time. And this is going to be ongoing. So this is not just a one-off.
Well, that's the much we can take for our Saturday. With respect, I'm sure you gleaned a thing or two from the conversations we had in the course of the week. Well, following the announcement of the compulsory third-party insurance policy for all Nigerian commuters, the Nigerian Police Force have actually gone out to begin to implement this policy in some states of the country. Well, and it's not without its own, backlash from some quarters. So this morning we're going to be discussing the third-party insurance policy in Nigeria and matters arising. Our guest is Mr. Chijioke Nwafo. He's an insurance and financial security expert. He joins us via Zoom to say a thing or two based on his perspective on the subject matter. Good morning, Mr. Chijioke Nwafo.
Good morning to you.
Good
morning to you. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chijioke, let's just get right into the subject matter. Now, in the course of the week, we have actually spoken somehow to this topic, but for the benefit of those who might be new to the conversation, could you, in very simple terms, define what third-party insurance policy means?
Well, for any commercial contract, there are 3 parties to a contract, okay? 2 parties to a contract. So this particular policy is called a third party because it has nothing to, the policy is designed to cover a third party, somebody that is not part of this particular contract entered into by the insured and the insurer. And that's why it is called a third party. Simply means that the beneficiary of the policy is actually a third party. And that's why the policy is called a third party insurance policy.
All right. I am aware that before now, third-party policy, it's not new. It's not a new phenomenon in the transportation, ecosystem. But what would you attribute, the rave for, third-party? Why has it suddenly become so, important, if for lack of a better word, why the rave for third-party insurance policy? Because it's not something that is new. So what do you think led to all this new wave or rave for it?
Well, I think since 1945, it has been made compulsory in Nigeria that before you can put your vehicle on the road, you must have a third party, at least a third-party insurance policy. But the IGP just made a reference to it because most of the time, maybe as a policeman, they've seen on the road that most road users do not have a genuine third-party insurance policy. Hence, he re-emphasized it. It was enacted in 1945 Act, reinforced in 2003, and he just made a pronouncement to remind Nigeria that this particular document is a compulsory document for all motorists to have while on the road. So it's not something new. It's not something new. Also, occasioned by the fact that You see most road accidents. At the end of it, or nothing happens. Somebody will be involved in an accident. A vehicle will knock someone down, and after spending about 9-10 months in hospital, the person will go and do Thanksgiving. What happens? That's not how insurance is supposed to work. That third-party policy is supposed to take care of that person, the injured person, and all these are not happening because there is no. Most of them are applying this without genuine insurance policy, and that's actually what the IGP, you know, to the best of my knowledge, it's not something new really. So just try to re-emphasize on what has been in existence even before 1945.
All right. I want you to speak to something that you mentioned once or twice in the course of your explanation. You mentioned genuine insurance policy. Now, what do you mean by genuine insurance policy? Are they fake insurance policies? And then speak to how the police, is involved in this whole situation. Are they there to identify the genuine from the fake, or they are there to implement? So very quickly, what do you mean by genuine insurance policy, and what is the role of the police in all this?
Well, if you apply Nigeria Road recently, you see both the VIO, road safety, police, all those agencies that are in charge of the road, they'll go with their phone on hand, and when they see a registration, or you can even try it right there. Take your telephone, go to Google and just type NIID, Nigerian Insurance Industry Database. Once you type there, it will pop up something that will ask you to register your registration number. Once you put there and ask the system to confirm, the system confirm whether what you are having is a genuine one or whether it's an expired policy. So maybe out of their experience on the road, when they test most of these registration numbers along the road, and they've discovered that majority of them do not really have a genuine, an active insurance policy, and yet they are carrying some papers, at hand. Maybe that's why they came up with that idea to advise people to seek for genuine insurance policy while whenever they want to buy one.
All right, thank you very much. But could you speak to the role of the police right now? I know you're not a lawyer, but you have an experience with, insurance policies and implementation. Do you think the police force has, the police force have jurisdiction, over implementation of insurance policy? You mentioned it's contractual. It's between the insurance company and the client. What is the role of the police in all this? And why are they going out? You could see videos where commissioners of police go out to implement, this policy. What is their role really in this whole policy implementation?
I believe they have jurisdiction. Whenever there is a law in the country, it is for the police to make sure that people obey the law. So when the police are arrested for not obeying the law, I don't think they've gone out of their powers. It's within their powers to make sure that laws are obeyed in the country. And because of that, Section 68 of the 2003 Insurance Act, made it compulsory for every vehicle owner to have a motor insurance policy before they put their vehicle on the road, at least a third party. So it is for the police to find out those, because it is their job to make sure that people obey the law. So I think it's within their jurisdiction. It is.
All right, Mr. Chijioke, could you tell us the limitations, or rather the coverage of this insurance? Because yes, that's become some sort of a buzzword, third-party insurance, but people don't know the extent of the coverage. Now let's use a hypothetical scenario where there is a car crash, probably between two cars, and one probably has third-party insurance. How does it pan out? Will the insurance cover for the damages for both cars or for the person that has the insurance? Just in real terms, let's understand how this works in real life.
Okay, let's take it that the two vehicles, all the two of them have third-party insurance, and one is at fault. The one at fault hit the other one and caused damage to the other vehicle, party's vehicle. With the third-party insurance certificate that the person has, that liability which he has incurred by hitting the other one, that policy that he has should take care of that repairs up to the tune of 3 million naira. If it's a bodily injury, it's unlimited. And that's why just the 15,000 naira will pay covers property damage up to the tune of 3 million and bodily injury unlimited. Unlimited means that if it takes 10 million naira for the medical examination or the treatment of the person, the policy pays. That's what it means. And if there is death, definitely they go look for the life expectancy and all the value of the person and pay the members of the family. That is how powerful this policy is. In addition, before now, when you want to travel with your car to maybe any West African country, you must go and look for what they call ECOWAS brown card. Now, if you have an emergency that you need to travel, you cannot take your vehicle beyond the borders of Nigeria without getting that ECOWAS brown card. So the industry agreed, like, let us incorporate that certificate, that ECOWAS brown card certificate in our policy. Okay, so in that 15,000 naira, you have the ability to enjoy coverage all over the membership of West Africa ECOWAS, and also third-party property damage to the tune of 3 million, and the bodily injury or death, which is unlimited. That is what that particular 15,000 third-party policy covers.
All right. So, what are some of the challenges that policyholders may go through in trying to claim, compensation? How easy and seamless is the process when someone wants to lay claim, of compensation? Could you take us through the protocol?
Well, anything that I normally tell people that whatever that is worth having is worth insuring, and whatever that is worth insuring is best insured through a registered insurance broker. We all know that Nigerians don't like reading. An average insurance policy is a bit voluminous and technical. Most of the time when people read it, it's not interesting. So you really need a professional whose job it is to go through that policy and make sure that the conditions there satisfies the client. And whenever there is a claim, you don't need to start pursuing any insurance company. If you have placed your business through a broker, all you need to do is to refer the claim to your broker, who now pursues your claim on your behalf at no cost. You're not paying for it. So it's just because of lack of awareness that people go to licensing office or by the roadside to go and purchase insurance. The same 15,000 naira you pay anywhere, what you are going to pay. If you walk into a broker's office and say, look, I need a third-party insurance policy, please let me have it, and pay your 15,000 naira, we'll collect all your data, open a file for you. So whenever you have a claim, all you need to do is just to call your insurer, the insurance broker, who now takes it off from there. But if you don't have a broker and you have a loss of this nature, you may not know what to do next. So I think I would like to advise Nigerians to always place their insurances through a registered insurance broker.
All right, let me take you a little bit away from your area of expertise. I also trust that you will do justice to this question. Now, a very well-known insurance company in Nigeria has come up with a particular package right after this policy, began, to become enforced in Nigeria. They came up with a package called Third Party Plus, and they went on to reel out the benefits. Now, what this looks like from a particular point is maybe it was some kind of a political or power play where Nigerians are being told, okay, you must go for a compulsory insurance policy just to create the market, for this well-known insurance company to sell their product. What's your take on this?
Well, every organization has their marketing strategy. You can actually, fine-tune your policies to enable you carve a niche for yourself in the market. But provided that minimum requirement is satisfied, it's okay by the regulator. I'm sure it will be okay by the regulator. By the third party plus, okay, fine. Third party policy does not cover the insured. I may decide to design my own policy, come and take third party plus. Yes, we can repair a third party vehicle up to 3 million. How about your own? Okay, we can repair your own up to 250,000 or 500,000 naira. That becomes a plus. They will calculate the additional premium for that extra cover they are giving you and add it to the 15,000, which you will pay. Okay, so it's just a way of you know, trying to meet the needs of people, because some people may not have the money to pay for the comprehensive, but when they hear about this maybe top party plus, and it's okay, they can cash in on it and at least get some sort of when their own vehicle is damaged in the course of the accident.
Yes, Mr. Chijioke, you've explained what the package is all about, but my question really is, isn't it so convenient? Doesn't it look like it has become convenient for them to sell their package right after the heels of the announcement for third-party insurance? It seems as if it's convenient for them. So my question is, do you think the government is a political play to create a market for this particular product from this well-known insurance company? So that is my question, really, and I want you to, respond to that.
I think I'm old enough in the industry to know that policy, that third-party plus, have been in existence for long time. It's not a new thing. Most insurance companies in Nigeria offer that third-party plus. You understand? So it's not a new thing. Maybe people are just getting to know of it after this announcement, but they have been in existence for a very long time. And moreover, third-party plus has nothing to do with the third-party cover itself, which the IGP is talking about. Whether you have the third-party plus or you have a ordinary third-party, the law requires you to have the minimum cover, which is a third-party policy. So whether you are carrying the third-party plus or you are carrying the ordinary third-party, it's the same thing. And to the best of my knowledge, third-party plus has been in the market for a very long time. This is not the first time. It's not new. It's not new. So if people cash in on immediately after the announcement to also sensitize people about it, I don't think they want to do it. The job may be a marketing strategy. It's not new. It's not new at all in the market.
All right, Mr. Chijioke, I feel that the issue of insurance is much like that of taxation, where you see Nigerians need a lot of sensitization and convincing to get on board. Now, as a financial security expert and of course an insurance expert, what sort of awareness is already on the way or has been rolled out to ensure that people are well sensitized? Because from feedback from the people, some people are still saying, okay, give us some time, we need more sensitization. Do you think Nigerians really need sensitization, or you feel yes, there should be time for people to be more aware before punitive measures are meted out to commuters? What's your take on that?
When people talk about more time on this insurance third-party stuff, I just keep wondering. The act, the section 1 and 2 of Insurance Act 2000, that if you don't have it and you are caught driving without an insurance, is a 250,000 naira fine or 1 year imprisonment or both. So it is not. It's just that the current leadership of the National Insurance Commission, the regulator of the insurance industry, had taken it upon themselves to make sure that Nigerians become aware of it, that it's a criminal offense for you to put your vehicle on the road without any insurance protection. And that's why they started by visiting the Commissioner of Police, from where this particular statement was made. They have visited the road safety and other agencies of the government that had to do with road management, and they are getting results. They have also engaged themselves in the desensitization program for adverts, flyers, and all that in most states of the Federation. They have a standing committee on implementation of compulsory insurance in Nigeria, which is chaired by them and managed by them, and they are doing a very great job in trying to sensitize people. And Nigeria is a very large country. If you go to Lagos State, for example, you can't even put your vehicle on the road in Lagos now with type of mechanisms they have put in place, or have your building, put up a building without insurance now anymore. So they are taking it gradually. Lagos, Abuja, and other states, with time, they will cover the entire state of the Federation. But one thing what we should know is that insurance is not part of our culture. It's a borrowed culture. Okay, and in the West, you cannot point to a vehicle on the road without insurance. And I can tell you, the premium we pay in Nigeria here for motor insurance, one of the cheapest in the world. You can't go just Cameroon here. You can't cross across to Cameroon and get a third-party policy for as low as 15,000 naira. It doesn't work that way. But because of our size, population, insurance is based on law of large number. The premium is so low so that people can be encouraged. You cannot say you can afford a vehicle of maybe 200,000 naira. Let me see if there's any with such a value, and you cannot afford 15,000 naira to buy a third-party insurance policy. So I don't think it is something new. It's just that they are re-emphasizing on the need for people to have that particular policy, which has been made compulsory by law with penalties attached to it in some sections of the 2003 Act.
All right, Mr. Chijioke, we have been discussing, the policy as regards to individual commuters. Now, let's talk about companies like haulage companies and oil companies that will have to transport products, in large, heavy-duty vehicles. Does this policy also cover them, and does it play out differently for them? In view of the recent tanker explosions, in Niger State and, of course, in Enugu State? Please speak to us on that.
Yeah, it does. The 15,000 actually is for cars. As you graduate, maybe to a minibus, to a truck, to a trailer, the premium is changes from 15,000 to up to 200,000 naira. So the liability attached to that particular policy did not exempt the petroleum vehicle or this. It says third-party liability. Third-party liability. So be it a tanker, be it a truck, be it a car, the liability remains the same. Once the liability is incurred, the policy should be able to stand for it. As a matter of fact, I don't see a third party as a with the type of rules we have in this country, and it's not even lucrative for insurance companies to write it. But because the law, it has been made compulsory by law, we must write it. You understand? So those tanker accidents and those trailer accidents on the road, the third-party policy is designed to cover such liabilities whenever they occur.
All right, still on the tanker explosion and the mayhem, after its week. Now, I had this conversation with a guest earlier on, and I was asking the guest, I said, are there punitive measures that are going to be meted out to these companies after probably an inquiry into the cause of the explosion implicates certain people? Now, in this case, if after the inquiry comes up with the fact that there were no third-party insurance policies to cover the tankers, are there going to be punitive measures against those companies? In this case, case in view being the recent explosions in Nigeria.
Well, you see, like I said, Section 2 of the Act, spelled out the penalty for anybody that does not have it. As a matter of fact, in some crime, when you drive your vehicle without insurance certificate, okay, they may look at you as, they may charge you for attempted murder. You don't have a driver's license, you don't have the insurance, and you put your vehicle on the road. Some laws which will charge you for attempted murder. For the mere fact that if a driver is found guilty of reckless driving that took the life of people, the person can be prosecuted under the law and definitely pay the price. So that's just
all right. So let's go back to the compensation that I spoke to earlier. What exactly is the turnaround time for an insurer to receive compensation? How long does it take for the insurance company to respond positively to a policy user?
Well, it depends on when you lodge the claim. Okay, whenever there's an accident, sure, they may have some time frame with which you must lodge your claim, but there's something we call date of knowledge. Sometimes you may not even know that you have such, the third party may not know that such policy exists, or their members of the family may not know that such policy exists. And once they realize, they can lodge their claim, even without going through once they can get the insurance company that covers that particular, they can lodge their claim directly without going through the negligent party. But like I said, if you have a policy through an insurance broker, the broker takes it up upon themselves to place all those, lodge all those claims on the behalf of the injured third party and make sure they have their claims settled. You understand? So it is, some policy will say you must notify us within 7 days or 2 weeks. but that notification clause is subject to date of knowledge. Because sometimes an accident may happen, you may not even know that you have so and so right, or may not identify who is at fault or who you should hold responsible. Whenever you identify those ones, then the time start counting on you. So there's always a time frame, and our regulator, the National Insurance Commission, now have set up a template for the insurance industry that whenever a claim happens is notified, you must time it within certain period to settle that claim. Claims are now settled faster than before. So if anyone suffers a claim and notifies the claim and can prove his claim, sometimes 60 days, 30 days, depends on the documentation requirement and the delay from the third party, the claim is settled.
All right, so in an event where, God forbid, this is hypothetical, maybe there was an accident and probably the policy user dies in that accident and probably nobody knows he's a user of an insurance policy. Are you saying that the company will not try to reach out, or maybe for some reasons got to know that this person has passed? I mean, is there a policy or a clause that says you go out and reach out to your user, to your clients, rather than wait for them to come and probably for some reason, one reason or the other, they may not even be aware. I mean, the relative may not, be aware that such policies exist. Is there a clause in your policy that says, okay, we are the insurance company, we can reach out to our clients?
Yeah, insurance company can. Under one of the basic principles of insurance is utmost good faith, and it's a two-way thing. While you are expected to tell insurer everything that you know about the business, it is also the duty of the insurer to make sure that and acts in an utmost good faith, so that in the contract. So based on that, whenever there is a loss and the insurer discover that this particular vehicle that is involved in this accident is insured by me, they can actually on their own go out and look for those people that are injured. But whenever there is an accident, members of the family of both the insured and the insurer definitely visit the police station.
Well, hello to you and welcome to Inside Health on Signature Television, a health show where we have conversations around topical health issues. Well, today we're going to be talking about dietary and lifestyle changes for cancer prevention and management. Of course, I'm your host, Chigichi Agoram. Well, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, I'm going to introduce my guest on the show today. Do stay with us. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. This is still Inside Health, and today we are talking dietary and lifestyle changes for cancer prevention and management. Now, our guest is a dietitian. In fact, she's a dietitian in oncology department. Her name is dietitian Chioma Nwachukwu. She's an assistant director, nutrition and dietetics, UNTH Ituku Ozala, ENUGU. Hello, dietitian Chioma. I got that right.
Yeah.
Great, 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 great. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Great, great. You light up the room. I must give you that compliment.
Thank you.
All right. So, people are wondering, food, diet, and cancer. Some of us can't actually make the connection. However, it is something that is being done, being practiced. Dietary ways of preventing and managing cancer. Now, as a dietitian, tell me exactly where your work is important in managing a patient who has cancer.
Thank you. Before I proceed, first of all, I want to do some clarification.
Okay.
Food, like we all know, food is something edible.
Yes.
Yes, food is an edible substance which, when eaten, nourishes the body. The diet is that portion. Is that portion of food, that portion that you take, food or drink that you take on daily basis. It is personalized to you. It could be a restrictive diet, wherever we try to, remove one or two, ask you not to take one or two different types of nutrients in a particular food just to handle a disease condition. It could be therapeutic in nature. Being therapeutic in nature means that maybe, we are using it to cure a particular disease condition.
Yeah.
Maybe diabetes, ulcer, hypertension, and then of course cancer. So looking at the relationship between all of them, we find out that since we know that we can do, food is something we cannot do without. And at the same time, there is no how that we can effectively manage cancer without bringing in diet. Because diet play a very, very crucial role in the management of cancer. Diet. Your diet helps to, once it is optimal diet.
1 minute. There's something I want to bring out so that we try to break down these complex issues to tiny, tiny bits that people can, take and run with. Now, you say not all food constitutes diet. Okay. You're saying diet is a personalized,
That food you eat is
that is personal to you.
That is personal.
Can you now say that there are some people who are not on diet, though they eat food, but they are not on diet?
That is what I said, that diet is that portion of food. That portion that you have, that you eat. It can be food, drink that you take. That portion that you take on daily basis.
Good.
That is personalized to you. What I mean by being personalized to you, it could be that maybe you've seen a dietitian and she placed you on a particular diet, maybe a maintenance diet. Or it could be that you have one disease condition.
There are some of us that have never been on a diet before or never seen a dietitian
and
before.
That food,
yes.
That was why I said that food you eat, the food or the drink that you take, that makes up your diet. That plate that you are watching is what makes up your diet. It is not left for us to say that it is, after the assessment, looking at what you take, it's not left for us to say whether the food is good or a bad nutrition, whether it's a good nutrition or a bad nutrition that is constituted in that particular plate that you are taking. You understand what I'm trying to do?
Absolutely.
So if you have a plate of maybe rice now, a dietitian can look at it and tell you that, this is just majorly carbohydrate foods here. But if you have something like meat there, she can say, okay, that there is protein there. In as much as the rice also has protein, right? Little portion of protein. Then meat is also there, making or bringing the protein aspect of it. Then if you have vegetable by the side, then you find out that the vegetables are there. Something that can supply the vitamins and minerals are also there. Depending on how you prepare it again, you understand? You can also say that there is fiber in that plate because the vegetable has what? It has fiber. In as much as the cereals that you are taking, like rice that you are taking, also has fiber in it. But vegetable give you more of the fiber content of that food. Then you can look at it again and say, it's not just white rice and vegetables, that you have oil there. So the fats are there, right? Fats and oil is also there. So you find out that aspect of the nutrient is also there. And of course, you prepare the food with water. So you can now, I'm trying to bring in the different classes of nutrients that you have carbohydrate, protein, fats and oil, vitamins and minerals and water. You find out that they are all in that plate. So we can now say that it is what you are taking is is balance.
We're taught balanced diet in school.
But then I may not really say it is adequate, because what is adequate for you may not be adequate for me. It depends on your age, depends on your sex, it depends on your activity pattern. If you are a sedentary worker like we are sedentary now, we are just sitting down working, in as much as the brain is at work. You find out that what? Someone that is doing this kind of work will not be the same with someone that pushes barrow out there. The diet of that person will not be the same with those of us that are sitting here. It differs. You understand? So you see the difference there. But whereby we look at the adequate, is it adequate? When we consider all the previous points I just mentioned, you can now say, okay, this is adequate for this person. That is talking about the constituents of that plate we are looking at. And at the same time, we can now look at it again and say, okay, is there moderation in what you are taking? Which is another characteristics you look at again in the plate of food. Is there moderation in what you are taking? Moderation in the sense that, assuming you are taking that bowl of rice that you are taking, you have large quantity of rice and just add little vegetable by the side. You understand? One is not even balanced, considering the amount of vegetable or the quantity of vegetable that is there. And then we can look at it, how often you take it. We can now look at it and say, okay, there is moderation there. But whereby you don't try to bring in all these factors into play in what you're eating, you find out that you may be eating more of a particular nutrient while you are deficient, the body is deficient in some other.
Now, are they proportions, are they percentages assigned to different, types of food nutrients, for example, starch, and then this proportion to protein, this proportion, before we get into how it, affects oncology, patients? We're talking to mothers, we're talking to women, men who cook, of course. How would you look at a plate and say, okay, maybe 50% to carbohydrate, maybe 20%, I'm just speaking hypothetically. Is there a way you can mentally, get the right proportion that should, it should be assigned to different nutrients?
Yeah, ideally. We have different proportions that we assign to different nutrients. We have for protein, we have for carbohydrate, but it entails calculation, right? So we'll try to do it in a pictorial form that even a lay person, when you look at it, you can understand it. We advocate you take more of vegetables. You more of fruits in what you are taking. Take more of vegetables, take more of fruits. Then carbohydrate, take moderate portion of carbohydrate.
All right.
Take little quantity of fats.
Okay, we'll get neck deep into that. But right now we have to call for our special report so that we can have an understanding, our viewer can also have an understanding of what we're talking about before we get neck deep into it. So please take a listen to our special report.
Cancer. It is a word that carries heavy significance, striking fear into the hearts of millions around the world. Over 18 million people are diagnosed with cancer annually, and despite remarkable advances in research and treatment,
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Every year, millions of people around the world are diagnosed with cancer, a disease that remains one of the leading causes of death globally. Yet, a growing body of evidence suggests that the power to prevent and manage cancer lies not only in medical treatments, but also in the way we live and the food we eat. Dietary choices play a pivotal role in reducing the risk of developing cancer and in helping manage its progression for those already diagnosed. What we consume can influence cellular health, reduce inflammation, and protect our DNA from damage that might lead to cancer. Fruits and vegetables are at the heart of cancer preventive diet. They are rich in antioxidants, vitamins, and fiber nutrients that help fight oxidative stress and inflammation, both of which can contribute to cancer development. The more colorful the plate, the better. Brightly colored vegetables like spinach, kale, and carrots contain a variety of phytonutrients powerful compounds that support immune function and protect against cancer. But diet is only one piece of the puzzle. Regular physical activity is just as important. Studies have shown that exercise can lower the risk of various cancers, including breast, colon, and endometrial cancer. It not only helps maintain a healthy weight, but also improves immune function, reduces inflammation, and supports overall health. Aim for at least 30 minutes of moderate exercise most days of the week. This doesn't mean you need to run marathons. Even a brisk walk, a dance class, or yoga can have significant benefits for your health. Hydration is another essential part of cancer prevention. Drinking plenty of water helps flush toxins from the body, aids digestion, and supports the detoxification process. Opting for whole unprocessed foods, grains, legumes, and seeds adds valuable fiber to the diet, which promotes digestive health and may reduce the risk of colorectal cancer. Healthy fats also play a role in cancer prevention. Olive oil, nuts, and seeds are rich in monosaturated fats that promote heart health and fight inflammation. Additionally, turmeric, with its active ingredient curcumin, is known for its anti-inflammatory properties and has shown promise in fighting cancer cells in various studies. It's important to limit refined sugars and processed foods. Research has shown that excessive sugar consumption can fuel the growth of cancer cells, while processed foods can introduce harmful chemicals into the body. Instead, opt for nutrient-dense snacks like nuts, berries, or even a small piece of dark chocolate. These are not only satisfying but also offer health benefits. Equally crucial to our health are the ways in which we manage stress. Chronic stress has been linked to an increased risk of cancer, as it can weaken the immune system and increase inflammation. Mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help reduce stress levels, fostering a calmer, more balanced mind and body. Strong social connections and emotional well-being are vital components of overall health. Research suggests that people who maintain close relationships and engage in positive social interactions are better equipped to manage stress and improve their resilience against illness. This connection with others can also provide essential emotional support, which is crucial for individuals managing cancer. Sleep, often overlooked, is another cornerstone of cancer prevention. During sleep, the body repairs itself, regenerates cells, and strengthens the immune system. Chronic sleep deprivation can increase the risk of cancer by disrupting hormone levels, impairing immune function, and raising stress. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep each night to help maintain your body's natural defenses. Incorporating these lifestyle changes doesn't require drastic measures or extreme diets. It's about making small, sustainable choices every day. By focusing on whole plant-based foods, regular physical activity, stress management, and adequate sleep, you can create a foundation of health that can reduce your cancer risk and improve your quality of life. Whether you're looking to prevent cancer or supporting the healing process after a diagnosis. Cancer prevention and management is not just about one specific action, but rather about a holistic approach, a lifestyle that nurtures the body, mind, and the spirit. Every positive choice you make, from the food on your plate to the way you care for yourself, plays a role in fostering a healthier, stronger life. And while we cannot always control every factor, we have the power to choose how we respond, how we live, and ultimately, how we thrive. A healthier tomorrow begins with the choices you make today. Choose wisely.
Welcome back. Don't forget, we're still discussing dietary and lifestyle changes for the prevention and management of cancer. And dietitian Chioma Nwachukwu is still in the studio doing justice to this topic. So tell us, let us create a hypothetical scenario where a cancer patient is referred to you. Tell us what is the protocol like? What do you assess and how do you begin to help this patient?
Okay. Thank you. When a cancer patient is referred to us, first of all, he or she comes with the referral. And with the referral, we'll be able to assess the folder. Look at the patient's folder, look at the family history, the social history, the drug history, all this history, then you ask your questions. For us dietitians, we also check, we use NCP, Nutrition Care Plan.
Nutrition Care Plan.
Yeah. So we try to look at, first of all, you get a physical assessment of the patient. You take the anthropometric measurement of the patient, can take weight and height measurement, get a BMI of the patient. You can take a waist-hip ratio of the patient. Then you can check, the biochemical assessments done so far. You can check the PSA level of the patient.
You know, you're speaking medicinese.
Oh.
So you might have to break it down by chemical analysis. So break it down so that you can understand.
Biochemical analysis or assessment of the patient. That's, you look at the lab results.
Good.
Check the lab results of the patient. So when you check the lab results, you know you are checking the blood volume of the patient, because one of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet to assist. Okay, so you check the blood test, let me say in such a way that the blood test of the patient. You also check, you can check the serum electrolyte, urea creatinine level of the patient. You check for tumor markers. You check, after checking all the necessary biochemical assessments so far. Then you engage the patient, you do your dietary assessment. Dietary assessment, you can use 24-hour dietary recall. Ask the person questions. The patient should be able to recall what he or she ate in the past 24 hours. At times you do 48-hour dietary recall. But at times, the patient might not really be able to recall, depending on the treatment. If the patient is having chemo brain, when they have chemo brain, they find it very difficult to, to recall certain things, confusion, they forget, and all that. So, at times you need the caregiver around, more especially the caregiver that is staying with the patient, the one that is taking care of the patient, so that you can also ask him or her questions. When you ask him or her questions, the person will tell you, he or she ate so, this and that, and then you'll be noting down. You note down with the quantities. You know down the quantities, then you calculate at the end of the day. But 24-hour dietary recall might not be enough to give you what you are looking for. It might give you the immediate intake of the patient at that point in time. So what you will do, you also take, you can take the diet history. Now you want to look at the feeding pattern of the patient over a protracted period of time. You also want to look at the dietary habits of the patient. It's when you look at all these things, you find out what...
It seems as though there's a long, follow-up.
No, even when you are doing the assessment.
Okay.
So you are asking those questions. You may ask him or her, how often do you take so maybe rice or beans or yam? The patient will tell you. I take it maybe once a day or twice a day or 3 times in a week. And as you are doing the assessment, you also ask the beverage intake, alcohol intake of the patient. Ask everything, ask about everything that the patient takes in. So when you take this in, we have a way of calculating them. It's when you calculate, you'll now be able to arrive at a particular kilocalorie. You can now say that this patient takes maybe 2,000 kilocalorie per day, or 2,500 or 3,000 or 3,500, at times 4,000 or 1,000 kilocalorie, at times 1,500, depending. And based on the assessment, you now have your diagnosis. From your diagnosis, you can now come into, you intervene, you do dietary intervention. You now come in and say, okay, this patient will be on maybe low-fat diet, high-calorie diet, or high-protein diet, depending on the assessment. But you know, in as much as you are paying attention to maybe the low-fat diet, or the high-calorie diet, or high-protein diet that you are placing the patient on, you're also looking at the nitty-gritties. There are some, you know, some foods, like, you know, in cancer management, when you are managing the patient, assuming it's a breast cancer, you know that from research, it has been discovered or found out that alcohol is traceable to breast cancer, amidst other things, right? Also, dietary intake. You may find out that the person takes foods that contain maybe little dietary fiber, or maybe devoid of dietary fiber. You understand? So you can come in and tell the patient why counseling. Now that's a dietary intervention. Why counseling the patient? You can, you know, increase the dietary intake. You also, while taking the history, you also take into cognizance the dietary, the likes and the dislikes of the patient. But while taking the likes and the dislikes of the patient, you also find out the likes of the patient. At times you find out that some people just don't like taking a particular food for no reason. If there's no reason for the patient not to take that food, and you know that he or she needs that particular diet at that point in time, or that particular food at that point in time, you go ahead and you encourage the patient to take it and see if there will be any reaction. For example, some people will tell you that they don't like taking watermelon. No reason. You ask them why. It is good though. It's rich in beta carotene. It's a diuretic. It's rich in, you know, the water content. Some will tell you we don't like taking cucumber. Why? They tell you that the crunchy nature of what they take, you know, when they are taking it, to be as if they are taking foam. You understand?
Interesting.
So what you now do as a dietitian is your work, because you know that at that point in time that the patient needs that. You can now say, okay, can we do it this way? Can we blend it? What if we blend it? Can you be able to take it? Say, blend it. If you now blend, you can, the caregiver may blend, and then you give the patient. And the patient takes it. It's still the same food that he or she says that he doesn't like taking, right?
You know, we're discussing prevention and management, but let's go back to prevention a little bit. Tell us, what are carcinogenic food? Because we hear that all the time. Oh, don't take this, it's carcinogenic. Oh, don't take that. So what exactly are carcinogenic food? And tell us, so that when we go to the market the next time we do, we know what we're buying and what we're living.
Foods, that's the foods that are the foods that have the ability, you know, to predispose one to cancer. That's carcinogenic in nature. The foods that are carcinogenic, they have this have the ability to predispose one to cancer. But then, first of all, we look at the fried foods. Fried foods. Because from research, so many foods are linked to that. High fat intake. High fat intake. When you fry foods, depending on the type of oil you are using, because you know we have oil that are heart friendly, we have oil that are also not heart friendly at the same time.
You know, you're going to give us examples, so that's
I'll give examples.
Good.
Yeah. So when you look at it, you know, we have saturated, we have unsaturated fat. The saturated ones are the ones like, let me describe.
You know the types that you go to the market to buy on a very cold day and they're all congealed.
Exactly. If you are sleeping, that type of oil that sleeps when you are sleeping.
Run from it, yeah.
When you are feeling cold, that's oil feels cold. Run from it. These are the saturated ones. But the unsaturated ones, they are liquid or fluid in nature. Even at times when you even put them in the fridge, you find out that what it doesn't congeal, right? So You can go for, should I mention? Because
yes, please. Don't mention the brand, but just sunflower oil, vegetable oil, granite oil.
Soy base now. Let me use soy base. Let me not call a particular brand. Soy base oil. They contain polyunsaturated fats. Olive oil has monounsaturated fat. They are heart friendly. They are good. But any other type of oil, because these ones I may be calling brand. Any type of oil that you know that once once you sleep, you sleep with you. Yes, so you run away from those type of oil. And then another thing about oil is this: when you fry.
So you're saying oil is carcinogenic, or the food that is fried with the oil becomes carcinogenic?
It's the process. It's the process now. Okay. The process. Now, when you now fry the food, you denature the bond of the oil. I'm talking about how it gets to that being carcinogenic. You know, you denature the bond. Once you denature the bond, you still refry again. You see where they are frying akara or even buns. They keep using the oil. You fry it, you refry, converting it from the cis form to trans form, which is harmful to the heart. And at the same time, it's harmful to the heart. It affects the arteries. It can deposit in the arteries and the veins once it deposits there. So the tendency of doing what? Leading to a particular disease condition is already there. Okay, that is for fat. Then you also look at foods like the fruits now, the vegetables.
What about processed food?
I'm coming. Okay. You look at the vegetables and the fruits that we take. Are they carcinogenic? They are not. But can they also be carcinogenic? They can.
In what ways?
Yeah, depending on the way, the condition we meet them in the market. If you go to market now, you see what is happening. They first ripe the fruits. You look at what's it called? You look at banana. Look at the banana. They add chemicals to first ripe the banana. Same thing applies to what? To the citrus. That's the oranges you see in the market.
They fast track the ripening process.
And these are the process. Yeah, sorry. These are the what? These are the chemicals that are not supposed to find their way into food. So these are the cancer forming. That's cancer things that have the ability to do what? To predispose one to cancer, if one continues taking them.
Now, there's a practice that has been making the rounds, of course, on social media. I don't know how much of research that has gone into it. Aluminum foil. People keep saying, run away from aluminum foil, that each time you use it and it passes through fire, it deposits some aluminum inside what you're eating. Tell us about that. Is it true, or is just an old wives' tale?
It's still let me say, it's still speculations that are going round, you know. But I know that people emphasize more on nylon, use of white nylon, because of the volatile chemicals that are used in producing them.
All sorts of nylon?
White nylons and other nylons. If once you cook with them, that the tendency to do what? For those volatile materials that are used in producing them to infiltrate into the food is there. So for us to be safe, there's no harm in trying to do what? In trying to play safe. You can always go back to the olden days, the way they do it. They use plantain leaves. They use all different leaves. You find out that the leaves, they also impart the phytonutrients in those foods, in the food, instead of going for the ones that are, you know, chemically, that has chemicals in them. But you go for the natural ones, you know, that will impart something good, also more nutrients to the food. So that is what we are advocating anyway. But the aluminium one, I haven't seen, but research is still going on. You understand? So, but that of nylon, we are asking people to do what? You can cut down and abstain from using those ones. Use the leaves themselves.
Now, what about? I'm trying to remember the name. These packs that are being used to sell food, roadside food.
The plastic ones.
Stylophone or stylo something.
That they use. The packaged foods.
There's also this word that it's also carcinogenic. And it's the same process.
Yes. Wow. And of course, you find out that there was a time now that came online to talk about it. that people should stop using it. But we find out that our people, I don't know, maybe because we want to make profit or maybe go for things that are cheaper, we still see them using it, right? The plastic phone, still see them using it. So, but if people can abstain, and then let us rechannel to something that is more healthier.
Yes.
We find out that what we will be able to run away from some of these degenerative diseases, like this cancer that is eating deep. And then coming to the processed foods you asked that time, you know, you asked about processed food. Processed foods, the ultra or highly processed foods, you know, they use them, we have them in the markets, right? And they add chemicals to them. They add preservatives to them. The preservatives they add to them to prolong their shelf life is what is our problem, our bone of contention, right? The preservatives. Nobody is there to monitor. Nobody is there to check the quantity, whether they are sticking to the grass level. Nobody is there to check the stipulated level they should have to be. Nobody checks it, right? So you find out that they add it, more especially you have the preservatives they add to them are the ones that have been from history, you know, from research. They can predispose one to this cancer. But we encourage people to go for something natural. Go for natural foods.
All right. Do you also recommend supplements? So tell us about supplements and how.
At certain point in time, because we are talking about cancer management,
yes,
right?
Yes.
At certain point in time, there are you find out that they take certain supplements. They can take supplement, but at the same time, there are some they cannot take, like folic acid.
Cancer patients are not to take folic acid?
They are not to take folic acid. Right? But they can take folate. The other time I was teaching,
what's the difference between folate and folic acid?
Folate is in food. Folic acid is in synthetic form.
Oh.
You understand? So this one is in synthetic form, and it can help in proliferation of the cancer cells. Unless there is a research that comes on board to tell us that it's no longer proliferating it, right? Okay, but the folate one is in food. You see them you have it in okra, you have it in vegetables. So you can't say stop eating okra, stop eating, but it's in natural form. The bioavailability is high. The body has a way of converting them and making proper use of it. Unlike when you use the synthetic ones.
Okay. Yeah. All right, let's talk about, because a while ago, you mentioned something while the special report was ruling, something about turmeric.
Okay.
Let's talk about our natural spices and, you know, and vegetables. Let's, with turmeric as a, you know, case in point. Tell me about turmeric.
Okay. I'll use turmeric, and then turmeric is a herb. At the same time, is a spice. So it's one of the spices that have been isolated. We find out that it has a ability to curtail the cancer cells. It can induce the apoptosis, that's the death of the cancer cells. You know, turmeric. But
is turmeric that selective?
Yeah, it's an anti-inflammatory.
Because the idea we have of cancer is that it's eluding medical treatment because most of the drugs are not able to select the cancer cells. As such, it kills both cancer cells and the normal body cells.
Yeah, more especially when the patient is undergoing chemo. Chemo targets both the normal cells and, of course.
Okay, so, but I apologize. I know that you want to run. We need to call for what we call a vox pop, where we find out what the people know so far. You say you're a teacher. Okay. You get to find out what your students know before you know how to go about teaching them. Okay. So let's get to the streets and then find out what people know about dietary and lifestyle changes towards cancer prevention and management. Listen to this.
Cancer is very dangerous, yeah, because most of the ones I've heard about, it has taken the lives of so many people if care is not taken. I've heard about the bone marrow cancer, cancer of the breast, and different other cancers. Actually, it leads to an increasement in that part where it is. Yes, smoking and taking alcohol too much, that is excessive smoking. I think drawing of tattoos and using chemicals in your body, including this eating okpa that has nylon. Due to the heat, chemicals from the nylon will go into the okpa, and when you take it in, it keeps on growing like that because the chemicals will make your cells weak and dead. I think staying a healthy lifestyle, having a healthy lifestyle, such as staying away from alcohol and smoking, eating good food, that's balanced diet, and then fruits, enough fruits, and then also exercising. I think with this, you're going to live a healthy life.
To avoid cancer, people should try and avoid eating foods that has been refrigerated for long, and eat healthy food like vegetables, and also avoid eating food which has gone through lots of preservation processes like canned meat and so on. Civilization has brought us this pain because if you look through the ages, you will notice that the lifespan of humans have been reducing due to our intakes. Nowadays we take canned meat, we take food that has been refrigerated for a long period of time, and it has really affected us in our aging. Now, according to science, you can see that a human can live over 40 to 45 years, but those days you can note that people are living over 100, 150, and even most of the times 200 years. But now it has reduced drastically. So, to my understanding, civilization have really affected us.
Cancer is one of the commonest diseases, deadly diseases, which we have in our country right now. Yes, which kills people like randomly. Yes, obviously, civilization is the reason why we undergo different diseases, most especially cancer. Because due to civilization, due to this our modern world, they bring out a lot of stuffs that, like, they put a lot of stuff in can, and can is also a major cause of cancer. Even now that they bring out all this vaping, boys call it vapor, they vape, something like vaping. It causes cancer in the lungs. To prevent this cancer we talk about, there is something called public enlightenment. Our government should, bring out an association or organization that will talk more on this, and the way at which they package our food, our edibles, should be reduced. Yes, should be reduced, because those things in which they use in packaging our edibles also causes cancer to the body.
Welcome back. Well, before we went to view what the people had to say on the streets, we are talking about turmeric, and dietitian Cholonwa Chukwu is still here in the studio. So tell us about turmeric. You could listen. You heard the young man talk about lifespan. Before now, we had longer lifespans, but these days with instant this, fast that, the lifespan has actually come down. But we noticed that in those days, our forefathers were a lot into vegetables. They were a lot into herbs and things like that. So we were talking about turmeric before we went over to listen to the Vox Pop. So tell us about turmeric.
Okay, so turmeric, like we were saying before, turmeric is a spice. At the same time, is a herb. So turmeric has the ability, because of the active ingredient it contains. It has curcuminoid compound. The curcuminoid compound is the active ingredient, the most potent ingredient that turmeric has. So, but then the body doesn't just utilize it. It needs something that will help the body. Assuming, for example, let me say, assuming 100 grams of turmeric powder, assuming it has 70 or 70% of curcuminoid compounds in it, when you take it, the body will not won't be able to extract up to that 60% content. You understand? Because the bioavailability is low. Okay. But you need something that will help. Could you explain what
bioavailability
That's
is?
Being available.
The ability removed from the body easily, yeah?
Ability for the body to extract that active ingredient and utilize it is very low.
It's very low.
So you need to add something.
Okay.
So that's why turmeric, we always tell people, you don't just take turmeric, maybe you are treating cancer or managing cancer, you are just taking turmeric. It doesn't just work. That curcuminol compound requires something that will help it to be extracted. Something like a black pepper. Black pepper has pepperine in it, so black pepper will help to do what? To extract that.
So how do you combine the two?
You combine it, you work in ratios. You can work in ratios. You combine, add to your tolerance, but working in ratio is good. So what you do, you combine the two. more of turmeric anyway.
In cooking,
and then
you're talking about cooking.
In cooking, well, if yeah, you cook it, you use it in cooking, but most times what I do, I recommend for patients, or apart from cancer patient, any other patient or any other person, but you mustn't be a patient anyway, any other person that is taking it, you can take it in warm water. Add it in warm water.
As tea.
You can use it to take tea.
But can you add black pepper?
Yes.
In
it's
your
the
tea?
two. You mix the two. You mix the turmeric and the black pepper. And wherever you don't want to add black pepper to it, for still the curcuminol compound to be extracted, you can add little oil to it.
What kind of oil?
You can add vegetable oil to it. Add olive oil. Add the one that is heart friendly, not the ones you mentioned earlier. Add a heart friendly oil to it. Add a little to it, and then take. The body will be able to do what? To extract it. Most of the minerals and the vitamins it contains, they are fat soluble vitamins. So they need fat for the body to utilize them. In the absence of fat, the body may not really utilize them well. So in that 60%, the body might just take like 20%. So you've lost up to 40. You understand? So that is what. Then looking at that is not the only herb.
I was going to ask you what other herbs can help.
So that's not the only one. You also have ginger. Ginger raw 6.
Is there a particular way that it should be used to get optimal results?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you know that ginger can be very repulsive when you eat it in a certain way. So
you can take it in powdered form.
Okay.
You can take it in powdered form. We've actually done research on that. The difference is not much, just the moisture content. Okay. So some people say, is it not processed? It is not processed. Even if it is processed, the nutrients are there. It is concentrated. You understand? It is not like the ones that are processed and then with added preservatives. The one the dietitians advocate, the one we produce, like I produce, the one we produce, you do not do it. You don't add any preservative. We don't advocate adding preservatives in what we produce. But what we do, we tell you the shelf life. You can use it for a period of 6 months or a period of 1 year, anything outside that. But once you add preservatives, we find out that you see it in the shelf there lasting for 4 or 5 years. It's still there. Then you now ask yourself question, that the active ingredient, are they really active? You understand? Are they really active? But like if we can go back to nature, in the olden days, our forefathers, they were into nature. They were taking the vegetables, they were taking the fruits, more of vegetables, more of fruits. They exercise a lot. Somebody might have a farm that is, I don't know even the kilometer. But now you find out that because of the sedentary lifestyle, effects of civilization, secularization, you find out that you sit down and you are pressing your phone. You may be pressing your phone. You don't know that you've already consumed 4 hours while pressing your phone. You are sedentary. You are not. It's not even so. You are not active. Your phone becomes your companion. You become antisocial, but you are socializing with your phone. So you find out that what the activity pattern is reduced, because you are trying to look at those things that revolves around the cancer. Because you know that obesity is one of the major leading factor.
Let's talk about obesity a little bit and then alcohol. Okay,
fine. So obesity is one of the major, obesity, overweight is the major risk factors. In as much as we have other risk factors, age, sex, exposure to environmental exposures, your diet. Obesity talks about, your intake and then the outputs. You try to look at your body mass index, your height, relationship between your height and your weight, the fat accumulation. When you take your height, you find out that our health-seeking behavior is very poor. People don't bother going to check. Let me even check my BMI. Most people don't even know what is BMI,
how can someone
right?
check what? Of course, they don't even know what it means. So how would they now? So how would you suggest they go and check? Where or how, can they do it by themselves?
You can do it. You can do it.
Could you walk us through it?
Okay, what you do, if you have the measuring scale, at least the bedroom scale.
Okay.
Or if you have the bedroom scale, you can mount it and check. The reading is there. You can read it. Then if you have a calibrated, you can use non-stretchable or this non-stretchable tape, right? You can use it. You calibrate, just place it on the wall. You can check your height. It's in kg per meter square. That's your weight in kg. Then the height in what? In meters.
Meters.
It may be in cm. You convert
Do the
it.
conversion.
Yeah. So what you do, you multiply your weight over your what? Your height in meters, meter squared. So once you multiply, you do what? You get your BMI. Let's see that between 20 to 25, you are within your normals. But if you are from 25 up, you are overweight. Then from 30 up,
obesity. Do
obesity.
you have any success stories, maybe of a patient who was in a particular stage of cancer progression, but with diets and medication?
Ah, yes.
Please, can you tell us about?
Yes. I once had a patient, the PSA then, the post-trade specific antigen. It was actually high. So the patient was on particular drugs, Avodat and some other drugs, you know. So the patient was on that drug for like a month. Then after that, I said, okay, can we just try diet? Let's try diet and see how it works. Because one thing about diet, all the different types of cancers, you know, they target the diet. You have diet that target different types of cancers. So, but what we are talking about the general things that you can do, you know, to abstain or to manage, right? But when it comes to one-on-one, you know, discussion or one-on-one counseling, and depending on the type of cancer, because that one now is tending towards post-trade, right?
Yeah.
So what we do, what we did then, I said, okay, it was actually from that patient that it was the patient that told me that he doesn't like taking watermelon. That that if he takes it, to be as if he's chewing buff. It does him somehow.
All
you
right.
know? And I said, okay, since you don't like taking it, because as at that point in time, what came to my mind, in as much as we are trying to increase the protein intake, increase the protein intake, restrict all sources of, you know, free radicals. The body produces free radicals that causes oxidative stress. Oxidative stress are the ones that causes problem in the body that can damage the cells. And once the cells are damaged, we start talking about different diseases, more especially this cancer coming up. Cancer has stages: initiation, promotion stage, then progression stage. It has different stages, right? But at the same time, now, and I said, okay, fine. I said, we can restrict all the pollutions, being exposed to different carbon monoxide, CO2. You know, you get carbon monoxide from my past. I pass my neighbor Jen now.
You know, it's something emission that you can't control. However, we'll get back to that on how you can control that. I don't see how you can control it, but we'll get back to that. We're going to show special tips, health tips, for you to learn a thing or two for, you know, towards a very healthy well-being and lifestyle. Watch this. Many thanks for still staying with us. Now, dietitian Choma Mwachuku, we're having a conversation and we said, I said there was no way you could control carbon monoxide. However, I need you to let us know how exactly, just one tip on how we can control our consumption of carbon monoxide. Then you wrap up this edition, because we have come to the end of our show and time is not our friend right now. So tell us, how can you control carbon monoxide intake?
Okay, you know, we are talking about getting it from emissions, like gensets. In your house, you can cover all the windows. There are some people, once the gen is on, even the door is on, the windows are on. Sorry, are open. Yeah, the door is open, the windows are open. So, but if you close all the windows, close the doors, we know that it might filter in, but in a reduced quantity. Unlike once you leave it on. I used to tell my neighbor then, you just leave everything on, everything open. And it's filtering in. You see it as a normal air, it mixes with the air, and you are inhaling it. You understand? But if you do that, you can. And at the same time, if you go to market, for those of them that have been exposed or maybe receive one lecture or the other, you see they have pipe, they channel it. Well, for someone that doesn't have anything, you don't know anything about it, you just on it and it's circulating everywhere, and everybody is inhaling it. That's it. Can I just say something about the alcohol?
Please.
Okay, so
use it as your parting shot.
Okay,
quickly,
so
2 minutes.
Alcohol has been linked to breast cancer, you know, colon cancer, and it is very important that we do what we cut down. If we can restrict, fine. We can restrict alcohol intake. Restrict it entirely if you're a cancer patient is very, very important, because alcohol displaces the B vitamins. You understand? It displaces it in the body. Once it is displaced, the B vitamins, they ensure that the nerves, are functioning well. Some of them ensure that energy metabolism is going on well in the body. Some of them also ensures that what the proteins, the production of red blood cells are ongoing, and then immune system too. Some build immune system. So whereby you find out that what anything that interferes, because once you take alcohol, it gives you the impression that you are okay. You are high. It solves the problem. False impression at that point in time. Exactly. So what happens is that you find out that you are frequenting the toilet or convenience. You are going there, you urinate, you come back. You think it's ordinary water that is leaving the body. No, it's not ordinary water. It's the nutrients that are just leaving the body. At the time, before you know it, you are done with one problem or the other. And at the same time, it's good we increase our fiber intake. Fiber helps a lot in control the colorectal cancer.
The truth of the matter is that you're coming back on this show for a part 2. I see that you're filled with so much to give, and we're going to give you that opportunity to let it all out. Thank you so much, dietitian Choma Wachuku. Thank you for lighting up our studio and our program today. All right, that's the much you can take on Inside Health today. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm still your host, Chigichi Agoram. See you same station, same time next week. Welcome to Signature TV's Gender Perspectives, where we explore the complex tapestry of gender roles and identities in our society. Join us as we delve into thought-provoking discussions and challenge traditional norms. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and I hope you have a great time. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Well, on the 6th of February, the United Nations celebrated the International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation, also known as FGM. Today, we will examine the critical issue of female genital mutilation in our society. We will explore the harmful practices and discuss the devastating consequences for women and girls, and examine the ongoing efforts to eradicate this violation of human rights. But first, let's look at the background reports.
Female genital mutilation comprises all procedures that involve partial or total removal of the external female genitalia or other injury to the female genital organs for non-medical reasons. The practice has no health benefits for girls and women and can result in severe bleeding and problems urinating, and later cysts, menstrual difficulties, infections, as well as complications in childbirth and increased risk of newborn deaths. The practice of female genital mutilation is recognized internationally as a violation of the human rights of girls and women. It reflects deep-rooted inequality between the sexes and constitutes an extreme form of discrimination against girls and women. It is nearly always carried out on minors and is a violation of the rights of children. The practice also violates a person's right to health, security, and physical integrity, the right to be free from torture and cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment, and the right to life, in instances when the procedure results in death. In several settings, there is evidence suggesting greater involvement of health workers in performing female genital mutilation due to the belief that the procedure is safer when medicalized. World Health Organization strongly urges health workers not to perform female genital mutilation and has developed a global strategy and specific materials to support the health sector and health workers themselves to end female genital mutilation medicalization. Female genital mutilation is classified into 4 major types. Type 1. This is the partial or total removal of the clitoral glands, the external and visible part of the clitoris, which is a sensitive part of the female genitals, and or the prepuce/clitoral hood, the fold of skin surrounding the clitoral glands. Type 2. This is the partial or total removal of the clitoral glands and the labia minora, the inner folds of the vulva, with or without removal of the labia majora, the outer folds of skin of the vulva. Type 3, also known as infibulation, this is the narrowing of the vaginal opening through the creation of a covering seal. The seal is formed by cutting and repositioning the labia minora, or labia majora, sometimes through stitching, with or without removal of the clitoral prepuce/clitoral hood and glands. Type 4. This includes all other harmful procedures to the female genitalia for non-medical purposes, example, pricking, piercing, incising, scraping and cauterizing the genital area. Immediate complications of female genital mutilation can include severe pain, excessive bleeding, hemorrhage, genital tissue swelling, fever, infections, urinary problems, wound healing problems, injury to surrounding genital tissue, shock, death. Long-term complications can include urinary problems such as painful urination, urinary tract infections, vaginal problems such as discharge, itching, bacterial vaginosis, and other infections. Menstrual problems which include painful menstruations, difficulty in passing menstrual blood, etc. Scar tissue and keloid, sexual problems like pain during intercourse, decreased satisfaction, increased risk of childbirth complications, difficult delivery, excessive bleeding, cesarean section, need to resuscitate the baby, and newborn deaths. Need for later surgeries. Women with type 3 might require deinfibulation, which is the opening the infibulated scar to allow for sexual intercourse and childbirth. Psychological problems such as depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, low self-esteem. The reasons why FGM is performed vary from one region to another as well as over time and include a mix of sociocultural factors within families and communities. Where FGM is a social convention, the social pressure to conform to what others do and have been doing, as well as the need to be accepted socially and the fear of being rejected by the community, are strong motivations to perpetuate the practice. FGM is often considered a necessary part of raising a girl and a way to prepare her for adulthood and marriage. This can include controlling her sexuality to promote premarital virginity and marital fidelity. Some people believe that the practice has religious support, although no religious scripts prescribe the practice. Religious leaders take varying positions with regard to FGM, with some contributing to its abandonment. Female genital mutilation is mostly carried out on young girls between infancy and adolescence, and occasionally on adult women. Female genital mutilation is practiced in 31 countries in the western, eastern, and northeastern regions of Africa, and some countries in the Middle East and Asia. More than 230 million girls and women alive today have been subjected to the practice, with female genital mutilation is therefore of global concern. Female genital mutilation is a harmful practice that violates the human rights of girls and women. While progress has been made in recent years to address this issue, much more work remains to be done to eliminate it completely. This requires a broad approach that includes education, awareness raising, legal reforms.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Spread the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Awareness and understanding of female genital mutilation varies significantly. Some individuals have little to no knowledge of the practice and its devastating consequences. While this lack of awareness can hinder efforts to eliminate female genital mutilation, as it leads to apathy or even unintentional support of the practice. On the other hand, some individuals have a good understanding of female genital mutilation, its health risks, and its violation of human rights. And this empowers them to advocate for the rights of girls and women and to work towards ending this practice. Let's hear what the people have to say about it.
I've heard about female genital mutilation, that is FGM. I have heard that some communities, in the bid to circumcise their female daughters, go a long way to mutilate the female genitals. And to some extent, it makes the female genital become insensitive. It's a very, very ugly thing to do. But many cultures in Nigeria are practicing it. In fact, for me, I can't see it around my community, but I hear some people say that that is the way it is done elsewhere around Nigeria, and I don't think it's a good practice to follow. Why I think it's not a good practice, I read a clip about that recently, and the young man who wrote that said it is very difficult to make somebody who has gone through FGM to have sexual satisfaction. That is, you can't make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that, and maybe, I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions or radios, to make parents understand that that is a very bad habit. That is not something they should practice.
Of course, I have a daughter. I can't do that on my daughter. I can't do it. No matter how people feel is okay. For me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from how it sounds, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. In a the fact that there is no lecture based on this kind of incidents doesn't mean that the government is doing very well. He needs to tutor people based on dangers or harm female genders. Through advertisement, first of all, to having lectures like organizing classes for this kind of incidents. 3. Public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like open an Instagram account and go live to talk about kind of cases and stuff. It's not only physical, we can also do it online.
Female genital circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or form of just awareness simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been oriented or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs, of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them. Like, it infects their urinary tract and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. And I don't think people are well informed about it, actually. Because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. The government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, like females, are being circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation. So I just wish to tell you guys that it needs to be stopped in our society. In some situations, some females, when they become adults, some of them some are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children, and just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot. Nowadays, like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. So, like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific organization, association of people who would go around to societies, each and every society and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that a woman must be circumcised. The government can stop this by intervening, creating awareness on the effects of female circumcision.
Female genital mutilation is a harmful traditional practice with no health benefits, often performed on female children and teenagers. Female genital mutilation can have severe physical and psychological consequences for women and girls, including increased risk of infection, infertility, and complications during childbirth. Well, today with me in the studio to throw more light on this issue is Victoria Chukwu. She is a lecturer in the Department of Anatomy, Godfrey Okoye University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me.
So, as you know, February 6th is the United Nations International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. And this is something that, you know, a lot of people don't know about it. Some people know, but they don't really understand what it is about. Okay. So, tell us what female genital mutilation is all about.
Okay, thank you very much. So female genital mutilation, just like you said, a lot of persons are unaware of what it is or fully what the consequences of female genital mutilation is. So it's basically any form of mutilation on the female genital area that is non-medical. It's not for medical purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, so it could involve piercing or cutting off maybe the clitoris, yes, or the labia, any part of it at all, without, not for medical purpose or reasons, right? So any form of it at all, it's female genital mutilation. So there are different types, of course, yes, of female genital mutilations. There are about 4 classifications.
Okay.
Okay, so you can have the first type where you have the clitoris being cut off. Yeah. Okay, and you can also have the other part, or the clitoris being cut off alongside with the labia majora. Okay, that's the lip, inner lip of the female genitals. Okay, then the second part is where you have both the labia majora, labia minora cut off alongside the stitching of some part of the vagina, to narrow it, yes, kind of. Yes. Okay, and then you have the third part, you have the fourth part as well. Now, what they do is just to ensure that this is done to prevent, the reason, not for medical reason, just to prevent sexual promiscuity. They feel this is done to maybe keep a girl in check. Yes. It's a way of grooming her for marriage, it's a way of grooming her for adulthood, or even to keep her to be maybe, let's use the term, not a person of immoral acts, yes, in her husband's house.
Yes.
But that is really, really wrong, because it doesn't add up at all.
It doesn't add up, yes, honestly. And I'm actually coming to that because I'm sure this is one of the myths and misconceptions, yes, about, yes, female genital mutilation. Sure. But aside the promiscuity thing, are there other social and cultural reasons behind this act?
Yes, a lot of social and cultural reasons. Something like feeling along. Some society believe or feel that mutilation is a form of an initiation of a family. It's kind of a ritual or a rite where a family or an individual or a girl has to belong or is allowed to now maybe associate with every other person in the society. Some cultures believe it's normal. They take it as a normal thing. Yeah. So individuals who are not mutilated might just be cut off or isolated from the entire community.
Yes.
So it's a social issue and also a cultural thing. So it might be accepted by different cultures across the globe. For example, we have about up to 230 females, right,
Yes.
that have undergone between the ages of infant to 15 that have undergone female genital mutilation. And that's because of the different norms across culture, where they
Yes.
believe this is normal, but it's actually not a normal thing, because a girl is a violation of human rights. A
It
girl has
is,
the
it
right
is.
to enjoy sex and pleasure and
Mhm.
have pleasure in all of that, because that was what God made.
Made it
But
for.
because of the social belief that it's a form of the female circumcision, we
Yes.
discovered that they feel, okay, since the male counterparts are circumcised,
Circumcised.
this is the female version of
Yes.
it, but that's
It's
totally
wrong.
wrong.
It's so wrong. And talking about human rights violation, I believe for the United Nations to really bring out a day to talk to, you know, create this awareness of zero tolerance for female genital mutilation, I believe it's something that is very serious. So let's look at how this is a form of gender-based violence and abuse of human rights for
Okay.
girls and women.
Okay, so just like I mentioned earlier, some culture believe this is right, and it's a way of taming the girl child to keep her from being promiscuous and then submissive.
Yes.
Now you're doing this because you want to have her tamed, so she doesn't explore sexually. But there are other means you can do that without having to violate her rights.
Yeah.
If you're reducing, or you're doing this to reduce her pleasure sexually, to tame her in quotes, that's you violating her rights as a human, because this was created by God for reasons, right? So doing anything against her pleasure, just like it said, the right of one person stops when that of another starts. So anything that has to do with reducing, taming the girl child and bringing her back or behind the background, behind the scene, you're meant to act in this way, and that is it. And it's not like this affects the society in other ways, right? Because you still have people who have been mutilated who are promiscuous.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it does not in any way prove that a girl who has been circumcised, let me use that word, is going to keep herself maybe in her home, or she's going to remain a virgin before she gets married. So it's really human rights violation completely. So the World Health Organization is actually fighting to see that there's zero tolerance, to human rights. I mean, to
female
genital mutilation. And they're looking at ensuring that this is stopped as at 2030.
Yeah.
But well, without awareness, it's going to be a very difficult thing.
Yes. You are an anatomist,
Yeah.
and I believe that you may have encountered someone or some women who have undergone female genital mutilation. Can you share an experience with us?
Okay, so this is on a personal level or basis, not medically, like practicing. I'm actually a lecturer, right?
Okay.
So I have this friend of mine who, that is a rule. She's from the eastern part of Nigeria, and it's kind of a norm or a rule in their family that every female must be circumcised. I mean, a friend. Okay, so she also went female genital mutilation, where her clitoris precisely was cut off.
Wow.
Now she's married, and at some point she called me and was like, sex has been a difficult thing for her, right? It's a very painful thing, because apart from being cut, I think there was more to it. A kind of stitching of her vaginal opening, just to narrow it. So it's not just about her cutting off the clitoris, and the aim was to keep them from, you know, being promiscuous and all of that. Yes, she married as a virgin, but the pain is worse than what it was done for. So it's not been a pleasurable thing for her in her home, and you see her running away from
any
her,
sexual
yes,
activity.
Yes.
Ah, that is so sad.
It's actually a very sad
so
story
sad.
because a lot of persons might not say anything about it, but so many women who have undergone one or two of these things, any of them or any of the types, might keep away from their husbands because of the pain. The man does not necessarily understand. Then the shame.
Exactly.
Some persons are ashamed, like, okay, my body doesn't look like every other woman and all of that. So the psychological effects, I'm not like every other girl. Maybe there's something that's happened that brought about this and all of that. And then for some other persons, the after effects, you know, the pain they have to undergo, the pain, the severe pain. So post-traumatic stress disorder is also something that is an after effect of this whole practices.
This lady is going through all of this as a result of. One would think that in Nigeria, female genital mutilation is mostly in the north.
What?
In the north.
No.
But you're saying that this is an eastern, so southeast. Wow.
Actually, for the north has the least percentage of female genital mutilation.
Really?
Yes, the north has, and then the west, if you're to go by ethnicity, statistics, ethnicity, we have the west having the highest, and then followed by the east, and then the north is the least, about 1.9% or so. Now you discover that within the eastern region, I don't know if it's okay to go that deep, Imo has the highest percentage, but I don't know how true as well. Just like you have things like promiscuity is more there. So what's the correlation? I don't know.
Exactly.
I really do not know, but it's not the thing of the north. It's here in the
That
east.
means this is a big misconception that people need to actually be aware of, because when you hear things like female genital mutilation, they'll be like, is the northerners, and you know,
not at all.
And hearing this now is a big revelation.
Not at all. It's not a northern thing. Just like I said, they have the least of it. Of course, the northerners, when you come to the female thing, they respect their female. Of course, I know the let's not go in there.
Okay, so talking of myths and misconceptions, you've mentioned the idea of women being mutilated to prevent promiscuity, and then there's also this belief that those that are not mutilated are the promiscuous ones, you know, that run around and all of that. Well, you know, you just said now that this lady that you met, or you know rather, she runs away from sex, and there are also people who are mutilated that are also promiscuous.
A lot.
So I'm trying to marry the two, but it's not, you know, it's not correlated. So what do you have to say about that?
Okay, so
and other myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation.
So there are a lot of myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation. So first of all, they believe this is a way of taming a girl child to make sure she's not promiscuous. But like we already mentioned, it doesn't stop anybody who wants to be promiscuous from being promiscuous. It's all about training, environment, what you add to your child as a parent and all of that, the religion and all of that. Okay, so there's no correlation between mutilation and not being promiscuous at all. At all. So some other misconception is the fact that when you're mutilated, you're going to serve your husband better. You'll be kind of submissive, right? And then remain in your home, because the thing is to tame you. Now that's a very big misconception, right? And there are a lot of other myths that includes permit me, I'm a lecturer.
Yes, of course, you can.
So I can actually go through one or two things that I wrote down. Okay, so one of the myths again that we could look at is the fact that, sorry about this, permit me. Okay. One of it is the fact that it doesn't happen around me. it's, like you said, down in the north. That's a myth. It's here. It's in Enugu. Thank God for the East. When you talk about, when you're looking at the statistics, Enugu has kind of the lowest.
Okay.
When you start from Imo, you go down to Enugu and all, I mean to Ebonyi.
Yes.
Fine. So Enugu has, it's pretty low on that, but it's around us. It's happening around us. Okay. So some other persons believe it's performed for medical reasons.
Exactly.
Like we said, it is any form of tampering with the genitals for non-medical reasons. So it's not for a medical reason. It's not done because it will add any value to a female body medically or for health purposes and all of that. Rather, it brings complications a lot, which we can look at maybe when we are done with the myth. Okay, so another myth is the fact that it's going to decline even if I don't do anything about it. That's a big myth. People are ignorant about these things. They believe it's a social thing. We do it to belong. So you need to inform the society about this. So that's a myth. It will continue unless the awareness is increased. Okay, so it is performed. Another one is that it's performed in rural areas.
Yeah.
It happened even in urban cities and all of that. So it's not just the rural region. Okay, then the worst part of it is the fact that there's a standard medical way of doing it. There's nothing like that.
You know, I was coming to that. There has also been this revelation kind of, or people are starting to find out that medical personnel are now involved in female genital mutilation because according to them, it's kind of, it's safer, it's, you know, it's a hospital, so everything is done in the hospital, and some medical personnel are now involving themselves in this in this act. So.
Okay, well, the thing is, there's no medical safety in doing that. Now, the truth is, most medical personnel are involved currently for some reasons. There are pros and cons to it. Some persons, the reason is for the money involved.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they want to earn. So, okay, if this community where I'm found is, they practice it and I can earn from it, fine. The beautiful thing is it reduces the risk of infections. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Because maybe, let's believe it will be done with sterile instruments. So that, to a large extent, can be eliminated. Okay, but the other way around, some medical personnel are taking over with the aim of trying to curb it. Okay, so if, for instance, it's restricted to the female, I mean the medical personnel to handle, and the cost is high, a lot of persons will opt out. So that's why I said it's a two-way coin, right? So the medical areas in the rural region and all of that, or the medical personnel might be involved for these two reasons. The entire place is not flooded with just the aim of making the money and all of that.
So it's also as a way to scare people away because of the exorbitant fees that they will have to pay compared to if it is done locally. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now let's look at the consequences or the side effects of female genital mutilation, the risks, the immediate and the long-term risks of female genital mutilation. You've mentioned one already. You said sexual satisfaction. Women who have their genitals are mutilated don't have sexual satisfaction. Aside that, what are other risks involved?
Okay, just like you mentioned, there are immediate risk and then you have the long-term risk. For the immediate risk, excessive bleeding is part of it. Exposure to infection, especially when it's done locally. You could see things like HIV being transmitted. The instruments that are being used for this, most families, some of the things you see is they gather their female children and then perform a ritual and then you circumcise all of them. So when you're done with this one, you shift, bring another person. So the risk of infection is high. Another thing is inflammations. You don't know the drugs that they are given and all of that to make sure that there are no inflammations, which could lead to a lot of other things. Okay, so you could have problems urinating, depending on the type of female genital mutilation that a child undergoes. Some stitch to the point of closing the source where you urinate from, right? And that's a big problem, because that means you have to retain urine. When you urinate, you retain it in your body, okay? Or you have a very tiny hole for even menstruating.
Exactly, yes.
There are a lot of complications. Childbirth is another risk. You have women that will have to also birth through the vagina, having issues, right? So it's complicated. The newborn might even die. It increases the risk because the stress and all of that. So the benefit, there's no benefit.
There is none.
There's no benefit at all. It's causes more harm than the benefits people feel they derive from it.
Okay. And for those who have undergone female genital mutilations, are there options to, well, I don't know if there's any option to reverse the removal of the clitoris, because that's gone.
It's gone.
But for those who had their vaginal openings, you know, staged, or like you said, even their urethra staged, are there options to like reverse it? Maybe in cases of childbirth, maybe if they want to go to the hospital to give birth, is there a possibility of the doctor, you know, opening it back or something like that?
Well, the world is evolving medically. If it were before, I'll say the options are limited. But currently, there are a lot of options, right? So it's very possible intentionally to go back to the hospital and your gynecologist guide you through giving birth and all of that. And if there is need for reopening or widening of the vagina, right, for the purpose of giving birth, or whatsoever reason you feel you want to go back to the normal state and all of that, it can be done.
Okay.
But the thing is, the original is not the same as the fixed one, right? So yes, it's not the same as when you have to do that to fix.
Okay.
Like prevention is better than cure, right?
Exactly.
So having to undergo medical therapy or surgery to bring it back to normal would definitely not be the same as if nothing was done at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how, within the healthcare setting, is there a way to identify people who have been who have undergone FGM?
Well, physically looking, you might not be able to tell. Everybody is clothed and all of that, moving, just like HIV, you know, they show for face.
Exactly, yes.
So it's difficult. So people are going through a lot, except for those who are exposed, maybe gynecologists and all of that, they're exposed to medical attention that deals with gyno. Fine, you could identify, of course, looking at the vulva area and all of that, you'll be able to tell whether or not there's been a tampering of any of the parts, right? And then maybe the person have to discuss with you, meeting a psychologist and all of that, and you're put through psychologically how to, because the psychological effect is also another area.
Yes.
So maybe you exposing whatever happened to your psychologist or the gynecologist dictating that when there is need for medical examination. Aside that, it's just difficult to look at somebody and you're able to tell, no, this person went through this. No, it's very, it's not. Yeah.
And it's quite alarming that a lot of people really don't even know that there is even something called female genital mutilation. It's really funny because recently I, went about asking people, oh, what do you know about female? And some people are like, I've never heard of it. I don't know what it is. Some say, oh, I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it entails. And these are young people who live in urban societies, people who are in school or people who are educated, and they have never heard. How much more, less educated people? It's a problem. So what can you say about that?
Okay, the thing is, just like AIDS no they show for face, people are not aware of so many things happening around them, right? So currently, because of the fight against female genital mutilation, most persons who indulge in it do it probably privately it's not something elaborated so much, except for a place in Africa like Somalia and Guinea where it is still
yes, quite high.
Yes, fine. But in Nigeria, most persons will tell you they know nothing about it because it's not celebrated. It's not something that is so heard of. There are no much awareness on that, and the persons who are maybe mutilated would not come out to say, oh, I went through this and all of that, like some other persons that take it up just to ensure that younger girls are helped or prevented from being exposed to that. So it's possible people to talk or say things like, I've never heard that before, because the awareness is really...
So what can we do to create this awareness so that people will know? Because this lack of awareness is indirectly still promoting this act of female genital mutilation. And the more people get to know this, at least, and know the dangers of this act, the more, you know, this thing will reduce.
Okay.
So what ways can we create this publicity and awareness on female genital mutilation?
Okay, first of all, to create awareness, you start from, don't just, for a society where it's prevalent, don't just pick a family and then teach them about it. Make it a societal thing, in a way that the persons who refuse to indulge in it are not ostracized, right? So you start with the awareness in the community where it is practiced, okay? Then you also get a lot of more medical personnel or TV programs that will teach, even in the urban area, things about it and help to inform others, make people know, okay, there's something like this. Should you know anyone that have gone through or is about to go through this, do this, inform these other persons and all of that. The government should come in. The religious sector should come in, because one of the problem or the myth is, one of the myths is the fact that some persons believe it's religious, but there is no place in the scripture or in the Quran where it's recorded.
Yes.
For the male circumcision, yes, we have a record of that, but for the female genital mutilation, let's not call it circumcision,
No,
it's not mentioned.
Yeah.
So there's no backup religiously supporting this, right?
Yeah.
So if there are religious leaders that maybe support this, is because of the custom from where they are coming from, not because it's a religious thing. Okay, so the awareness from religious leaders, governments, the TV, every hand should be on deck to promote and teach about this. And if possible, create a safe zone for the persons who have undergone this, so that they can also speak out.
Exactly.
They need to talk, so that we know.
Because I also want to ask, how can we support women who have undergone female genital mutilation and need help them to you know, heal in some way from this traumatic experience, because it's a very sensitive issue. So some of them might want to shy away from it, and some of them might not take it well. So like, just how can we help them? Those when we find out, when we know that these people have undergone this, what ways can we help them?
Just like we have a great awareness for HIV. At some point, it was nobody heard of it. Most persons died of it without.
Exactly.
Yes, and then we made it a global thing in Nigeria. From when I was in primary school, corpers came to school, taught about it, and then give out handouts where we have foundations that took care of people that had HIV, right? We could also have foundations that could make it a safe zone for people who have undergone female genital mutilation to go there, and they have all-round care, psychological, they are taken care of, emotionally they are taken care of, physically, health-wise, right? And they are given the voice when they are healed to speak up and also help other girls or ladies to heal. Okay, so that's one of the things that can be done, the awareness, and then it's safe zone for them. So when they speak, that social and social stigmatization would not be a problem to them.
This conversation is quite enlightening, and I hope our viewers, you know, are learning from this. We all need to join hands together with the UN to promote this zero tolerance for female genital mutilation. Thank you so much, Victoria Chukwu, for joining us. I enjoyed this conversation with you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, Gender Perspective continues. Well, it's eye-opening hearing people's opinions about female genital mutilation and its implications. Although the practice has been around for several years, ending female genital mutilation within this generation is still possible if we accelerate our progress and create more awareness and sensitization programs. Let's come together to end this terrible act and promote a healthy life for our women and girls. Well, thank you for staying with me on the program. Remember, we are live 24/7 on YouTube, and make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms, X, Facebook, and Instagram, and every other social media platform. Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. See you same time next week.
the country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That is what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Hello, and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We are reaching you from our ENUGU studios. And this evening, we're going to have a robust conversation on a very rare topic, an uncommon topic, if you will. Ada Education Foundation and the future of Nsukka Cultural Zone. Of course, you know that in ENUGU State, there's a distinct cultural group known as the Nsukka Cultural Group. Just to provide a background, the Nsukka Cultural Zone refers to a part of ENUGU State occupying contiguous land areas located to the north of Igbo land, southeast Nigeria. The zone is blessed with one particular dialect of the Igbo language with at least 20 varieties. It is made up of 7 local government areas: viz. Igboeze North, Igboeze South, Udenu, Nsukka, Ozowani, Igbo Etiti, and of course Isuzo. But as a senatorial zone, it is short of one local government area, and that is the Isuzo, which has remained a source of uncommon political controversies and intrigues. This is a story for another day. The cultural zone has an impressive landmass and an estimated population of about 52% of the total population of ENUGU State. It has produced a deputy governor, a speaker, and 2 governors. Also, a former President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, a former national chairman of the PDP, and of course, a former chairman of the PDP in the state. He had produced ministers and many top business, political, and corporate leaders. The current chairman of ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council is from the zone. And he's also the chairman of Southeast Traditional Rulers Council. The chief of naval staff is from the zone. And I do hope that they also have a deputy commissioner of police.
Deputy Inspector General
Deputy
of Police.
Inspector General of Police. The famous University of Nigeria is also in the zone.
Deputy Governor of the state.
And currently the Deputy Governor of the state. In spite and despite all the above, the zone believes, rightly or wrongly, that it has received the short end of the stick from governors in ENUGU state. It's still a matter to be discussed. In the studio with me this evening to speak to an uncommon effort to reposition the zone for an enduring and sustainable path to development, and if you like, total emancipation. I have, seated to my left, Honorable Chinedu, who is the founder and chairman of the Board of Trustees of Ada Education Foundation. Honorable Chinedu, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, listeners.
And to my right, it was shot Amechi Ugole, head documentation, Ada Education Foundation, Secretariat. What shot? Good evening.
Good evening, and welcome to the show.
So, gentlemen, welcome to Signature Television, and welcome to Uncommon Conversation.
Thank you.
My name is Uchenna Cyril Anyoke, and I'm your host. Chinedu, let me start with you.
Okay.
Why Ada Education Foundation at this time?
Well, Ada Education Foundation is an initiative designed for us to maximally benefit from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka that is sited in our place and other institutions of higher learning, and to make a robust attempt to accelerate human capacity building in our senatorial zone. That is the whole essence of the Ada Education Foundation.
Okay, to accelerate educational development
and human capacity building.
Now, when was this foundation founded?
I just got the certificate of incorporation of that certificate, that foundation today.
Today?
Today.
Let's briefly look at, by now I'm sure you have the organizations running.
Yes.
Let's start with the Board of Trustees. Who are the members of the Board of Trustees?
The Board of Trustees of the Ada Education Foundation include the following. The Catholic Bishop of Nsukka Diocese, His Lordship Professor Igwebike Ona. His Lordship, the Anglican Bishop of Nsukka Diocese, also. Abu. We have Mr. Wilson. We have also the chairman of ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council and our brother Festus Oshaba Ferotex. These are members of the Board of Trustees. I'm actually the chairman of the board. In terms of the entire governance structure of the foundation, we have 7 professors drawn from the 7 local governments that make up the cultural zone as the advisory committee, headed by Professor O.C. Okanya. They constitute the body that advises us on the dynamics and the runnings of the foundation. We have a secretariat populated by 2 persons each from the 7 local governments that make up the cultural zone. Then we have the ambassadors. The ambassadors are the contributors to that education foundation. We also have our beneficiaries and various rules assigned to them. We have a unit in the foundation that is dedicated for vocation and vocational training. We also have another unit for mentorship, because we found out that the upcoming young ones these days, some of them do not actually know what they want. So we want to begin to imbue in them the courage to dare and let them appreciate that there's nothing wrong in positive thinking, so that they will get to where ordinarily left alone they might not get there. So we're bringing all our beneficiaries as mentees under a group of mentors that we've selected.
Okay, before I delve into some very important issues, I want to clear something.
Okay.
And it would be interesting if you actually clear this. And I was asking my friend Watshot. I know for sure that two of you have different political interests and inclinations. And so I'm surprised seeing two of you working together. So what informed this coalition? Is it a rainbow coalition?
Well, thank you very much. This is very, very, very important question, and that requires a very clear answer, which is at the bedrock of what is motivating this foundation, which transcends every other pedestrian considerations, partisanship, and other things that actually set us back, to show that when the matter comes to the head, Adada is one. There are issues, of course, yes, definitely, when you talk about politics, there's even no time that we would expect everybody to belong to one party. It doesn't even augur well for us that we put all of our eggs in one basket, considering what Nigeria is like today. Because there is no party that you would say, yes, that it is guaranteed that if you're there, that is where you will get it all. So I remember what Ezulu said in Hour of God, that the reason why he sent Oduche to the new religion is to make sure that the diversity that he's witnessing evolving in his society also gets to his own homestead. That the hallmark of a great home is the ability to have somebody that could dance to any tune that is brought into the homestead, that he wants to do that. So we don't even talk about politics. We don't even think about politics. We are talking strictly about education. And it is because the founder of this foundation is somebody who has invested so much privately in capacity building in that direction. He's somebody who has come to understand that managing the scarce resources that we have in education very well is very, very, very important in producing results. That there is a nexus between, you know, the resources you have and the utilization to maximally get results in terms of education. Having also understood the importance of education in every community, in every civilization. So, for as far as I'm concerned, what is bringing us together under this context is more important than any other thing that could have actually set us apart. So the moment he muted the idea to me, it was a go. I didn't think about politics. In fact, I don't think there is any table in Nsukka Cultural Zone that could accommodate people with diverse political, economic, social, and whatever, you know, you got, you know, more than this. And it is because education is education. Okay. Even if you are reading political science, it is education. If you are reading, like PDP has a school where they study democracy, it's education. So whichever one you want, you go there, will facilitate that you have access to it and study and bring back to us, so that any day there is a dance that is brought to Nsukka Cultural Zone, we should have people who are empowered, capacitated to understand the tune and dance to the tune.
Okay, thank you very much.
In addition to what
yes,
what
I want to ask you to speak to that.
You know, the truth is that we are discussing development.
Yes.
And when I introduced the Adada Education Foundation, I told you that it's a sub-national initiative to accelerate capacity building in that zone. Therefore, we do not know parties. We have bipartisan relationship as far as this foundation is concerned. We have consulted widely. The immediate past governor of ENUGU State, who is a PDP, we consulted him. We are in touch with our senator, who is of Labour Party. We are in touch with the deputy governor of PDP. So we are not interested in party leanings. We want to work together as a group. Can you come let
me ask you. There must be a motivating factor beyond just to have people educated. In my intro, I talked about the Nsukka Cultural Zone, thinking and believing, rightly or wrongly, that they received the short end of the stick in Enugu State. Could that be a motivating factor?
No. The motivating factor is that it's a problem or a challenge, not only in our zone, but across the country. Our youths today are no longer interested in going to school. Even though we have University of Nigeria and Nsukka within our area, a lot of people are choosing to do other things. They are in fast lanes. But as a people whose culture abhors such things, we decided to say, gentlemen, we need to arrest these budding youths and put them back to the right direction. And that is why we're coming with this foundation that will give scholarship and incentives. Of course, part of what we're going to do almost immediately, all of our sons and daughters that have first class and comfortable 2-1, we'll mop them up and send them overseas for their master's program. So those of our people who say that education is not important will see that without parents of those who had first class contributing a dime that are already overseas, that will let them know truly that education is important. Of course, you know that the entire globe, all economies that are doing well are knowledge-driven economies. So we want to prepare our people to be able to compete favorably, not only in national scene, but in global scene. We are thinking locally, wanting to act global.
Okay, Amechi, you are head of documentation, and that's quite a heavy load. That means it falls on you to put together people from Nsukka Cultural Zone, from different parts of the country, wherever they are, who perhaps have achieved but are unknown.
Yeah.
This task is maybe Herculean. How are you handling that?
Well, it's challenging but very interesting in the sense that it will make me to know our people, our place the way I never did before. Sometimes people think that, a task is a burden. But there are some tasks that actually expose you and elevate you to certain positions and even privileges that are very positive. Like this, I now have the authority and the drive and the inspiration to track and follow our people wherever they are, to track and follow institutions and possibly where people could explore, knowledge, and then we report. When these people are, because we want to scatter them all over the globe, there is no limit. The inspiration is huge. The ambition is enormous. We want to scatter them, throw our seeds all over the globe, and we believe that they will fall at the right places. All the lines will fall accordingly as desired. And we will track these people, follow them. Wherever our people are, we want them to be entrenched. And like he said, you see, it's not just going to school. We've come to understand that anything we are going to do, we must vocationalize it. So that as you are going to school, because part of the reasons why people are beginning to develop this strong aversion for education is because of the low incentive, the low reward, the low output that you see with somebody who has spent so much resources and time going to school in Nigeria. But as we are talking with you now, what we want to do is that we want to make opportunity, providence, and privilege to come together. If you are in America, it is our ambition and our intention that you are exposed to the best of education there and the best of opportunities there. Like as you are going to school, we'll begin to plan that if you are in ICT, you know about Cisco, you know about Google, you know about Microsoft, and how to be part of the activities and engagement and certification, so that wherever you are armed to actually function. We are talking about functional education. We are talking about knowledge that, of course, will be productive. It's not just that you go to school. No. And let me tell you, it is going to be all-embracing and very comprehensive, because as we are doing it, we are investing on this to rub off on our community and then to actually extend our influence and play globally, so that wherever our people are, we would have people who are exposed, who are following the knowledge and who are following the development of these places, and who also know about our place and how both could marry to give us an edge. Of course, yes, like he said, you talked about we believe we hold the short end of the stick. The truth is that what drives ambition is that continuous belief that you could have more, whether wrongly or rightly. Yes, we believe that we should have more. Leave politics aside, but we believe that at least with our own hands and within our own resources that we put together, we can actually expose our people to the best of our educational opportunities across the world. The world is knowledge driven. Look at this studio. If you don't know it, you cannot do it. If you want to be a cameraman, if you want to be an anchor, if you want to be a technician, if you want to work, on their ICT department, you must know it. And when we talk about education, we are not talking about just going to sit down and be speaking grammar. No, you are going to work with your brain, you are going to work with your hand, we are going to see it, we are going to know it, and we are going to be able to replicate what you see. So it's an educational engagement that will take total consideration of vocations. Like, yes, if you want to be a vulcanizer, that is your drive. We will train you. Learning it is part of the education we're talking about. But we'll make sure that you become the best vulcanizer in town.
Let me just take that off your lips and come to Chinedu. You see, when I had a conversation with you before this program, you said other education foundation. And what Betty started is what I'm going to ask you. What of the artisans? What of those who are not in school? What are those who are skilled manpower? How do they benefit from this? Otherwise, if they are not in the picture, perhaps you could be discriminating against your own people.
Yeah. The Education Foundation has a component designed for skill acquisition, for vocational training. What we intend to do is to make sure that it's not only those that are eager to go to school that we are going to empower. There are a number of our people that have gone to learn one trade or the other, who are roaming the streets at home, not doing anything yet. Our intention is to do a refresher course or training for them within the areas they have trained, get their certificate, and instead of giving them money, we'll get basic tools for their takeoff and give to them so that they will start doing something. As we speak, there are some of our people who are good arc welders, but they cannot get jobs in Shell and other companies.
Okay.
We have designed a curriculum, certificate courses in arc welding, software engineering, and others for them to be certificated. They already have the know-how, but because they are not certificated, we are going to get those certificates for them. We have approached National Board for Technical Education to certify the center we have designed for skill acquisition. So we're not leaving anybody. We want all to be part of this.
So you're talking about those who have traditional skills and those who have formal education.
All right.
Now, in the course of your enumeration of the Board of Trustees, one particular segment of society appear to, you didn't mention them, and they're quite important, and these are traditional rulers.
Maybe you didn't listen to me well.
Maybe you didn't speak well.
A member of the Board of Trustees currently is the chairman, ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council, and also the chairman of Southeast Traditional Rulers Council, the Igwe of Edemani.
To what extent have they bought into this program?
Of course, he is completely involved from conception till date. Ogadagidi is one of us. 2 others are representing the business community. That is Festus Oshaba, Ferrotex Nigerian Limited, and our brother Wilson. Wilson is the biggest employer of labor in our cultural zone today, that has over approximately between 10 to 12,000 persons working for him daily.
What does he do?
Palm kernel oil.
Palm kernel
oil. Extraction, refining of oil. Solive oil.
Where is it based?
Bestie noodles.
Nasukanka.
Yeah, Nasukanka. We are thinking home gradually.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's part of us. Of course, you know that the 2 bishops, both Catholic and Anglican, are part of it. I'm also there. So all tendencies are in the Board of Trustees.
Okay, prior to the emergence of Ada Education Foundation, there have been other organizations in Nsukka that seem to project the identity development in Nsukka, politically, religiously, and culturally. What makes Ada Education Foundation different?
Well, maybe you are discussing social groupings,
okay,
or religious bodies, or even those that belong to political parties. Ours is clearly education knowledge-based, and it is clearly in the name. It's Education Foundation. There are multiplicity of other organizations. There's Ada General Assembly, there's Ada, various other foundations, but ours is purely for education, empowerment, and skill acquisition.
Okay, what shot? I'm sure this kind of program, there's no way you could start it, run it to a level without some hiccups, without some naysayers. How much of that did you see?
Oh, well, you know, we knew from the beginning. Nsukka area happens to be one of the places that currently you could encounter a lot of people with political sophistication and people who are also dealing with political issues that have made a lot of people to be wary of certain things. So, like you said, he himself is a chieftain of the PDP. And myself, of course, I have my own political persuasions. You know, so when he muted the idea and some of us bought into it, some actually said, oh, this is a PDP initiative. But when people like us, you know, hung on and became very vocal, very determined, and said, no, we know what he's doing. We are bought into that, and we are willing to give it a shot, you know. So people now began to wait and see whether it will go the way of the others. But they now saw that there has not been any organization, there has not been any initiative in Nsukka that has gone the extent this has gone towards bringing people from various leanings together. And look, there's nobody who doesn't want to go to school. There's nobody who doesn't want his own person to go to school, to learn or to be armed, equipped with one skill or the other. So people said, well, if these people are really talking about education, then it transcends politics. And now let me tell you one interesting thing that maybe we're going to come to. Some people said, oh, some people just want to throw money and buy everybody, and then some people will say they have brought billions, they are sponsoring everybody in going to school. He had an answer to that. He said, no, let me tell you, everybody is an equal stakeholder in this. And how are we going to do it? We will say there will be an annual contribution every year. Because we have an app. You go there.
Yes, that may just have to wait.
Okay, because but
I'm going to come to how do you intend to raise
okay,
funds.
now let me just say,
without going to the basics.
Okay, now let me just say that number one is we are very careful to design it in such a way that there will be equal sense of belonging,
nobody going to hijack
equal
it.
sense of participation, equal contribution, and equal commitments. That's just the thing. Okay. So that if all of us are here, it is designed in such a way that we will play our part and go home. And I will have no reason to believe that I'm using this thing against you people, because your stake is as equal as mine.
Okay. Chinedu, this is a very, you know, in Africa, in Nigeria, one of the commonest causes of disputes, conflict, is finance. Not only about how to raise the finance, but about how to manage their finance, and then accountability. You must put this in perspective. So in your calculation, how would this come to normalcy?
Okay, what we have done, as I speak to you, an app is being developed. With that app, once you are a contributor, once you contribute to the fund, a link will be sent to you. Because it is those that fund organizations that are entitled to know what happens in their finances. Once you contribute, a link will be sent to you, you download it, it will be in your phone. Whatever happens in that account, even when others pay in, you see the name, the account where the person is paid. When we start spending money, you also see it there. So at the end of the year, you can sit back in your own house and reconcile the account. You know the amount paid in and the amount that is expended. So it is there. The accounting system is self-accounting for all people that are contributing in it. So with that, nobody will even ask me or any other board member to come and account for them because all funders have access to the accounts.
Okay, it looks simple, but it could still be complex.
Let me add.
Wow. Yes.
Just let me add. Just as you are paying, you are now privileged to see everything. This is the number of students we have. This is the number of schools they are attending. This is the obligations to these schools. And then this has been paid. This is remaining. This is what we have. You will see it. Just like in the banks, as you are posting, you are seeing the credit, you are seeing the debit. There is no time anybody will say, okay, go, come and do accounts for us. It's instantaneous, spontaneous, and just online, real time. As you go, you see it. So, like you said, yes, people have used this kind of things. We are doing public things to do some other things. But the real intention is to send our people in fact, to bring them together with opportunities, the best opportunities in the world. Because we know where we are coming from. We know
where you are going, you may not know.
Yes, where we are going. So we are taking a shot at the moon. If we go beyond the moon to go to the stars, fine. Okay? But we want to launch our people out there. And in doing so, we know that we need their buy-in and we need the retention of our people's participation. And one thing is to run a credible organization. Credible organization that is based on transparency, based in the best practices, corporate governance that everybody sees. You don't even need to ask any question. It's all there for you. But if you ask any question at any time, the Secretariat is prepared to make available to you all of your requests. Even the students will be accessible to you. Everybody in Nsukka Cultural Zone, we are talking about artisans, artists, creative people, politicians, business people, elites, the ordinary person. Everybody is part of it. You are part of it, and to the extent that you can ask questions to him, to any of us, and get all of your answers. Even if you can't get it there, you know, some people are not tech savvy.
Okay.
So for those who cannot follow what is there, the Secretariat is available 24 hours to address any of your concerns.
Okay. Arabutunedu.
Yes.
Ideas are like seeds. You plant them, they germinate. If you don't water them, they may die. How do you intend to keep this idea alive?
Yeah, the truth is that it's true. It's said that ideas rule the world. What we are doing now has gone beyond the realms of ideas. We've gotten a number of our people that are subscribed to this. Part of the sustainability design is that, for instance, assuming we have 500 beneficiaries that are attending a particular university in Nigeria, and we'll have their fees. Because we are dealing directly with the university, we'll just send the names of all these people that we're going to pay their fees. Before payment of that fees, the money we'll have will be invested either in treasury bills or whatever it is, towards the period of exams of the we can now pay their fees. There are other dynamics we've created to make sure that we'll be able to get funds to sustain this. And the moment, which is a commitment we've made to our people, that the entire thing will be transparent and people begins to benefit. Even those who benefit will be the people, the ambassadors of this foundation that will begin to speak more of the foundation. And we've made a commitment to our people that we're going to be as transparent as possible so that our people will continue to buy into it. Besides, what is expected of any of our people to, in terms of financial contribution is mega.
Okay, there's one issue we're not going to gloss over, and that is criteria. How do you determine who gets qualified to have this?
Our intention,
yes,
number one, you are going to have to be from your ward, through your traditional ruler and your ward representative, including your local government. You are going to get letters of identification from them. And then if you are admitted in the University of Nigeria, you get your admission letter. Once you get your admission letter and you are selected, we'll now begin to deal with it.
Is that this selection process I'm interested?
Yes.
Is it everybody who gets admission that gets this? What qualifies somebody to get this? Is this every soccer person who gets admission that gets this benefit?
The first set of people who are targeting are those of them who have first class.
Okay. Now
it doesn't matter the university where you
are defining that now.
Once you have first class, you are qualified for our overseas training.
Overseas. And if you have a 2-1?
We'll come down that way because we are going to collate their transcripts.
Okay.
We'll start from first class.
Okay.
We'll continue to come down. So that even when you are not selected, you look at the table and see where you rightly belong. So it's not whether Mr. A likes you or Mr. V doesn't like you. Then when we come back to those of us who are going to benefit locally.
Yes.
Even though as it is today, that even if you study any course, you can be whatever. Yeah. But there are still these disciplines that we are going to give some measure of attention to.
That discrimination.
Well, if you like, call it that way. But there's some measure
because today,
some measure of attention will be given to some disciplines.
But times have shown.
Issues like ICT.
Times have shown. Times have shown that it's no longer that because you studied engineering. They become.
No, it's
you.
I'll give you an example. mentioning engineering. I've not
that
mentioned
you become more important than the man who studied music. It doesn't fall anywhere.
No. Let me tell you. Okay, yes. But let me just say this.
Yes.
You see, there are some dynamics that will always be at play. Of course, everybody cannot be a mathematician. Everybody cannot be an engineer. There will always be a kind of balancing. And we know, of course, there are some disciplines that are needed in the community. Even community service, for community service, we know that. But of course, we are not unaware that there are some areas that we would want. For instance, today, it is a deliberate government policy to support girl-child in science, STEM. You understand? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, okay? So, because we know the kind of economy we run, we know the kind of academic environment we have. But if we have somebody who could be Microsoft certified, Google certified in ICT, for instance, we went in the course of our activities in Adada, we were privileged to learn that a leading ICT based company in Nigeria, in fact, telecommunication company, needed people with minimal ICT knowledge. They couldn't see who to employ. He told you about arc welding. These are places that we know that if you give priority and people are there, they can become immediate players and begin to contribute to the economy of the zone. If they begin to remit, remittance. So for instance, if you have people working in the oil sector, in the Niger Delta, they begin to bring in money. You have people who are with the ICT firms, people who are working with the telecommunication firms and all that. Yes. And then we also have people who could be at home, all right? The organizers. And we know that there will still be some categories of people who want to learn from the person that we trained with all the equipments. Even if the person didn't pass through our auspices, then maybe because he has established in the community, we know that some people may be interested in him. So the point is that, yes, in Nigeria, the reality is that there are some courses, there are some disciplines that are hotcakes.
Okay, what you're saying that there'll be emphasis on some.
Yes, it's not everybody is everybody is available for everybody, but we know where we are deficient. We are talking about a place, a sub-region, a subcultural zone. We know if you come to Nsukka Cultural Zone and say, how far have we gone with doctors, lawyers, engineers, musicians, actors, and all of that?
Teachers, etc.
Teachers, and we know our status there, and we want to balance. We want to juggle things up. All those areas that we are lacking people, we adjust. Some areas that we need more people, we adjust.
Okay.
It's not structured to follow a particular pattern.
That's understood. You say you just got the
certificate of incorporation today.
Okay. Is there any preparations to bring this Ada Education Foundation to the public?
Sure.
Beyond, you know.
Yeah.
How soon would that happen?
We are going to unveil Ada Education Foundation on the 26th of September this year.
Definite. Okay.
That is going to happen at the Princess Alexandra Auditorium, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. We have designed the program that His Lordship, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Hassan Kuka, is going to chair the event. Other notable Nigerians are going to be there. Professor Ositobu is the distinguished lecturer that day. So we expect also that very likely I'm going to unveil one of my books, which is designed to speak to the audience and to clearly show the direction for this foundation, where, of course, Iko Tuenye, we transited from Iko Tuenye to Igwebike.
Transition from
Iko Tuenye to Igwebike. That means, in essence, I'm tracing what I, Chinedu, and other individuals had previously done in support individually for education. Linking it up now to now that we are making attempt for a collective to now fund education in a place, which is Iko Tuenye. So
I like this, a transition from Iko Tuenye
to Igwebike.
Actually, our time is actually
up.
Running up small, but I'm going to ask one pertinent question. And that question has to do, where do you expect this foundation to be? And where do you expect the Nsukka Cultural Zone to be in the next 5-10 years, if this foundation is properly implemented? What is the future? Because that's actually the issue. What's the future?
Our expectations is that in the next 5 years, we will have set up at least 500 families, 250 families at home, 250 families overseas, to increase the diaspora remittances from those people to our place. To also train not less than 1,000 of our own people in the first 2 years in different trades. As I speak to you now, we are working out the details with the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where we've proposed to set up Ada Education Foundation Resource and Research Center. We want to fund it, provide everything, internet, for the place to run 24/7. By the time we finish setting up that place, students of University of Nigeria will compete to be using there, because we are going to have 2 for electricity and 2 for internet. And it is our intention to hook up to other organizations that will provide data for us.
Very briefly,
resources for us.
Do you have a secretariat now?
Yes.
Where?
Inside the local government secretariat in Nsukka. It's a temporary, it's a take-off secretariat.
Okay, I'm going to be asking you what may look like your final question, but it's going to be a little bit trickish. Okay. Look back at Nsukka Cultural Zone in the past several months. Just take 30 seconds tell me one uncommon disadvantage that people have had, then in terms of governance, then in terms of development, that you look back and say, look, this is not good for our people. That is generic to our people.
Okay. Nsukka is a place that we've had a lot of expectations. Some were met and some were not met. When we talk about development, of course, we've made some leaps. We've registered some things. We have some new schools. The medical.
I'm talking about the one that pays you guys most.
Okay, then I'm coming.
No, we don't have time for.
Okay, we've had some schools, new schools. Don't forget that we've been playing with only the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. And if you ask me, what is actually what I would have wished that Nsukka had, yeah, that road. If we could have had a dualized Opi-Ugogo Nsukka road, that would have been better for us.
That's one uncommon thing. Chinedu,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you both, negative or positive, one uncommon thing that you have thought should have done before now for your people, and what has been done?
Well, for the past 60 years, it's only University of Nigeria and Nsukka that's been there.
Okay.
But His Excellency Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi gave us another university. It's a positive, uncommon thing.
That's the Sumas.
Yes, the Sumas. He is the founder of that institution.
And then
So,
the reverse side.
reverse side, what his inability to give us a vice chancellor.
Give you a vice chancellor.
Is a sore point. Is a sore point.
Is he the senator of the university?
No. Listen, we've had various governors. Sullivan made a vice chancellor. Chimaroke made a vice chancellor. We expected that he too should make a vice chancellor. I mean, take it or leave it.
But he gave you one at Sumas.
Take it or leave it. That's what it is for me.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Our guests have been Workshop Amechi Ugule, who is the head documentation of Ada Education Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And of course, Chinedu Honorable,
thank you,
who is the founder and chairman, board of trustees of the Ada Education Foundation. I'm sure those who are watching us must have benefited a lot, or have gained a lot from this interaction. We look forward to September the 26th.
Yes.
And I do hope that those of us who are in the media here will be part of that, will be active partners.
Certainly.
There's no way Signature TV will not be active partner.
Certainly.
Of course, on that note, I want to thank you guys. I do hope that when next we have the opportunity to invite you on some other issues, not just about Ada Education Foundation, that you'll find time to be here. So thank you very much.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you for watching.
the country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any
Signature TV. I am Barikumo Ado. In the headlines, federal government welcomes 15 returning TAC volunteers from Benin Republic. CISLAC urges Tinubu to follow due process in budget expansion. Estonia cuts ties from Russia power grid alongside other Baltic nations. And South Korean protesters split with their opinions as UN heads into final hearings. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government on Saturday welcomed 15 returning Technical Aid Corps TAC volunteers from the Republic of Benin. Dr. Yusuf Yakub, the Director General of Nigerian Technical Aid (NTAC), joined this reception and debriefing ceremony for the volunteers, commended them for their service to humanity. Yakub reiterated the support of the agency in facilitating the process of retaining the services of any volunteer that had been offered employment in the host country. He conveyed the appreciation of President Bola Tinubu in line with the agency's mandate towards the promotion of Nigeria's foreign policy goals by using soft diplomacy. The Director General said that through the TAC scheme, the government has continued to send the correct signals to the entire world. Earlier, presenting the volunteers to the Director General, Zachary Usman, Director of Programs at the agency, highlighted the significance of the exercise. Usman, represented by Hawa Arabo Mustafa, a senior counselor at the Corps, said that the debriefing exercise was an essential part of the NTAC's operational framework, said that it afforded the agency the opportunity to document the individual experiences of volunteers and to capture the lessons learned. According to him, the exercise would offer the agency the opportunity to share the knowledge garnered with future volunteers. Said that it would also provide future volunteers with valuable insights and best practices, as well as identifying areas for improvement. The federal government has reaffirmed its continued commitment to ensuring that the migration of Nigerians to other countries was done legally. Mohamed Dingyadi, Minister of Labour and Employment, said this when he received a delegation from the IHK, Gensen Freiburg Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Germany, in his office on Friday in Abuja. Dingyadi said the federal government would always encourage legal migration not only for the economic benefits, but to ensure the well-being and safety of migrants and for the benefit of the two countries involved. The minister assured the delegation of a willingness of the federal government to partner with them to achieve common goals and promote mutual interest of Nigeria and Germany. Said with the support of organizations like the IHK, Jensen Freiburg Chamber, the government would easily achieve its goals. Dingyadi also added that it would ensure that the teeming jobless youths become self-employed through vocational training. Earlier, Lai Mohammed, former Minister of Information and Culture, and also the managing partner of Brut Costard, public relations firm, was also part of the delegation, said the visit was apt. Mohammed said that the institution had consistently demonstrated its commitment to strengthening economic cooperation between Germany and Nigeria. The Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, has urged President Bola Tinubu to adhere to constitutional procedures in its proposed increase of the 2025 budget from 49.7 trillion naira to 54.2 trillion naira. In a statement signed by its executive director, Awai Ibrahim Musa, CISLAC expressed concerns over the legality of the proposed budget adjustment, warning that it could set a dangerous precedent if not handled according to due process. Citing Section 8.14 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, CISLAC stressed that any additional expenditure beyond the amount approved in the Appropriation Act must be formally presented to the National Assembly as a supplementary estimate. CISLAC warned a failure to adhere to due process could weaken fiscal governance and erode public trust in the government's financial management. Suspected bandits attacked Kwari community in Sokoto State on Friday night, killing 2 residents in a violent raid. The attack, which saw the accident shooting sporadically, claimed the lives of Shamsu Na IJ and Yau Na Dudu. The incident was reported by Bakar Shine, a security analyst, via a post on X on Saturday. According to the post, armed men stormed the community late in the night, causing panic among residents. So at the time of filing this report, authorities in Sokoto State have yet to issue an official statement regarding the attacks. The Anambra State Police Command says its operatives, alongside the state vigilante operatives on Thursday, arrested 9 suspects actively involved in the murder of a member of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Justice Azuka. The arrest of a suspect was confirmed by the Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Naye Itam, during a press briefing on Friday. Azuka, a member representing Onitsha North Constituency 1 in the state legislature, was abducted on 24 December 2024 in Onitsha. His decomposing body was discovered on the 2nd Niger Bridge on Thursday by a combined security team, including the police and vigilante. Police Commissioner disclosed that 2 pump-action guns were recovered from the suspects following the arrest, adding that one of the suspects sustained a gunshot injury in his leg during a gun duel with the police operatives. The arrested suspects, according to the CP, include Ugochukwu Onwara, age 30, Kimifuna Osai, age 20, Ikena Orugu, age 27, Chibuike Obiefuna, age 19, Chinonso Lisa, age 19, Chinedu Okuli, age 21, David Ojeni, age 25, and the most notorious of them, one Peter Sunday, age 20, with a big tattoo inscription of no peace for the government on his chest. He assured that the confidence reposed on the police and other security agencies for the protection of life and property of residents is not to be taken for granted. The Ogun State government has warned hip-hop artist Habib Okikiola, popularly known as Portable, against what it described as his habit of assaulting government officials without provocation. Portable has never shied away from controversies since his breakout song Zazuze, from picking fights with any of his baby mamas or a show promoter to his arrest by the police. Statement issued and signed by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Information and Strategy, Kayode Akimade, on Friday condemned Wednesday's assault on officials of State Planning and Development Permit Authority by miscreants allegedly under the musician's hire. The incident was said to have occurred in an Ilobo area of the state. Akimade said the latest attack, orchestrated by Portable and his cohorts against government officials who were on their lawful assignment in the area, was unacceptable and barbaric, saying such an indecent act will be addressed in line with the excellent law of the land. He reiterated the stance of Governor Dakbo Abiodun-led administration to sanitize the state against every unlawful act and entrench decency in all strata, saying the government is serious about the distinct values of Omoluabi ethos at all times. up ahead. Nigeria reports 41,000 diphtheria cases, with children mostly affected. Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa decries death of Nigerian in South African police custody. Stay with us. A woman and girls advocate, Nneka Dikocha, has identified the lack of adequate water supply as a major contributor to some illnesses in women and children. Dikocha, who spoke on Signature Morning on Signature TV, noted that about 2 million Nigerians do not have access to water supply as of 2024. She emphasized the need for people to practice hand washing and waste management to maintain good hygiene. She also advised women to ensure that utensils used to feed newborns are properly washed and kept to avoid illnesses that can harm their health. Dikocha called on governments to prioritize provision of constant water supply, especially in the rural areas.
In 7 out of 10 households, women and girls bear the brunt of the responsibility of fetching water. So the barrier is the barrier of age, poverty, stress, economic status, some of the challenges that we experience. Talking about vulnerable groups, even people who are disadvantaged, some of our brothers and sisters who cannot make good use of their legs or their arms, you find that where they live, there is no water. So how do we expect them to actually trek to wherever the water is to go and fetch water? So that's a very big barrier to having access to water supply. You see people trek long distances going to look for water, and it's a big challenge. In the process of girl child going to look for water, she can be raped. Women start with responsibility of taking care of the home, washing plates, washing clothes, cooking, and they don't have access to water. It's a big challenge.
She encouraged private businesses to invest in water supply and advised philanthropists from different local governments to collaborate with their local government chairman to provide some of the needs in the communities. Association of West African Exporters and Maritime Professionals says its members recorded over $10 million in losses due to Nigerian export proceeds NXP integration into the Truck Transit Park portal. President of the association, Olubunmi Olumekun, said this in a statement made available to newsmen in Lagos on Friday. Olumekun stated that the introduction of NXP had caused severe disruptions in the export sector within 5 days of its implementation. While expressing displeasure with the development, she called on the federal government to look into the matter. Olumekun stressed the need for streamlining export processes to balance the nation's foreign trade. According to her, the NXP implementation at TTPs has introduced new operational bottlenecks, delaying shipments and increasing compliance burdens. Exporters also warned that the turnaround time for the exporting goods would be drastically prolonged, affecting the revenue of the government. The Nigerian Citizens Association in South Africa, NICASA, has condemned the death of a 40-year-old Nigerian citizen, Benjamin Okoli, while in police custody. Okoli's death comes less than a month after NICASA condemned the alleged killing of another Nigerian, 50-year-old Jeremiah Okoye, who died in police custody on January 13. NICASA President General Dr. Frank Onyekwelu described the curious deaths of Nigerians in South Africa as unbearable. Kole from Apo in Orumba South, Anambra, survived by his wife and child. He noted that investigations into Okoye's death were still ongoing when Okole died in similar circumstances, allegedly at the hands of the same police unit. According to him, the CASA leaders in Limpopo are struggling to come to terms with a disturbing trend which is increasingly targeting Nigerians in the province. CASA informed the Nigerian missions in Pretoria and Johannesburg about these disturbing incidents. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has clarified that there was no explosion at the Warri Refining and Petrochemical Company Delta. Odufemi Shonaya, Chief Corporate Communications Officer of NNPC Limited, in a statement on Friday, said that any reports suggesting otherwise were completely false. Shonaya said that on January 25, 2025, operations at the Warri Refinery Area 1 were intentionally curtailed to carry out necessary intervention works on select equipment, including field instruments that were impacting sustainable and steady operations. Said that the NNPC Limited remained committed to ensuring uninterrupted product supply and appreciates the patience and cooperation of all stakeholders towards completing these essential maintenance activities. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, says the country has continued to grapple with diphtheria outbreak. NCDC, via its official website, said that a total of 41,336 suspected cases of diphtheria have been reported from 37 states. It said that cases were reported from 350 local government areas between Epidemiological Week 19, 2022 and Epidemiological Week 4, 2025. According to NCDC's recent data, 24,846, that's 60.1% of the cases were confirmed, while 18.8% were discarded. Public Health Agency said a classification of 3,546 cases was pending, while the status of 5,175 cases was unknown. Agency said that the burden of the outbreak was concentrated in few states, with Kano leading with 23,784 suspected cases, followed by Yobe 5,302, Katsina 3,708, Bauchi 3,066, Borno 2,902, Kaduna 777, and Jigawa 364. It noted that the 7 states accounted for 96.5% of all suspected cases. NCDC said that the outbreak has resulted in 1,262 deaths, affecting a case fatality rate of 5.1% among confirmed cases. Still to come, celebrations in Tel Aviv's Hostage Square after Israeli hostages released. UNICEF warns of children victimized by gang violence in Haiti. These and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Leaders from Eastern and Southern Africa regional blocs arrived in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania on Saturday to seek a solution to the conflict in Eastern Congo, where Rwandan-backed rebels have seized a major city in the worst escalation of fighting in more than a decade. M23 rebels last week captured Goma, the largest city in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, despite announcing a unilateral ceasefire. They have continued to march south towards Bukavu in a rapid offensive that has left thousands dead and raised fears of a regional conflagration. Congo's leader Felix Tshisekedi and his Rwandan counterpart Paul Kagame, who have exchanged fiery words blaming each other's government for the upsurge in violence, agreed to attend the summit, although Tshisekedi called in remotely. The Jerusalem summit will seek a breakthrough after two peace processes in Luanda and Nairobi have stalled as tensions escalate. Hamas sounded over on Saturday 3 Israeli hostages to the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, Central Gaza's Day al-Bala. Crowds gathered in front of a podium where representatives from the ICRC and the three hostages stood. The militant group released Ohad Ben Ami and Eli Shirabi, both taken hostage from Kibbutz Be'eri during the cross-border Hamas-led attack on October 7, 2023, and Or Levi, abducted that day from the Nova Music Festival. Israelis celebrated in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv as three more hostages were released by Hamas on Saturday as part of a Gaza ceasefire deal. Militant group released Ohad Ben Ami and Eli Sharabi, both taken hostage from Kibbutz Be'eri during the cross-border Hamas-led attack on October 7, 2023, and Or Levi, abducted that day from the Nova Music Festival. In exchange, Israel will release 183 Palestinian prisoners, some convicted of involvement in attacks that killed dozens of people, and including 18 serving life sentences and 111 detained in Gaza during the war, according to Hamas. Representative Maxwell Alejandro Frost posted videos to his social media on Friday showing a group of House Democrats arguing with a man blocking the entrance to the Department of Education building. The man said he was a federal employee. On Monday, a group of House and Senate Democrats were denied entry to the U.S. Agency for International Development. Same thing happened on Tuesday at the Treasury Department. A team led by Elon Musk, who has been tasked by Trump to lead a government overhaul that has upended Washington last week, gained access to payment systems at Treasury, and as Reuters reported, locked some federal career employees out of their agency's own computers.
Hey everybody, I'm here with multiple members of Congress. We're here to go to the Department of Education to fight for education, and they have locked the doors. They're not letting us in. It says all access entrance. There's this random guy out here who's refusing to let us in.
His name is
and right
Jim
here,
Harefield.
what's his name?
His name is Jim Harefield.
And right here they have armed officers as well, acting like we're dangerous. A year ago, I'd be able to walk into this building and not be locked out. This is what they're doing. Elon is allowed in, but not you, not your elected representatives, not parents, not students. Elon can go in, his goons can go in, but not the representatives of the people.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth met with Australian Defense Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles at the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia on Friday. The focus of their conversation was shared defense and security priorities, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. During the meeting, Hegseth emphasized the enduring bond between U.S. and Australia, attributing its strength to President Donald Trump's leadership. Marles echoed Hegseth's sentiments and highlighted Australia's substantial contribution to the U.S. industrial base. Australia made its first $500 million payment to the United States under the AUKUS nuclear submarine deal ahead of the meeting. Marles is the first foreign counterpart hosted by U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth since his confirmation in the role. In early meetings with the Trump administration, Australia has emphasized plans to double its annual defense budget over the next decade to Australian dollar 100 billion, and notes that the United States has a second largest trade surplus, $32 billion, with Australia. Addressing a query about the progress of U.S. submarine construction, Miles expressed satisfaction with the current rate of production and sustainment, signifying the robust alliance between the two nations.
That strong bond across many generations between America and Australia that unites us together whether we like it or not, but we like it. And just look forward to today's discussion. We've got a lot to talk about on shared defense, our security priorities, the Indo-Pacific, the significant challenges and opportunities that you face there and we face. But Australia is the forefront of our alliance there and throughout the world. There's just no doubt about it. And it's strong and growing ever more, especially under President Trump's leadership in the first administration. And now again, he has charged me with making sure this is as robust an alliance as we have in the entire world.
We very much welcome what we've heard from the administration and from you about the strength of American leadership, and specifically the strength of American leadership in the Indo-Pacific. That's obviously critically important for us, but it's not a surprise because the whole idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific really has its origins during the first Trump administration. So,
under AUKUS, Australia will pay the United States $3 billion to boost capacity of U.S. submarine industry, and Washington will sell several Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines to Australia, where Britain and Australia will later build a new AUKUS-class submarine. Renewed U.S. interest has given a boost to Greenland's independence movement and strengthened its position in future secession talks with Denmark, according to the country's leading pro-independence party. The Arctic island is due to vote on March 11 in an election where independence has become the main topic, following recent statements by U.S. President Donald Trump that Denmark should cede control to the United States due to strategic importance for American security. Gino Bettenson, a candidate in the March 11 election for the Narika party, told Reuters that Trump's comments had given the independence movement more momentum. Narika, the most prominent political voice for Greenland's independence, is campaigning to invoke an article in a 2009 law that granted Greenland increased autonomy, including the right to negotiate full independence. Once invoked, Greenland will begin negotiations with Denmark, which provides annual grants vital to Greenland's economy. Any agreement would require approval by the Danish parliament and a referendum in the Greenland. On Thursday, Greenland's ruling Simut party, previously viewed independence as a long-term goal, said it seeks to hold a vote on independence for the next month's general election.
Naliraq wins in the election, and when we get to have a seat in a coalition, and we get to have a say in terms of how the future is going to look for Greenland. The first thing we'll do is to activate Article 21 in the Self-Government Act, which is basically the independence process that kind of ignites. And then a negotiation process will begin with the Danish Parliament. Trump's comments and the new line from the new administration in the U.S. has definitely spurred on or made the independence movement have more momentum now than earlier. You could say that. I think definitely the interest that we're seeing is a good thing for Greenland in terms of negotiating with the Danish state. Because we've already seen now, just during the last few weeks with the recent developments, we've seen how quickly the Danish state has been to suddenly make changes that we've been seeking for a long time.
Trump's comments have triggered a political crisis in Copenhagen, where the government has admitted to long neglecting Greenland's defense. Last week, Danish lawmakers agreed to allocate around $2 billion to enhance its military presence in Greenland. Gang violence in Haiti is overwhelming communities, especially children's rights to safety, health, and education. United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, warned on Friday after a visit in the capital Port-au-Prince by its spokesperson, describing the increase between 2023-2024 as staggering. Elder told reporters at the Place des Nations in Geneva that armed groups have inflicted unimaginable horrors on children in the Caribbean country. Powerful gangs armed with weapons, largely trafficked from the United States, have united in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, under a common alliance, control 85% of the city, according to the UN. Some 45% of healthcare facilities are not functional in the metropolitan of Port-au-Prince area due to the problem of access, lack of staff, or medicines. UNICEF reported as Elder visited the Université de la Paix Hospital, where the pediatric unit reopened in January 2025 with UNICEF's support. Amid surging violence and what the UN describes as rampant sexual violence, more than 100 Kenyan police officers arrived in Haiti's capital on Thursday to reinforce its security mission. Its future has been in limbo since the U.S. froze $13 million in funding on Tuesday before passing a waiver to unlock a separate batch of funds.
These kids here, they're the lucky ones, but it cannot be about luck going to school, because this education, as we've heard, education is going to be the sustenance of Haiti. So support and stability gets all the kids here in Port-au-Prince, all the kids in Haiti, back into a classroom.
More than 1 million people, over half of them children, are displaced within Haiti due to ongoing violence. According to UN data, extreme poverty has also put children into gangs, with up to half of all armed groups made up of minors. The FBI said on Friday that it has launched a nationwide operation to investigate a burglary ring that has targeted the homes of professional athletes in the United States. According to an FBI statement, the burglaries have been orchestrated by members of South American theft groups. Agency said it has arrested 2 men, Dmitry Nekinsky and Joan Villa, accused of running an East Coast operation to resell stolen goods, and that a federal grand jury in Cincinnati indicted 3 defendants believed to be operating as part of a group. 3 defendants were charged with transporting stolen goods interstate and falsifying records in a federal investigation allegedly committed a burglary at the home of an NFL player last year, the FBI said. Announcement of a crackdown came 2 days ahead of the NFL Super Bowl, when the defending champions, the Kansas City Chiefs, are due to play the Philadelphia Eagles in New Orleans. Dozens of protesters gathered in Washington, D.C., front of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management building on Friday to demonstrate against mass layoffs under President Donald Trump's administration, holding signs criticizing both Trump and Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Protests primarily targeted the administration's decision to lay off employees across multiple federal agencies, a move spearheaded by Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency.
It takes an organized force to show that we're not going to put up with any of this, and I think the movement's demanded it for a while. We'll be here now, we'll be here tomorrow, we'll be here for the next few months, however long it takes to show that we deserve our rights and we will fight for our rights.
I do think that it's important that we use whatever legal tools are in place, that we pull on every lever we have to protect workers' rights. These are here for a reason, and when it comes to issues like mass layoffs, that shouldn't just be dictated from above, that if there are going to be layoffs, that has to be a very intricate process, and there are labor rights that have been won by the working class and need to be implemented.
U.S. President Donald Trump on Friday said it was revoking former President Joe Biden's security clearances and stopping his daily intelligence briefing, as there was no need for his predecessor to receive classified information. This is seemingly an act of vengeance by Trump, according to Jared Montchen, the Director of Research at the University of Sydney's United States Studies Center. Montchen also commented how Trump's maximalist approach to policies are all pomp and ceremony, alluding to the administration's efficiency in its first term from 2017 to 2021.
So ultimately, it's something that starts off traditionally very hyperbolic, very extreme, but the end result is more often than not something more conventional, something that even a prior administration would have sought. Donald Trump is doing in terms of empowering Elon Musk to cut government, U.S. Government spending is a new approach in that a sort of quasi government employee that Elon Musk has really not come in and had sort of the keys to so many critical aspects of the government's infrastructure before. The thing to pay attention to here is what happens in the courts. Not all of this has been fully approved by the courts. I mentioned before the flood the zone effort. A lot of these efforts in terms of cutting federal government employees and cutting federal spending will be limited and hampered by the courts.
A dead-end dirt road cutting through rural Wincosin leads to a pasture dotted with shaggy coated Highland cattle, fluffy Icelandic sheep, and a vintage Airstream trailer that farmer Brett Thompson turned into an Airbnb to capitalize on an explosion of urbanites looking to spend time in the countryside. Against mostly Chicago area professionals offer a steady flow of income in an increasingly unstable agricultural economy. Thompson, who also raises animals for meat at her farm, Pink River Ranch, is one of the many farmers turning to the $4.5 billion agricultural tourism industry, according to U.S. Department of Agriculture. Data offering activities at overnight stays as consumer demand for rural experiences grows and farm income declines. Farmers whose crops are used to make food, feed livestock and produce vegetable oils are struggling to turn a profit after corn and soy prices sank to 4-year lows in 2024. Thompson's booking soared as nearby cities shut down during the pandemic, with guests arriving nearly every week as people chose to vacation on farms and rural areas drawn by the promise of socially distant fun in the countryside. The industry has continued to grow since, driven by increasing numbers of city dwellers seeking peace and solitude, and farmers seeking additional ways to infuse their farms with much needed cash.
I was like, if we get, 5 bookings a month, like it justifies, heating the space and all of that. And it definitely took off, and a lot in the Chicago market. A lot of people looking for open space and a little bit of quiet. So it really took off. The opportunities are there, and I think I'm seeing a lot of really unique ways for people to make money on the farm versus having to go into town and get a job. People are looking and eager to find ways to stay on the farm.
We diversified into agritourism with the onset of COVID. We were only selling our pastured Mangalitsa heritage pigs to restaurants. And with the closure of restaurants, we had no market. So we diversified into primitive camping, allowing people to come in their cars and their tents and their RVs and their trailers to camp by our river or up in our hills. We provided a little fireplace for them, a campfire pit, and it just turned into a wonderful enterprise for us to help sustain the farm.
Agritourism dollars are a welcome boon in the face of low crop prices, high interest rates, and steep costs for seeds, fertilizer, and labor. Farmers and industry experts said farm income has dropped 23% from 2022 in one of the biggest declines in history, according to USDA. An American Farm Bureau says the agricultural economy is in a recession. The U.S. Coast Guard in Alaska found the wreckage of a small plane atop frozen sea ice on Friday after the aircraft suddenly lost altitude on Thursday and the crash killed all 10 people aboard, officials said. 2 U.S. Coast Guard rescue swimmers who reached the wreckage could see 3 bodies inside, and the other 7 were presumed to be inside the wreckage, Coast Guard spokesperson Mike Celano told a press conference.
On behalf of my fellow Nomites, I extend our collective condolences and support to the families and loved ones of the passengers and pilot, and others in our Big Alaska family are also impacted by this tragic occurrence. Our hearts are with you, and it is sad, and we're sad with you in this difficult time.
Those rescue swimmers are out on the ice. They were able to see inside the aircraft, and they saw 3 individuals who were unresponsive, without any signs of life. The remaining 7 people are believed to be on board, but due to the extent of the damage, the rest of the aircraft was inaccessible. But all 7 people are believed to be inside that wreckage, and unfortunately, of course, it does not appear to be a survivable crash.
Then turned our focus to the recovery efforts, along with the Alaska Air National Guard. AST has been in communication with all family members that were on board. We would like to thank the many citizens, organizations, and our first responder crews from Nome and White Mountain and their families for their support through our efforts.
But unfortunately now, since the wreckage has been found and 10 fatalities, it's time for us to roll up our sleeves and go to work, unfortunately.
Latvia was among the 3 Baltic states that disconnected their electricity systems from Russia's power grid on Saturday, part of a plan designed to integrate the countries more closely with the European Union and boost security. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania disconnected from the IPS-UPS joint network, and subject to last-minute test, they've synchronized with the EU's grid on Sunday after operating on their own in the meantime. The grid was a final remaining link to Russia for the 3 countries, which re-emerged as independent nations in the early 1990s at the fall of the Soviet Union and joined the European Union and NATO in 2004.
At this point, we are switching off by the plan, and this is basically our plan. We are switching off, and the system is readiness for it. And we get a lot of work, investments to the system to be stable, and this process happening smooth, and even nobody even understands something changed. There isn't any risk of blackouts from the system view. We are rechecking, we have enough power, we have power reserves. Of course, there's still a lot of disinformation that something happens, there will be blackouts we even see now. So just basically already switching off with Belarus, and we are switching from Russia, and we still have electricity. System is stable, and that's most important at this point. Of course, there is some cost of independence. For our side, we calculate it looks for maybe under 5% could be price goes for in the looking with the whole price of electricity and all the grid systems. But we are looking at this moment that the electricity price is going down. For the last year, is going down more than 7%, and this year we are predicting and looking forward it could go lower, even lower electricity price.
An army truck was seen near a tech station, and officers with guns patrolling the vicinity and in a nearby town indicative a Baltic worries of attempted sabotage to disrupt the switch. Spain's far-right party, VOX. Let's take a quick break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Spain's far-right party, VOX, hosted a significant rally on Saturday in Madrid's Plaza do Colón, drawing thousands of supporters. The event featured prominent European far-right figures, including Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, French politician Marine Le Pen. The gathering, under the slogan "Make Europa Great Again," MEGA, aimed to present an alternative to the prevailing political consensus in Brussels. Estonia was among the 3 Baltic states that disconnected their electricity systems from Russia's power grid. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party looks set on Saturday to regain power in the nation's capital for the first time in 27 years, a boost for the Hindu nationalist leader after a disappointing national election last year. Modi's Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, was leading in 48 of its 70 seats in the Delhi capital district, well ahead of a 22 for the opposition Aam Aadmi Party, AAP, of Arvind Kejriwal, a fierce critic of Modi. Data from the Election Commission of India showed a huge crowd of BJP members and supporters were seen celebrating on the road outside the party's headquarters in New Delhi. AAP, which grew out of an anti-corruption movement in 2012, tested its first electoral success in Delhi and has ruled the territory, which includes India's parliament and federal government offices in New Delhi, for 2 terms from 2015. Kejriwal, 55, an anti-corruption crusader turned politician, was arrested on grave charges weeks before last year's general election began, alleged a political vendetta by the Modi government. The BJP denies its claims. Kejriwal was released on bail and resigned as Delhi chief minister to focus on campaigning for the state election, lost the seat he was contesting for.
This is a big message given by the people of Delhi that support development. For development, they need the leadership of Narendra Modi ji. So people of Delhi have reposed faith in the leader of the, they have reposed the faith under the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's leadership.
AAP, which won the past 2 elections with thumping majorities, was popular because of its policies benefiting the poor, the main voter base, by providing them with free water and free power. Modi lost his majority in India's parliament last year, but returned as prime minister for a record equaling 3rd term with the support of regional parties. His BJP has won 3 of 4 subsequent state elections. Protesters in support of and against South Korean impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol were decked out in thick winter wear as they gathered in Seoul on Saturday, despite freezing temperatures, making a last push of their demands as Yoon heads into his final hearings in the coming week. Thousands of protesters filled the streets as temperatures dropped to sub-zero levels, with the lowest temperature in Seoul recorded at -9, with strong winds. As only 2 hearings are left for Yoon's impeachment trial for the Constitutional Court to decide whether to reinstate him or remove him permanently from office, a youth leader of a party in support of Yoon said that the impeachment would be invalidated, while the Justice Party leader said South Koreans all firmly believe Yoon should be removed from office. Next hearings are planned to be held on Tuesday and Thursday. Yoon is now in jail and faces a separate criminal trial on charges of insurrection. Heavy snow blanketed parts of Japan on Saturday, disrupting air and ground traffic. Strongest cold front of the season dumped snow along the coast of Sea of Japan and northern Japan, cancelling dozens of domestic flights departing and arriving at Niigata Prefecture. Bullet train services on the Yamagata Shinkansen were partly suspended, according to public broadcaster NHK. Other bullet and local train services were delayed. traffic was paralyzed, according to NHK. The broadcaster reported that 388 centimeters of snow had accumulated as of in Sukayu in Amori Prefecture, 320 centimeters of snow in Hyonuma, Kata Prefecture. Authorities have warned people to stay vigilant for avalanches and broken trees as more snow is expected to fall in wide areas of Japan. Australia dominated on the first day of the third round of the Sail GP season on Saturday as skipper Tom Slingby nailed a start to give the home team wins in 2 of the 4 races in tricky conditions on Sydney Harbour. Three-time champion Australians won the second round of the series in Auckland last month, finished third in the opening race, and were pipped by Britain in the second before 2 commanding victories. Britain, who had led the season ranking coming into the weekend, trailed the Australians by 5 points after 5-1, 3-3 race results, with Switzerland, who won the day's opening race, third, a further 2 points back. France were unable to race in the first 2 stops of the season because of issues with their boat, made a strong return to the fleet and ended the day 4th in the standings. Peter Bowling's New Zealand boat, which won the season opening leg in Dubai, continued to struggle at the start and will go into day 2 in 8th place, a hefty 30 points behind Australia. Although France returned to the fray, hopes that a record 12-strong fleet would take to the waters were dashed. United States boats capsized while being towed out to training on Friday, causing extensive damage to the catamaran and forcing the team to pull out of the race weekend. Americans were docked 8 season points for damaging their boat, one of a slew of penalties handed out because of training incidents on Friday. Germany were the most heavily penalized and lost 20 points from its 2025 season score and 32 points for the Sydney event, leaving them still 21 points in arrears at the end of day 1. Canadian Marcus Goen put on a show in front of his friends and family as he headlined the latest stop on the FIS Freeride World Tour at Kicking House Mountain Resort on Friday. Goguen delighted the home crowd with a massive score of 96.67 after a quality run that featured a Cock 720 and a double drop and high-speed exit to win the men's skiing event. Spain's Abel Moga finished second with 90.33 points, while New Zealand's Ben Richards rounded out the podium after scoring 87.67 points. In the women's skiing, Molly Amanio from the United States claimed her first win on the tour ahead of Switzerland's Jenna Keller and Germany's Lena Kohler. The men's snowboarding saw French icon Victor Delarue top the podium ahead of United States' Olden Samuels, Canada's Jonathan Panfield. Australia's Michaela Davids-Mehan took out the women's snowboarding event in front of Anna Martinez, France, and Erin Swerve, Canada. The next stop on the Freeride World Tour is Georgia Pro later this month. And that's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Obiora Ilo. Today I have an African. I like to refer to a different kind of African. A man who fought in the trenches in South Africa, though he was not black, but he stood with the blacks and fought for the freedom of South Africa. He fought for a South Africa where neither the white nor the black was going to be dominated. In the process of doing that, he partnered and worked with other great names in South Africa. He went to prison at a young age and suffered for what he believed in. It is my pleasure to welcome Dennis Theodore Goldberg.
Good day to you. Good to be here.
Yeah, Mr. Goldberg, you're welcome.
Thank you.
In 1960, you went to prison.
Yes.
And in 1963 and 1964, you stood alongside the great Nelson Mandela,
yes,
facing what many described even then as the trial of the century. Can you look back and tell me about those days?
Well, we had taken up arms to conduct an armed struggle against the apartheid racism by law, backed up by armed force, massive armed forces and police force. Any civilian peaceful protests were met with force. People were shot dead, there were massacres, there were imprisonments. Even the women protesting in a huge march to the seat of government in Pretoria, the police turned their dogs on them, ripped their beautiful dresses to pieces. And you mustn't mess with the women. They inspired the men to fight back even harder. That was 1956, I think. And so there was a need to put an end to this violence. But there was a need to put an end to the indignity of apartheid. Black people were treated as though they were not people. In South Africa, the hierarchy was whites, then people called colored, and then people called Indian, Asian, and then Africans, who were 2/3 of the population, who had no political rights, could not vote, could not sit in parliament, could not go on strike, that was illegal, had to get permission if they wanted to go from the countryside to the city to work, and if they got permission had to leave their wives and children behind. What sort of a country is that? How growing up, as I did in World War II, where even white South Africa joined Britain and the other allies against Nazi Germany, against racism, against domination and control. And yet in South Africa, we practiced all the very things that we were fighting against. So even as a little boy, I mean, I was 12 at the end of World War II, I knew this was wrong. My parents were political activists. They'd come from England. They rejected racism. We had people of all races in our house. I knew people. I respected them. We'd sit at supper. There's one little potato left, and I would want it, and my mother would offer it to a visitor. Doesn't matter if he's black or white. Family hold back. You serve your guests. You respect people. And so this is what I learned. And as I grew up, I wanted to be an engineer. I wanted to build houses and railways and roads and bridges for people. That was my dream. And I was able to get to university because I'm a white kid. And my father had a tough time keeping me there, but he made it. Education's important, of course. And then I discovered I could build for white South Africans, not black South Africans, not for people. So first you change the country, then you can be an engineer. And it took too long, so I never became an engineer again. Why get involved? Because it was wrong. And not just that the police operated in brutal ways and racism by law, and hundreds of thousands of people went to prison every year under the past laws that controlled the lives of black South Africans. Children died of starvation in a rich country. in the Eastern Cape province, where Nelson Mandela comes from, half of all children were dead by age 5 years from hunger, lack of medical care. For whites, there was one doctor for 400 people, and then specialists and hospitals on top. For black South Africans, one doctor for 80,000 people. Better in Soweto, in the black townships, one doctor for 3,000 people. I mean, the total injustice of it, and who created the wealth? Black mine workers, black labourers, black workers. And so apartheid wasn't just about racism. Racism was the instrument of creating cheap labour. I like to say cheap labour makes fat profits. In the gold mines, in industries, in factories, in commerce, in transport, in the quarries. That's where the wealth of our country comes from, and people weren't sharing in it. And half of our people were never employed in the formal economy, over half. They were kept in the reserves. 2/3 of the population were given 13% of the land. Whites took the best land for themselves. Why? You can't make a living off the land, you've got to go to work. And you've got to go to work for whatever wage you can get, because you've got to pay taxes in money. A hut tax, a wife tax, a dog tax. I'm putting them together deliberately that way. And a cow tax and so on. And if the man got the job, then he had to send money home to keep the family, but he couldn't take the family with him. So the family was broken. The children grew up without their dads. It's not good for children. And I grew up knowing all of this. And I knew black workers went on strike, and I knew the women protested. And I felt I had to help, otherwise I'm part of the brutality. Okay. I didn't want to be part of the brutality.
Okay, you know, a lot of Africans who are not South Africans keep wondering whether that was South Africa the way it had always been. But I remember that apartheid was backed by law in 1948.
Yeah.
What was life in South Africa before 1948, when the National Party came and constitutionalized apartheid?
You know, it was a change in the sense of intensifying the racial segregation. Mm-hmm. It was called racial segregation under British colonial rule, and then English-based industry and commerce and dominant English. And then the Afrikaners always wanted their place in the sun as whites. But they had to play catch-up. They weren't in the big business field. They'd been kept out of it. How were they going to catch up? They were going to use government and laws to create the conditions where they could get rich quick. And in 20 years, there was a stratum of very rich white Afrikaans-speaking South Africans who were made partners with English-speaking South Africans to exploit black workers much more intensively. But for over 300 years, we've had racial segregation, nearly 400 years now, ever more intense. It was a way when diamonds, it was always there when farmers settled and they took the land and stole the cattle, and when the indigenous people took the cattle back again, they called them thieves and had wars. And the British Empire took control in 1806 during the Napoleonic Wars. It took a whole century to conquer South Africa. And they had troops from all over the British Commonwealth, India and Australia and New Zealand and Canada and so on, to fight the African people. And they conquered them one tribe after another. And the Zulu people were the last to be conquered. In 1906, King Bambata of the Zulu people, he trained his people to use firearms. And they put up a tremendous resistance, but they couldn't fight against the whole army. And the British, when they'd conquered the Zulu people, they cut off Chief Bambata's head, and put it on a pike staff and carried it around to say, you see what happens to you when you fight against the British. They called themselves civilized.
And that gave rise to, of course, the African National Congress, civil disobedience.
Yes, what do you call it? Gandhiist ideas of peaceful, passive resistance. But, you know, it wasn't like India, where in a country of 400 million people at the time, 10,000 British soldiers and administrators controlled everything. They could go home. In South Africa, there were millions of whites. Nobody wanted them. And so, in effect, they became part of South Africa, and they couldn't be driven out unless you killed them. And in South Africa, fortunately, I think, for white people and African people themselves, there is this philosophy of African humanism. We call it Ubuntu. We are who we are only through other people. In other words, we must be respectful and equal. And apartheid could not be equal. Not just because of the violence, but because it was inherently unequal. And so our people said enough's enough.
The Sharpeville massacre was one event that jolted the world.
Indeed.
It opened the eyes of the world to what was going on in South Africa. Tell me what happened and how, I mean, watching from a very close point, how you could describe the events of that year.
You know, the gradual development of anti-pass law campaigns, for men especially, but they wanted to impose them on women as well. And there was great rivalry between the African National Congress and the Pan-Africanist Congress, which broke away from the ANC over the Freedom Charter, which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it. And the Pan-Africanist Congress said, no, no, it belongs only to black South Africans. And so we were all our political movements were working to put an end to the pass laws. And the PAC called for a huge protest rally at Sharpeville near Johannesburg. And some thousands of people gathered to hand in their passbooks as a way of peaceful protest. The police opened fire and shot 69 people dead in just a few minutes. They said they were shot at. It was never true. They wounded, I think, 189 people. In Cape Town, 3 were murdered. I live in Cape Town. And some, I don't remember how many, were wounded. But Parliament sits in Cape Town. It was in session. And the next morning, some 30,000 people marched out of the black townships to Parliament to protest. Of course, the police stopped them. A young student, Philip Khasana, led the march in little short pants. And he was induced to speak to the chief of police, who then arrested him. And the Parliament declared a state of emergency. Some 20,000 people were arrested. And the world really did sit up and take notice. And I think that was really the birth of the worldwide anti-apartheid movement. So that our struggle internally had backing from people all over the world. Western governments, their people tried to force them to act because they supported apartheid, they supported the investment of big business, mines, industry. The countries of Eastern Europe, the Soviet bloc, supported our struggle directly with formal committees guided from above to provide solidarity from masses of people. And all of this made it a worldwide issue. Eventually, the British Commonwealth met the heads of state and said they were going to expel South Africa over its policies, racial policies. The new countries independent in Africa, Ghana and Nigeria and so on. And the South African government under Dr. Verwoerd withdrew before they could be expelled. And then said they were going to create a republic. And we called a protest because the whites only voted for a republic. And we didn't mind if we were a republic or we had a queen. That wasn't important. What was important was that the constitution of the new republic, white republic, said there shall never be equality in church and state between black and white. But the whole movement of our people through our Freedom Charter, for example, where 10,000 of meetings were held, where people could say what they wanted, our move from between African, colored and Indian people and the African National Congress and the Congress Alliance was for a non-racial South Africa. We called it multiracial in those days. And here we were entrenching racism. So a general strike was called. And the apartheid government called out all its soldiers, 200,000 armed people, to crush this strike. We called it a stay-at-home, because striking was illegal for black workers, but staying at home was a little legal nicety. And they simply crushed it with armed force and forced people back to work at gunpoint. And so our people started talking of taking up arms. There was a treason trial. The apartheid government said the Freedom Charter was high treason. How could you change the government unless you used force? The very basis of it. So that's high treason. Trial went on for 4 years, 156 people arrested. And the great leaders were together every day. Even during the state of emergency, black leaders all together. It was like being in permanent political plenary session. In the end, after 4 years, they were found not guilty. But there was a new strength of purpose in the Congress Alliance. And there were individuals who wanted to go out and commit acts of terrorism, random acts against any white. And since the ANC, led by the Youth League in the 1940s, had said, no, people are people and all must have equal rights.
I want to take you back to 1961. The apartheid struggle was, kind of copied what Mahatma Gandhi had done in India, non-violent resistance. But in 1961, the struggle changed with the founding of Nkonto Wesizwe.
You say it very well.
What brought about that transition?
I think two major events, the Sharpeville massacre and then the crushing of the general strike in 1961 and the determination of the apartheid government to crush all peaceful protest. There was nothing more we could do peacefully. And our people were saying, we can't go on like this. In 1961, I was asked to go out to one of the townships about 120 kilometers from my home, a small town in the north of Cape Town, to take pamphlets to say we're going on strike. Chief Lutuli has burnt his pass and he's calling a general strike against the Republic. And I got there. I went to visit comrades who put me in the back of a van, covered me with sacks, so I couldn't be seen, to drive me into a black township because it was illegal for me to go in. And I met with the local committee of the ANC with these leaflets. And they said, comrade, we can't do it. Our people suffered so badly, lost their jobs after the 1960 Sharpeville massacre and the protest. They're still trying to recover. If we call on them to go on strike, they won't. And so we have to find a new way. You have to be able to protect our people. We have to collectively protect our people from the might of the apartheid state. And so there were individuals who were going out and committing acts of terror. That was the mood of our people. You can't go on an armed struggle unless people are ready to go. So Nelson Mandela and Joe Slovo of the Communist Party and others were arguing for this. But it meant that you had to persuade the various executive provincial committees and executives of the African National Congress and the other Congress organizations that this was the right move. You take up arms, you know the state is going to crack down. You're putting your lives on the line. Maybe they'll put everybody in prison. Maybe they'll kill thousands of people. That's been happening in other countries. And so Nelson Mandela, who had left South Africa illegally, to travel through Africa to meet political leaders and find out what support there was for this idea. He got some military training in Algeria as well, came back, eluded the police for 11 months or more, and then was betrayed and arrested and sent to prison for 5 years. But they didn't know he was the actual commander of this Umkhonto we Sizwe. That they only found when they raided the Rivonia Liliesleaf Farm headquarters in 1963 and found his diaries. And our lawyers said, "Why do you have such a sense of history? You keep notes of every illegal thing you've done." But what the diaries showed, I'm leaping ahead a bit, what it showed was that we're not terrorists. We were setting out to overthrow a tyrannical regime, and our policy was that we would try to avoid taking life. We would act against symbols of apartheid, the offices where the passes were issued, post offices, police stations, power lines. But the police didn't have the same attitude. Death was no problem for the police, none at all. And so, why did it change in 1961? Because the time was right. There was no way forward through peaceful protest. They were determined to hold on to power, and our people said no.
Looking back to those days, the ferocity, the impunity of the white government, they were ready to kill. They were ready to destroy. They were ready to throw people into prison, life sentence and all that. And here you were, about 29 years, and you didn't bother about what could have happened to you. You could have died. I mean, when you were being smuggled into the black townships, anything could have happened to you.
True.
What was driving you? What was at the back of your mind? What was it that made you sacrifice your privileges as a white person?
And my family and their privileges and my kids. Why did I do it? Because it was necessary. I could not be part of the injustice and making the injustice. My conscience would not allow it. I told you before, I grew up during World War II. I was filled with the heroism of people who fought behind the Nazi lines, at the risk of their lives, even young people, to be free. And if they could do it, why couldn't we do it? And if the people of Vietnam could fight the French and then the Japanese, then the French, and the people of Algeria could fight the French and fight the French and fight the French, and the people of Cuba could be struggling for freedom, why couldn't our people? It was the right thing to do.
But you were white. They were not your people.
Yes, they were my people. All people are my people. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's about justice. It's about equality. It's about respect for human dignity and life. It's about not using race to exploit people, not using race to kill people. It's about wanting to be able to choose my friends because I like them and they like me, not because of the color of their skin.
You didn't fear for your life?
Yes, of course I did. You take up arms against a state, they're going to kill you.
Or was it youthful exuberance?
Maybe we were a bit romantic, but I didn't expect to survive it. I would if it was great luck, you know, good fortune. But you take up arms, you run the risk of death. But people are dying every day from apartheid, not just murder and violence, from the system.
Let me take you back to the trials.
Yeah.
Because for the world, that was Nelson Mandela's coming of age. Yeah. That was when the world saw the inside of him.
That's right.
And saw the strength of his character. Yeah. Tell me about it. Here was a man who faced the risk of a life sentence, even faced the risk of being killed. And he stood up to the whites and made that very, very wonderful speech that has become one of the greatest speeches the world had ever seen.
And he was standing there, next to him was Walter Sisulu, then me, and Govan Mbeki and Ahmed Kathrada and Rusty Bernstein, Elias Matsoledi and Andrew Mlangeni. And Nelson Mandela makes his speech impassioned. No shouting. No, it was a very reasoned speech. It was to show why we took up arms, why he had led this. He said openly, I called for it. He called for it himself. And when he ended with this in effect, he's saying to the judge, hang me if you dare to. Oh, by the way, hang Walter, hang Dennis, hang us all. And what I remember is just sheer pride in sharing this moment. The man had such elegance. There was strain in his voice, but he wasn't shouting. And when he finished, there was an absolute silence, a long drawn-out silence in the court. What a moment to share of his greatness, and to think of ours, because he was challenging the judge to hang us. And the death threat was real, and the prosecution wanted it. And I know that because I was white, and a technical expert, and the judge making a remark with, ask that clever engineer number 3 accused, and he'll tell you something, showed his own hatred, because I'm white and I'm betraying white South Africa. Nelson Mandela, and we all thought he could be hanged. I thought maybe they would hang me because if Nelson was hanged, then there would be an uprising. If they hanged me, white South Africa would be very pleased. My comrades would protest, but they wouldn't rise up for me. I wasn't senior enough. I wasn't that important. Important enough, but not that important. In the end, Nelson made his speech. We all gave our evidence. Elias Matsoledi made a wonderful speech from the dock. Didn't give evidence, saying why he had been a political activist, what acts were done against him and his people, the theft of the land, the starvation, the disease. Andrew Mlangeni, the same.
Were you asked to make a speech?
No, I insisted that I be able to give evidence. The lawyers were worried that I would make it worse for myself, because my defense against the threat of death was to make jokes. And maybe the judge would get angry with me. But I wanted to give evidence. I wanted to be able to say why I did what I did, like I'm trying to explain now. It wasn't because I wanted to kill, it's because I wanted to put an end to the killing. Really, that was our motive for all of us.
You know, we look at it now and it's history. You're telling me a story. But in 63, 64, you were staring death in the face, standing in that court.
I was very thin and I just turned sideways round the gallows. What can I say to you? I hoped we wouldn't die. I didn't want to die. But I too was prepared to die for our people to be free.
What did your parents think of you then?
Oh, my parents were very proud of me. the day I was sentenced to life imprisonment, or the next day, my mother said that her life was fulfilled through me. I wasn't just her little boy anymore, I was her comrade. And I was proud.
That was what she said.
Yeah, yeah. But our people, the day we were sentenced to life imprisonment, my mother couldn't hear what the judge said. He spoke so quietly. She said, "What is it?" And I said, "It's life, and life's wonderful." We all smiled a little bit, and then we laughed because we'd escaped the death sentence. Nelson as well. And then when I look back at the way our history has evolved and the role Nelson Mandela has since played, how lucky we are as a country and as a world that people like Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu and Govan Mbeki, the father of our second president, and my other comrades and me, that our lives were spared and we could take part in rebuilding our country and making sure it didn't go down in flames.
You know, you were a young man. You had this brilliant life in front of you, but you chose to stay and fight, and ended up in prison at a very early age.
Yeah.
But even before all this time, you wanted to be an engineer.
I was a graduate civil engineer. And
but you still went to school while you were in prison.
We were allowed to study by correspondence through a distance learning University of South Africa. Mm-hmm. And I took a degree in public administration because I thought I have to be ready for when we take power. I finished that degree very quick, 5 years. But it took 22 years, 30 years before I could have been an administrator. I was sure they could not last that long. Then I did a bachelor degree in history and geography. And part of studying was for the lights to stay on at night. Otherwise you had to go to sleep as soon as about 8 o'clock. How can you sleep for 10 hours every night with nothing to do? Then I did a degree in library science, because that's all there was left for me to study. And that took a long time. And then eventually they said we could study second level degrees, so I started a law degree. And I got halfway through it, so I'm half a lawyer.
When you were released?
And then I got released. Enough lawyers around, I never finished the degree.
Tell me a typical day in prison.
It changed over the years, but around about 5 o'clock you would hear the shovels going as they were putting coal into the boilers to cook the breakfast, make the pap. And then around about 6 o'clock they'd come and open your grill, and an officer would come around to inspect you. He'd walk past, you know, this is inspected here. Then they'd let us out for about half an hour to go and empty out toilet buckets and wash and clean the bucket. And then come back, then they'd bring our food in a chipped enamel bowl. Sometimes they put the bread in the pup. It was nice bread at first. Otherwise they put the bread on the floor. There was no respect for prisoners. It doesn't matter white or black. And then we had a couple of hours where we had to work sewing mail bags, repairing old post sacks. We're just keeping us busy. Filthy work, insisting we don't talk to each other. In winter in Pretoria, I was in prison in Pretoria, not Robben Island. Temperature goes down to very cold, sometimes frosty, you know, 0, but 2-3 degrees, and then it warms up a bit. But in the prison courtyard where we sat was 3 stories high, no sunlight. And you sit for 3 hours and you can hardly move afterwards, you're so stiff. Then they'd lock us up for lunch for a couple of hours while the warders went off. Then we'd have another afternoon session of work. And the day ends, 3:30, locked up. And then you're alone for 18 hours till they opened up the next morning.
You were in a white prison in Pretoria.
Yeah.
And this was the situation in a white prison.
Yeah.
How could it have been in a black prison?
Well, they say everything is culturally arranged. So we got meat most days of the week, but on one day of the week we got fish. And there were vegetables and there was rice. And they said it was a balanced diet. But if you scratched yourself, it didn't heal. There was a lack of vitamins, lack of sunlight. And it's not really about the food you eat, unless it's impossible. I mean, I ate soup every night, made from powder, in prison, every night for 22 years.
Is that milk?
Soup.
Soup.
Soup. Bean soup, pea soup, ground up green peas. Not very nice. I still love soup, but real soup. And what was it like on Robben Island? Separate diet scale for black Africans. Separate clothing. Short pants, no socks, open sandals. For colored prisoners, long trousers. Better food. For Indians, also like colored people. They said this was culturally arranged. It took a very long time to get equality of clothing and food served by the prison services. It was a battle fought in prison for rights. Never stopped.
So outside prison, you fought for rights. Inside prison, you fought for rights too.
And in prison, it cost you stomach ulcers and illness. It took 15 years for us to win their respect and to be treated as decent people. Sometimes they still tried nasty things.
Yeah, I said there was something you said that attracted my attention so much. That even while you were in prison on a life sentence, you were dreaming of working in a free South Africa.
Yes.
And you were trying to get degrees.
Yes.
What gave, what gave strength to this dream?
Well, I was surprised it took so long. I thought apartheid would be dead, not from romantic view. It had so many inherent weaknesses that I thought it would collapse much earlier. It's a lesson in history. It takes a long time. Everywhere but you have to make the start. You can't say, well, if it takes 5 years, okay, otherwise I give up. What does the strength come from? Maybe we just believed that we could win. And you know, our movement made us symbols of freedom. When I said Oliver Tambo made Nelson Mandela famous, Free Mandela became the worldwide campaign. But he stood for all political prisoners. And there were buttons and badges and posters and things with my face as well. All of us, in the Rivonia trial. They made us famous, you know.
So in 1985, you were released from prison.
Yes.
But it was a life sentence. Why did they change their mind?
Governments reserve the right to change their minds. Actually, my visitor friend, a woman who really was my visitor for 14 years, her husband was a lawyer, one of our defense lawyers. She went to see the Minister of Justice to say, it's time that Dennis is released. And he said he'd give her half an hour, and he gave her over an hour. And he took notice of what she said, because he said, he told one of the diplomats, and I heard about it afterwards, he's not only the top lawyer, he's a leading politician. What happens if elderly people like Mandela die in prison? There'd be trouble. So we better start thinking about what to do. I was the guinea pig. They offered me release on conditions, and I accepted, because I believed it was necessary to move things forward, to negotiate. 5 years later, the others having been released in between, Nelson Mandela was released to negotiate. Everything I asked for in a letter I wrote to the apartheid president before my release, not pleading for myself, pleading for a change of policy for our country, came to pass in 5 years. So I accepted the release, came out, and was politically active like I've never been before. Really and truly, I traveled the world talking about our struggle, winning solidarity, winning financial support, winning political support, not just from people, from governments. That was my task. Why did they release me? Because they had to. The big Western powers wanted an end to this situation. The Cold War was coming to an end. If they could get Cuba out of Africa, they would be happy. All of it came together.
So you travel the world,
yes,
making the case for the ANC and the future of South Africa.
Yes.
And I was wondering, at what point did family come into the story?
I arrived back in England, and my wife, after a little while, said she felt cheated.
Were you married before you went to prison?
Oh yes, and we had 2 children, and my children, who had been 8 years and 6 years, were now 30 and 28 years old. And my wife, who was a beautiful young woman in her 30s, was now close on 60. She said my little country cottage had become a big mansion. And I was bald and old with gold-rimmed spectacles. But I had to be active. My comrades were still in prison. And she felt cheated because I wasn't home with her.
Even when you were out of prison?
Even when I came out of prison.
And she had waited for over 20 years.
Yeah. And she supported me in what I was doing. She gave me a home, she gave me love. I could not live on the allowance the ANC gave me. It was less than half of a street sweeper's pay. We had a struggle. It wasn't about living well. And so I traveled the world and I spoke at the United Nations Special Committee on a couple of occasions. Made some pretty good speeches as well, I have to say. Raised huge amounts of support for our people and our struggle. Persuaded governments to give financial support for the welfare of our prisoners and their families. And slowly, slowly, the West began to say, we better get rid of apartheid or we lose all our investments, and put pressure. And so Mandela's released, and the day we were sentenced, the head of prison security, a colonel, was very angry with me because I said, you look so happy about the sentences, the life sentence. He said, they should have hanged you. You'll never walk out of here on your own feet. We'll carry you out feet first in a coffin. He's really angry and bitter. We all walked out. But Nelson walked out to the world's television cameras. He arrives at the gate of the prison in this convoy of cars, and he gets out of the car, takes his wife's hand, and walks into freedom. It was a long walk to freedom.
Very long walk to freedom.
You see. And what a moment that was, of rejoicing, of delight, that in the end the apartheid government had to release him or go down in flames. It was very important. I was in England, sitting in a television studio commenting and telling the story about Mandela walking out, not in a coffin. And you know, what people forget is that in the 4 years from his release to him becoming president, during peaceful negotiations, the apartheid state killed at least 10,000 people through its security forces and death squads. But they still called it a bloodless revolution because very few whites died and only their blood counts in the eyes of the media. This is one of the biggest tragedies, I think, of our struggle, is that the thousands of people who gave their lives are being ignored. Yes, Nelson Mandela is a great leader. He played such an important role, called for the armed struggle. Then it was taken over, led by Oliver Tambo, to the point where apartheid had to negotiate, and Mandela had the strength of purpose to say, now we can call off the armed struggle because our people are dying every day. Hundreds were being killed. We didn't go to war for our people to die. And so we had to make concessions. And now they're rejoicing Nelson Mandela is the peacemaker. He was a